So, my story is not one where I was the target of somebody else's stalking or harassment, but one where I was the guy who was just at the right place at the right time. And I'm fairly certain that my inadvertent intervention may have saved someone that I'd never met from, well, who knows what. So, this was back in 2015 or 2016. I'm a career tow truck driver, and at this point, I've been towing cars for almost most of my adult life, and will likely do so until I either retire or I pass away, whichever comes first. At the time, I was working for a pretty small towing company with only 2 employees, and we rotated who was on call each weekend. It was my weekend on call, and it was summer, so with people being out and about sort of late and whatnot, I was pretty busy that week. Cleaning up accidents, towing broken cars down, both in the city and off the highway. I was fine with it, as I was paid commission at the time, so the more calls that I did, the more money I made. It was Saturday night, now Sunday morning, and it's around 2:30 or 3 in the morning, and like I said, I've been really busy. As such, I'm a bit tired, a little grumpy, and kind of want to just go home when my phone rings. It's an insurance company calling, asking if we can do a tow for one of their customers who has broken down on the side of the highway. The breakdown location they gave me is about 15 miles out of town, which I normally wouldn't have done, but the tow destination happens to be a dealership that's just a couple of minutes from my apartment. I sort of contemplate rejecting the call, but because I'm paid commission, I figure screw it. I can run up and grab this car, drop it off around the corner from my place, then hopefully I can head home and get a couple of hours of shut-eye. So, in the end, I take the call and hop on the highway. The insurance company provided me with the customer's first name, Kara, and gave me a phone number for her. Usually I try to make contact with people who are on the side of the highway to let them know that I'm on my way and give them an ETA. I try calling her a couple of times, but she doesn't answer. Not completely unusual. After a short while, though, I see hazard lights up the way on the shoulder, so I turn on my strobes and start slowing down. As I approach, I notice that not only is there the late model car that I'm looking for, but there's another car on the scene as well that doesn't have its hazards on, but is parked in front of the car that I'm meant to be towing. This is annoying, but not uncommon, as I need to be able to get in front of the disabled car in order to load it up, and sometimes people just don't realize that. But because the other car is there, I instead pull up behind both cars. You do this so that, as the tow driver, you're the one that has to make the weird maneuver of pulling off the shoulder and back onto the shoulder, and that the other car just has to drive straight forward on the shoulder. Otherwise, if I pulled up in front, then the other car would have to go around me, and it's just unprofessional and unsafe to make them do that. Standing at the trunk of the late model car, which is now directly in front of me, are a man and a woman. The woman is probably maybe in her early 20s and dressed to the nines for a night out. She's about 5'1" or 5'2". She's wearing tight leatherish or something pants, a halter top, long black hair, very pretty. The man is probably around 5'10" and skinny, maybe 150 to 160 pounds, wearing a dark hoodie and dirty jeans. They're standing very close too, facing each other. She has her arms crossed and he's leaning down talking to her. I step down out of my truck and approach them both and introduce myself. They separate a few feet and I look to the woman and say, "Are you Kara?" And she nods. I say that I'm here for her insurance company and ask what's going on with the car. Immediately, the man pipes up and says, "Yeah, it's just having some fuel issues. It's an easy fix. Can you just drop it off at this commuter parking lot? I'm going to fix it up there for her." I'm rather annoyed at this, to be honest, because the commuter lot in question is further up the highway and I'm already 15 miles out of town. Like I said before, I only took this call because it was supposed to be coming back toward my apartment, and I just really wanted to get home at this point. Not only that, but in order to change the original tow destination, I would have to call the insurance company back, wait on hold for who knows how long for a representative, and then on top of that, let them know of the change and try to get them to pay me extra for the deadhead miles back home after unloading. And I really didn't want to do any of this. And thirdly, this is a late model car. I'm no mechanic, but it's new enough for whatever is wrong with it that it's likely covered under warranty anyway, so the dealership is really the best place for it to go anyways. I explain all of this to the guy, but he's just not really having it. He even gets stern with me, saying something like, "Look man, you just need to take the car where I tell you to take it." We go back and forth on this for maybe 60 seconds, and he's just getting madder. And well, you know what man, you're not the named insured, Kara is. The easy way to settle this is to just ask what she wants me to do with the car, and whatever she wants is what I'll do. Fingers crossed, she'll want to take it to the dealership so I can just get home sooner. I turn to look at Kara to ask her that question, and I don't see her right away. She's no longer standing where she was just a minute ago. She was slightly off to my right. I continue to not see her until I've turned almost all the way around, because now she's standing directly behind me. And by directly, I mean within an inch of my back, arms still crossed. I look down at her and she locks eyes with me, and her eyes are as wide as plates, almost owl-like, and immediately it feels like she's just staring into my soul. She didn't say a word, and to be honest, she didn't have to. I took a step back and did what felt like a double take, I guess. I looked at him, then at her, then at him again, and then back at her, and it slowly started to dawn on me that maybe something just wasn't right. I asked her, "Do you know this guy?" And she ever so slightly shook her head no, and the expression on her face when I asked her that will be forever burned in my skull. I turned to the guy and was like, "Oh, you gotta go, man." Now, I'm not a tough guy. I'm a total beta male, to be honest. If there's such a thing, I guess, and I don't care who knows it. I've got nothing to prove. I'm super averse to confrontation and will run at the first sign of trouble. And I'm not exactly the biggest of guys either. I am, however, what I like to call sturdy, I guess. I'm 5'8" and 240 pounds. I have a bit of a gut, but I also have big thighs and broad shoulders, and people are generally surprised to find out that I weigh as much as I do. And quite honestly, I think that might have been my saving grace for what happened next. Because, without a word, the guy starts to move for Kara, and I move to stay in between them. He tries to push me out of the way by shoving me in my chest, but because I believe he underestimated my weight, only pushed me hard enough to make me take a single step back. Immediately, I took that step forward towards him and body-checked him hard as I could really, hard enough to completely knock him over, basically onto his butt. Because we rotated during the back and forth push bit, Kara is now in front of me to my right, somewhat between me and the guy who's trying to scramble to his feet. I reached out and snatched the poor girl up by her wrist, spun her towards my truck and yelled for her to get into the driver's seat, and she does. I turn back to the guy who's standing up again at this point, and he's breathing really hard. He gets right up in my face but doesn't do anything, just breathes at me. I stare him right in his face and, mustering up the best dad voice I can muster, just say, "You need to go." Mind you, I'm shaking now and I'm absolutely terrified. I don't know if he has a weapon, I don't know if he's going to try to fight me, and I don't know what I would do if he did. Like I said, I'm not a tough guy. I really don't know how to fight. I've never been in a fight in my life. What if I get badly hurt? What if I get stabbed? What do I even do now? I just want to go home, man. I wasn't even going to take this call. All this is running through my head at lightning speed, and after probably around 15 seconds or so, which felt like forever, he just kind of huffs a bit, smiles one of the creepiest smiles that I've ever seen, and starts to back off. He sort of sucks his teeth and rubs his hands together. He slowly walks backwards a few steps and then makes his way to the front of the car, gets in and just drives off. I just sort of stood there for a few seconds, motionless, watching him until I could no longer see his taillights. I got Kara's car loaded up on the tow truck, and as we made our way to the dealership, she told me through tears that her car had shut off while she was driving, and she pulled onto the shoulder and called her parents, because she was on their insurance. Her parents made the call to the insurance company, who eventually dispatched me to her location. While she was waiting, a bit after she made the call, the guy pulled up in front of her and walked up to her passenger side window to try to talk to her, asking if she needed help, etc. And she told him that she was fine, that a tow truck was coming, and she didn't need any help. He apparently persisted, and she tried to tell him off and eventually tried to roll up the window, but apparently he stuck his arm in the window and got the door unlocked and opened the door. In fear, she jumped out of the car, leaving her phone inside, and ran to the back of her car and stayed put there because it was in line of sight of the traffic. Apparently, too, he was really lewd with her, and whenever she tried to go back to the car, he would prevent her from getting in. Several minutes later, I showed up. And honestly, who knows what would have happened had the timing been any different. Her parents were waiting at the dealership when we arrived, and she told them what had just happened. Her parents gave me a $20 tip, which was all the cash that they had on them at the time, and Kara gave me a very tight and clearly heartfelt hug before I left. And after that, I never saw her again. But I tell you what, every guy has daydreamed at some point of coming to the rescue of a pretty girl in trouble, right? Myself included. You think that you're going to be a hero. You're going to slay the dragon and get the girl and ride off into the sunset like the king you are, right? But for me, being in that situation, in that moment, was one of the most terrible feelings that I've ever had. Forced into a confrontation that I didn't even want, nor was prepared for, not knowing what to expect from a clearly not well-hinged individual. I really did not feel like a hero that night. I felt like a scared little kid encountering a bully on the playground for the first time. If I'm ever in a situation like that again, I don't think I'll ever not intervene, if I'm being honest. But I just really hope that I never have to do that ever again. So, to preface this story, I was about 15 to 16 years old at that time. It was my best friend's birthday, and she had invited about 6 of us over to play a few games, such as Mario Party, Mario Kart, Guitar Hero, etc., and stay the night in celebration of her big 16. At this get-together, there were 5 girls, including me, and 1 boy. After a while, my best friend asked if we would like to go to the playground, which was about a 10-minute walk away from her house. And of course, being stupid teens, we agreed, not thinking about how it may be dangerous, since the majority of us were young girls and it was currently 10 p.m. Anyways, we walked down to this park and continued playing Grounders when we arrived, which, if you don't know, is a game commonly played in elementary schools. The rules are that one person is it, and the person who is it must close their eyes and try to seek the other players as they hide on the playground equipment in order to tag them. But there's a catch. If someone gets off the equipment and the person who's it calls Grounders while they're on the ground, then they're tagged. Yeah, I know, it's a pretty childish game, but it was fun. After a few rounds, we got bored and decided to huddle around in a circle in the center of the playground equipment. We were just talking, joking around, when suddenly I heard what I thought to be something like rocks. It was hitting the chain link fence that resided on the back of the playground. I sort of hushed the group. I looked over at my best friend asking if she heard that too, and as everyone looked at me like I had 10 heads, she asked what I meant, and when I told her that it sounded like somebody was throwing rocks at the fence behind us, she responded with the classical, "Ooh, it's a murderer coming to get us." Naturally, I just glared at her, flipping her off. She knows I get paranoid sometimes, but I have a very good intuition, and something just felt off. A few more minutes later, after some more rocks were thrown at the fence, and I obsessively stared down the area behind the fence, which was all woods, beside the houses on the left and the right of the playground, In paranoia, I noticed a light weaving its way through the branches of the trees. At first I thought maybe it was just a headlight of a car that was coming down the street that connected to the street of the park, since you can vaguely sort of see the headlights of oncoming traffic through them anyway. But I soon realized that there was only one light, and it was bouncing up and down like it was being held by someone who was walking. I quickly pointed it out to the group around me as we all snapped our heads over in that direction. And coming up alongside of the nearby house on the left side of the park was a man who wore a hat, some white baggy and dirty sweatpants, and a black coat. He was holding a flashlight, not the one on your phone, but an actual flashlight. He was too far away to guess his age, even when he sat on the swings closer to the playground equipment that we were on. But we all collectively agreed that it was strange, since he seemed, I guess from his clothes, to be at least mid-20s, and just sort of came out of the woods by himself to sit and stare at a load of kids. After a brief discussion, we agreed that maybe he was waiting for a ride or was just resting for a moment. And so we tried to brush off the fact that he was sitting and so intensely staring at us. However, we started to take note that after a few minutes of us resuming our very competitive game of grounders, that this stranger was slowly inching his way closer to our group. He went from sitting on one of the swings furthest away to the next swing a bit closer, to the equipment that we were on, to the next, until he was just about maybe 10 feet away from our game. Mind you, the whole time he just sat there, watching us. At this point, all of us have noticed the strange man attempting to get closer to us, and in an attempt to remove ourselves from a potentially dangerous situation, we made a group decision to just leave. Getting up, we all piled off the playground equipment, and in pairs of two, we walked down the stairs on the side furthest away from the creepy man. As we attempted to casually walk away, I kept my eyes glued on this figure though, and as we neared the end of the street, he got up. Slowly at first, the man started to trail behind us, keeping his distance. I decided to keep my mouth shut at the time because we were about to make a turn anyway. I thought that if he continues to follow us instead of going the other way, that I'd bring it up to the others. And wouldn't you know it, the creep stays hot on our heels, not only following which turn we took, but he also started sprinting towards us, screaming at us all amounts of expletives. At this point, the whole group bursts out into a sprint. The adrenaline that I felt made me run so fast that I was ahead of everyone else. Everyone was ushering each other to run. I didn't even take a second to see if the others were behind me. That was until I heard my best friend struggling to run. She has pretty bad asthma. I instantly felt horrible for running off on her, so I ran back by her side, grabbing her hand and quite literally dragging her along, repeating things like, "Deep breaths, you've got this, come on, we have to go now." This whole time the man was still running and screaming behind us and was catching up quickly. At this point, both me and another girl in the group took it upon ourselves to get my best friend moving as fast as possible, both taking a hand and running at a pace that she could keep. Luckily, this park was only about a 10-minute walk away from my friend's house, even if that much. And as we all piled in through her garage door, I turned to see this delusional man start running up her driveway. He must have got about halfway up until our big fluffy savior ran to open the door. My friend's 100-pound, fully grown German shepherd just lurched at the man, barking as we gripped her collar, in an attempt to keep her from running completely after this guy. Luckily, her sudden and loud appearance caused the man to freeze in fear, before he just ran away down the dark lamp-lit street. We were obviously terrified for the rest of the night, and only managed to sleep after putting random items next to us. We even had a rake, I think. But most comforting was our big fluffy hero, just in case the creep decided to come back, that was. In the end, I really think we got lucky that night. Lucky that I saw the guy. Lucky that we didn't stick around in the park longer. Lucky that we were all able to run as quickly as we did, even my friend with asthma. Lucky that the dog came out when it did. And also lucky that the guy never came back. When I was about 11 to 14 years old, I had a best friend named Spencer. Spencer had a decent-sized family, and he also had a big house. We hung out practically non-stop outside of school. He was homeschooled and I was in public school. And during the summer, I practically lived at their house. Spencer had an older brother named Keenan. Keenan was about 5 years older than him and I thought that he hung the moon pretty much. He was really cool and he listened to great music, played guitar, and I always wanted to be around him. One summer though, when I was 13, Keenan went to summer camp. He was supposed to visit the Grand Canyon and go kayaking and do a ton of fun stuff, and we were really jealous. It was weird too, not having him around all the time, since I basically stayed at the house the entire time, and finally the day came when Spencer's dad was supposed to go to the airport to pick up Keenan, and we were super stoked to hear about all the camp and stuff. His dad drove up and we ran downstairs to greet them, and yet we didn't see Keenan. His dad had tears running down his face, and he exclaimed that he didn't make it. He didn't make it, you guys. My heart dropped to my stomach, and I started to panic. Keenan walked right up behind him, and they both started laughing at this. Man, that was a terrible move on their behalf, but anyways, we helped him unload his luggage and stayed up until midnight talking about his summer. He said that he had the time of his life and told us all about how he had almost went overboard whitewater rafting and how he surely would have drowned if he did. As two 13-year-old boys, we were enamored by Keenan and everything that he did. But we talked about how Spencer and I were going to go to the same camp once we turned 18, and it had been a long day and it was time for all of us to go to bed. Keenan told us that he would tell us more in the morning when he woke up. Now, I had fallen asleep and awoken in a cold sweat because of a nightmare that I had that night, and in my dream, Spencer and I had went out our entire day that day just as we had before, except when their dad showed up and joked about Keenan dying on his trip, he actually did die. Remember, this was practically my idol at the time, and the dream was so vivid. I needed to go down and get some water just to calm myself down afterwards, and I checked my phone before I headed to the kitchen. It was 3:30 a.m. The house was really dark and I had to tiptoe to be quiet and make sure not to wake anyone up. As I walked through the den on my way to the kitchen, I see the moonlight spilling into the living room, the only light in the house. And that's when I see what I think is a large silhouette, and as I get closer and my eyes adjust, I see Keenan hanging from the ceiling fan. I freak out and run across the room in a dead sprint and turn the light on to see if my eyes are deceiving me, but when I did, it was him. Except he was asleep and standing in the middle of the room underneath the fan now with one of his arms raised straight up over his head. I never knew Keenan to sleepwalk before, and luckily he snapped out of it before I tried to wake him up. He looked at me super confused. He looked around and noticed where he was and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. I guess I developed a bit of a sleepwalking habit at camp." He went back to bed at that point, but I'll never forget that night. I mean, how the heck was he hanging on that thing without it breaking down from the roof? And more importantly, how did he get up there in the first place? So, I've spent a lot of my life in Georgia and love hiking all over, but I must admit that North Carolina has the best mountains. For this reason, I frequently drive up there and hike and camp. This time, I went up with my family in an RV and stayed with them in the Maggie Valley. The next day, however, I had them drop me off about 10 miles away at the Cold Mountain Trailhead, and I'd planned to hike up, spend the night, and be back down in the morning. I was by no means inexperienced in hiking or camping, but I had never camped alone at this point. On top of that, I didn't bring a pistol, something I won't go without now, but anyway, on the way up, the trail was surprisingly strenuous. Not necessarily steep. I've hiked some steep stuff out west, but more like a ton of ups and downs and feeling like it just would never end. Eventually, it began to get darker and I realized that I needed to stop and set up while I still had light. So I stopped about half a mile short of the summit and figured that I would continue in the morning. Nothing eventful happened. I set up camp in a really good spot, made my food, and went into the tent. At this point, I realized that I hadn't run into a single other person my entire way up. This wasn't Eerie at the time, but soon would be. I have trouble sleeping at the best of times, and usually lay awake for up to an hour trying to sleep. And during this time, I could have sworn that I heard someone lightly walking around the general area because of the rhythm of the steps. In the end, I just sort of brushed it off as my mind running wild, but I did pull out my big old knife out of my bag and put it next to me in the sleeping bag, just in case. That morning, I woke up and I ate some oatmeal, and as I ate, I looked over at my tent at some point, and I noticed that there was a strange bundle of dried twigs and berries tied with green cord now propped up against my tent. Internally, I was half scared to death, but I quickly packed up my stuff and took off within 5 minutes. And no way was I bothering to go to the summit that day. I headed straight down, and on the way down I realized that there was a pretty heavy fog, and I ended up on a side trail that eventually ended, and I got lost. I used a compass to eventually reorientate myself and found the trail again. One of the biggest reliefs, let me tell you, and I made my way out there with no other incident. However, I came to find out the same morning that apparently a 27-year-old person died on the same section of trail as me, and it's possible that I would have run into him had I not gotten lost and rejoined the trail later. And I guess that's the scariest part, knowing that someone knew where I was and watched me, and I had no idea that they were even there. This happened about 9 years ago. I was living with a roommate at the time in a townhouse in a suburb of Denver. My boyfriend at the time had always been kind of abusive, with the occasional slap or pinning me down on the floor, but after a family member that was close to him ended their own life, he really lost it. My ex, Pierce, just sort of lost it in the middle of an argument one day about a week after the funeral and threw me on the ground, hit my arm over and over, until there was a giant bruise on one shoulder and a handprint-shaped bruise on the other. My face also ended up being pretty swollen, and I also had a bloody lip. My roommate called the police, and he ended up being arrested, and a no-contact order was put in place. He was also ordered to go to counseling and maybe drug or alcohol meetings, even though at the time he didn't use. Fast forward a few months though, I'm living with this roommate because I was completely financially dependent upon him. She's taken it upon herself to pay for me to get my GED. That woman is honestly a saint. And a lot of my time was spent on studying for the subjects. After everything, I was very agoraphobic, but I even managed to forge some online friendships and maybe even something more with a genuinely kind guy. Now one day, Pierce's grandmother stopped by to take me to pay my phone bill. She lived close by in the same townhouse complex and was more or less right behind where I lived. I remember it being the first beautiful and slightly warm day after a long winter, so I opened all the blinds to let the sunlight in and left them open when I left. And after paying my phone bill, Pierce started calling her. I wasn't too concerned because I knew that he was supposed to be at his court-mandated counseling shortly anyway. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his grandmother told him that we had just stopped at the McDonald's. Again, not an issue at this point. I continued to eat until maybe 3 minutes later when Pierce calls again. His grandma tells me that she's probably going to be home in about 10 minutes. The call ends, I finish my food, and we leave. Again, in the car, as I'm maybe 2 minutes away from where I live now, Pierce calls again. I still can't hear his side of the conversation, but his grandma tells him the intersection we had just passed, and suddenly I have this terrible sinking feeling in my stomach. I know that something is wrong, and I just can't identify what it was, but I know in my heart of hearts that something is up. I considered asking his grandma for help, but for context, his grandmother, on multiple occasions, watched Pierce hit me or try to strangle me even, and openly expressed disgust at how I can't help but just get him angry. Anyway, his grandma pulls in front of where I live, and I noticed that all of the blinds I had opened are now closed. We go inside, and once she leaves, I walk upstairs to my room and see a random Word document open on my computer. Pierce has written a whole long page worth of stuff, but I only pay attention to the big words at the top. It said, "I read your emails." Immediately, too, I just know that he's seen the emails between me and the guy that I'd met. And even though they weren't outright sexual or flirty or anything, you could kind of tell that there was something there. My brain stopped reading at this point, and I needed to figure out if he's still in this building, because there is no contact order, and I know that he would have come in through the back door, so nobody would see him. My mind latches onto this idea that if the back door is locked, he's probably gone. I run downstairs to the door and see that it's locked. But as soon as I reach the door, I hear a closet sliding open from the room that I was just in, loud and angry footsteps, and he's yelling my name. Now, I know that this may sound weird, but I really can't call the exact details of what happened next. I remember his face in mind before I could understand what was happening. I remember being back up in that room again, I think to go through all of my emails with him, and I remember him slapping me hard in the face over and over until I just got dizzy. I remember somehow convincing him to let me use the phone to respond to one of the roommates' texts or something like that. I don't remember what I said, but I remember that she called right away. I remember Pierce standing 2 feet away from me and looking at me, believing that he was about to kill me, and my roommate asking me, "Are you safe?" I only said no, and she told me that she was on her way and would be there as fast as she could. Eventually, Pierce became convinced that I had called the police, and with a knife in his hands, told me that if they were coming anyway, that he might as well give me what I deserve. I managed to convince him that I didn't call the police, and then he started crying about what a terrible person he was and threatened to end his own life. So, with a handprint on my swollen face, I tried to convince him that he wasn't terrible and to please not to do this until my roommate came home. In the end, he left and I moved states, had my name changed, and I only feel safe in buildings in big cities where I'm at least 3 stories up now. It was a crazy time, and I really don't wish it on anyone. So, a group of friends and myself rented a place on a lake for just a fun-filled drunken weekend. We were all in our young to mid-20s, and it was supposed to be just a big party. For the most part, that's what it was too. The Friday night and Saturday morning, we pretty much went all out, having a blast on the water and just having fun, really, stupid stuff. And well, naturally, when Saturday afternoon rolled around, we were all so dead from going out that we decided that it would be a night of no drinking, maybe a little bit of smoking, and just kind of having a chill evening and night. But that's what it was too, relaxed. So 9 p.m. comes rolling around, and about 8 of us were inside of the house and 5 outside. The house was a 2-story with a 2nd-story back or sort of deck porch, and it was surrounded by woods, and then down through the woods you would then hit the lake. I'll mention too that we had already experienced some weird vibes from the locals when we first arrived in town, mostly just backcountry old-timers that I assumed were leering and irritated because we were a bunch of college-age kids looking to have a good time. But the town and the lake were large, so it's not like anyone knew where we were staying. Anyways, 3 of my friends were on the upstairs back porch, and my other friend and I, we were downstairs outside just talking on this little old table near the woods. I mean, it was otherwise just a really nice night. My friend and I were just getting lost in the conversation, and all of a sudden there was this weird feeling that encompassed us, like an unnerving physical experience that came from the woods behind us. It was so strong, in fact, that we both kind of quieted down. And then, out of nowhere, this loud chanting abruptly comes from the woods. I have no idea how far away it was because of the way the lake is set up, but I'm pretty sure the voice is carried up through the forest, and it sounded like a cult chanting away, and all of the voices were male. I mean, they were loud and perfectly in sync. I think we were frozen for all of 20 seconds before I just couldn't contain myself and darted towards the house with her following me. I don't know how to explain it too, the feeling that came with that chanting, but it was almost, I don't know, evil. Like, just something powerfully uninviting. I was shaking by the time that we got to the second story, though, and ran out onto the balcony with the other 3 friends. One of them was my brother, and by the time that we got up there, the chanting was gone, and I naturally asked, "Did you guys hear that?" And in the most shaky, freaked out voices, they all said that they had heard it too, and not seconds later, the chanting began again. So, the 5 of us are out there, peering into the forest, listening to this chanting that would sometimes sound far away and then also sound relatively close. All male voices in the weirdest language, or I don't even know what it was, to be honest. Sounded like a strange, I don't know, church or something. Then, following the chanting, a loud bang like someone hit a huge metal object sounded, and then the worst part came. A man wailing, like in extreme pain. All of my hair was up on end, and it was the freakiest experience that I've ever had. My brother and I were staring at each other in a mixture of scared excitement and horror. The wailing stopped all of a sudden, and then it was back to the chanting, which eventually died out. I was so freaked out by it that I wanted to call the cops because whoever screamed had been in a lot of pain. That much was obvious. That, mixed with the weird chanting, just made me immediately think of some terrible sacrifice going on. One friend tried to say that it had to be some drunk guys just messing around, singing and being weird, but no way was that coming from some drunk guys. They were perfectly in sync. Then the bang, and then the wail of pain like that. And then all that weird tension and energy was just gone. No. I didn't call the cops, and to be honest, I wish that I would have, but the forest was so large, and since the lake house was up looking down at the woods and lake as well, it really could have been anywhere. It definitely wasn't in our close proximity, but it was close enough to hear all of that perfectly. After this, though, we just went in and got some of the others, but by the time that they came out, the chanting had stopped. Someone wanted to go and explore and find out where it had been coming from, but obviously that was a stupid idea. After that, I was really ready to go home, and I can't explain the relief of driving away from there the next morning. Even now, it gives me the worst feeling thinking about it. Whatever it was, it felt so wrong and evil, and I'll never forget that moment. I can only imagine that it was some weird cult stuff, but maybe it was a lot worse. So, the first paranormal experience that I had was back when my age was in the single digits, maybe around 7 or 8 years old. I grew up in the Midwest, Ohio to be more specific. The town, or village as we grew up calling it, was not large by any means, maybe around 40 to 50 people at most. During this time, though, my family didn't have the internet or cable TV. Cell phones were just starting to become mainstream, mid-90s era, and as such, entertainment was mostly chores or roaming the surrounding area, just exploring. My house was backed by fairly dense woods. There was a steep decline with a relatively flat wooded area where a creek ran through it. This creek wasn't very deep, waist deep in certain areas, but mostly knee or ankle deep. But it was pretty wide. Growing up, I practically lived in those woods, hiking up and down that creek, mapping the woods, exploring a few long abandoned and collapsed houses that nature reclaimed. I lived and breathed nature practically, and those woods were my home, away from home. My father grew up in that area. My aunt and uncle and cousins lived just next door, and it was a pretty close-knit community. Naturally, everyone has ghost stories about their own hometown. A haunted house, a tragedy of some sort that remains a stain on its history. And my village, well, it was no different. My father would always tell stories about ghosts or abnormal happenings that he experienced in his youth here. One thing that he would always tell me when I told him that I was going into the woods was, the trees may not walk about or talk, but they do see and remember. I always thought of that as him just saying, don't be stupid out there. Now, my first encounter with the people of the woods, which is what I always called them, was when I was on one of my daily excursions into the wild green. It was mid-July and it was hot and humid. I stuck mostly to the creek as it was pretty cool there, and I didn't have to battle my way through the thick undergrowth as well, which was a plus. But I hiked approximately about 2 miles along the creek hunting for crawdads, crawfish, and looking for signs of deer, rabbit, or the fabled albino squirrel that we had here. I kept traveling and eventually arrived at a relatively open field that had waist-high grass, and I frequently stopped here to gather wild blackberries, rest, and spook the few white-tailed deer bedded in the area. But that day was different. You see, as I drew closer to the field, I noticed someone standing in the field. Instinctively, I slowed down, lowered my posture, and tried to minimize my noise. I really wasn't used to seeing someone out this far into the woods. The nearest house to that location was maybe about 1.5 miles through thick undergrowth and fairly steep ravines to climb. As I hugged the bank of the creek, I moved to the edge of the open field, slowly peeking up over the tall grass to see if they were still there. But nothing. I thought that perhaps they had seen or heard me trudging through the creek and instinctively ducked down too. I wasn't about to find out though, so I turned around and headed back home, all 2.5 miles back. I was more aware of my surroundings and far more cautious of my sound as I moved that time, avoiding walking in the creek to prevent the sloshing of water to give me away. As I crept through the branches jutting out into the bank of the creek, I made my way to another area that I was familiar with. A small game trail ran through here, and it would cut my time and distance back home a good bit. The only downside was that it was pretty overgrown to either side, and portions had thick thorn bushes. The entire time that I trekked back, though, I don't know, I just felt like I was being watched. I never really felt in danger or vulnerable of being attacked or anything, but I could almost swear that I felt eyes on me. I was uneasy the entire time that I followed the game trail, routinely stopping and listening to determine if I could hear footsteps, or if I was being followed at all. But still, nothing. I made it about, I would say, halfway back home when, all of a sudden, I saw in the corner of my eyes a figure standing a short distance away. But as I moved my eyes in the direction of the figure, they seemed to just sort of meld into the foliage. I thought that maybe my paranoia was making me see things, so I just hurried on. A few hundred more feet in, I see again another figure, this time further away out of my peripheral, and again as I looked in that direction, they sort of meld back into the background. But this time it happened twice. As I looked and that figure disappeared, another appeared again in my peripherals, closer but still a ways away. Again, the entire time I never really felt in danger or anything. Creeped out, yes, but I never felt like whatever there was nefarious in intent. This continued on for the remainder of my time, making my way back home, but the more it happened, the less I felt, I don't know, afraid of the figures. Even going as far as saying out loud, "I know you're there. I don't know what you want, but I'm not here to cause trouble." Eventually, I made it back to my backyard, and I turned around to face the woods to see if they were there, but there was nothing. Now, my father was next to the shed, burning some cut grass in the backyard. I walked over to him to tell him what I had experienced, and before I could say a word, he looked at me and, with a slight grin, said, "I saw you saw them too." I guessed that I had the look of terror written on my face. Without even missing a beat, he put down the hoe that he was using to stoke the fire, walked past me to the wood line, and pulled out the can of dip that he had in his pocket. He opened it, took a pinch out, and placed it on a stone that was jutting out from the ground and walked back. I asked what he was doing, and he said that he gave them an offering. He began explaining what he meant by the trees see and remember, that it was important that we respect nature whenever we enter her domain, and give an offering in return when we take things from her. Otherwise, she just may not let us back out. He gave me the can of dip and said that what I saw were what he believed were spirits of Native Americans keeping watch over their former land. I really didn't know what they were at the time, but I just followed suit with what my dad did whenever I made my way back into the woods. I always left an offering, and although I did see them from time to time, I never felt like I was in any danger, and I always made sure to respect them. If they appeared in my peripherals, I would travel in the opposite direction, apologizing for any transgressions. My cousins and many people in my village, they were all aware of their existence too, and just kind of gave them a wide berth whenever they appeared. I was completely oblivious to their existence, but when I learned of them and experienced them, a whole lot of people opened up about them, about some of the history of the town and stuff like that. It was an interesting experience, and it's something that I'll never forget. It definitely was creepy, but again, thankfully, I never felt like I was in any danger. So, I decided to go hiking one day in a state park. It's a place that I'm extremely familiar with. The weather has been awful lately though, so I haven't been kayaking. My time in the state park has been spent kayaking. I was the only person out there because the weather wasn't great. I was on the Orange Trail, maybe 2 miles in, when all of a sudden I had the feeling of just being watched. I do have a bit of a sixth sense for this. If I feel like I'm being watched, there's an 80% chance that I am being watched. So I stopped, watched for a second. As I started back in, I suddenly saw quick-paced movement out in the brush, maybe 50 yards from where I was. Something was trying to avoid being seen. Weird. I continued on though. As I walked down the trail, I continued to feel watched, when all of a sudden as I'm walking, I hear a maniacal laughter out in the brush, maybe 20 yards to my left. Now, I was the only person around. I hadn't seen another person in the entire park, and this really unsettled me. I quickly moved on. I tried to put it out of my mind, thinking that I must have just imagined it. But maybe 2 minutes later, I hear the same maniacal laugh off to my left, this time a bit closer. I decided at this that I need to pick up the pace substantially. Less than a minute later, I hear the laughter right behind me, and there's an enormous amount of rustling and noise coming from the brush. I realize that whatever this was now right behind me, and I just ran. I didn't look back, I just legged it. Something was telling me to run, and run as far as I could. Within a mile, I was sucking wind. I had put every ounce of energy into my escape. I ended up becoming too weak to run. I stopped for a rest. I didn't want to get bull rushed, so I turned around, faced the direction that I'd been running from, and I took a knee. I was starting to calm down, but I still didn't feel safe, I guess. I told myself that I had to keep going. As I struggled to my feet, I spotted something in the brush. A dark leather wrap. I unfolded it and found 3 extremely sharp knives in there, like butcher knives. The type of knife that you would use to, I guess, stab someone. They looked like they'd only been put there recently too. You could tell that they'd been dropped there within maybe a day or so. I let out an audible yelp when I realized what was inside the sheath. Really manly, I know, but anyway, all of a sudden, every ounce of fear came rushing back. My body was telling myself to be very, very afraid. I knew then, too, that I had to keep moving. So I jumped up and I ran back to civilization. I didn't grab the knives because I felt like it would add an immense amount of risk to an already dangerous situation. I had the feeling of being watched until maybe I was half a mile from the trailhead. Something or someone was out there, and something or someone knew that I was out there too. I'm not really scared of much. People don't really have the ability to freak me out. But the fact that my body was telling me to be really scared, to keep moving, no matter what, was terrifying to me. It was nothing short of a primal response that I just couldn't turn off. So my girlfriend has a younger sister who unfortunately has cerebral palsy and autism too. And although she's very smart, she can't really support herself fully and will probably need help and guidance for the rest of her life, which is perfectly fine. She's basically our adopted daughter. My girlfriend taught her sister how to walk and talk and basically everything that she knows. But one day, my girlfriend told me how there were 3 instances in her life where her sister basically sort of broke character and told her how she was stuck and couldn't get out, and that she was trapped and needed help desperately. Her sister talks in a very sort of specific kiddish and cutesy way. She's very innocent and to this day, at 19 years old, talks to her stuffed animals like as if they're real. But during the 3 times where she broke character, my girlfriend told me that her sister spoke in a certain desperate and adult tone, and made a face like she was scared for her life, and literally the next second, her face would change and she would go back to the way that she was before. And my girlfriend told me that it would be like her sister didn't remember what had just happened moments ago. To this day, it scares her and makes her wonder what if her sister is trapped in a childlike state and sometimes has moments of like clarity or something. I'm not sure, but when she told me, I could tell that it was serious, and she's never brought it up ever since because of how much it creeps her out. Sometimes I get worried that one day she might break character with me and only I'll be around and I won't know what to do. She's very sweet and we love her just the way that she is, but it really creeps me out to think that, what if her mind was being held hostage by another? So I was 26 at the time, and also I'm a lady. I needed gas, and it was around 11 PM on a Saturday. I pulled into a busy gas station to fill my tank up, except it was completely bare, not a car in sight. I also live in Alaska, and it was very cold this night, maybe -10, I guess. But I was tired after working and just wanting to get home. Usually I start my pump and sit in my car due to the freezing cold, but this time I had a weird feeling that I just needed to stand by the pump, so I did. I just started pumping my gas when a little gold sedan pulled up right next to me. A guy got out, and I was feeling hypervigilant for some reason. He started cleaning his completely clean windows, and as he put back the squeegee, he started towards me. I felt like I wanted to run, but I stayed calm and continued pumping. He asked me if I would help him put his windshield wiper fluid in his car because he ran out and he doesn't know how to open the hood. I laughed it off and told him that I don't know either, which was actually a lie. But he kept getting closer and closer to me while trying to lure me to his car by saying that there's something under his seat that he can't reach because he's too big. Now, I'm 5'2" and petite. This man was large and scruffy, think Alaska wilderness dude. And at this point, I'm freaking out and I hit the sell button on the pump. He took a step back and started to go back to his car, and I thought that I was being smart. My gas is almost done. I looked into his car when I noticed that the insides of the doors, they had no handles except for the driver door, and that really freaked me out. I was putting the pump back and opening my door. He was right behind me, slammed my door shut and yelled, "You're coming with me." Obviously, I refused and I was petrified. He grabbed my arm and slammed me against my car, and I elbowed him as hard as I could. I started to scream at the top of my lungs, and thank God for the gas attendant with a big gun that night, because if not for him, I don't know what would have happened to me. The attendant pulled the video and we made a police report. I called immediately after that guy took off, and I never heard anything else about it after that night. And I guess the best that I can hope for is that he didn't get some other girl alone like I was. We all make dumb decisions in life, right? Well, in this case, I was stupid. Very stupid. You see, I arranged to meet a guy off Tinder, but because of my heightened anxiety about driving and stuff, I arranged for him to pick me up outside of my place. I had been talking to him for a few weeks at least, but that is not redeemable, and I know that. The choice that I made on this day could have ended me, but thankfully, I'm still around to tell the tale. So the guy picked me up in his car and told me that he planned to take us out for sushi. I love sushi, so I thought, great. He put in the name of the restaurant into his GPS, and we were off, making pleasant conversation on the way there until I started seeing woods when I looked out my window. I felt very confused. I mean, we were supposed to be going into town, not into the wilderness in the middle of nowhere. Fear hit me hard then. He said, I swear the GPS is taking me through here. I didn't choose this path. I said, please, just get us back to civilization. My eyes were wide, and I must have looked like a deer in the headlights. His face was really apprehensive, so he must have known that I was scared. Oh my goodness was all I was thinking to myself. I should have just conquered my anxiety about driving and met him somewhere public. Or better yet, not met this guy at all. What was I thinking? I'm going to get murdered here in these woods. I tried checking my phone to see if I could assist him with the GPS, and that's when he said those spine-chilling words. There's no signal out here. I remember just thinking to myself to try to look calm. Don't let him think that you suspect that he's onto something. But man, did I feel terrified. The tips of my fingers were cold while I was simultaneously sweating. If he was going to kill me, part of me wanted him to get it over with so I wouldn't be left in so much anticipation. His forehead was perspiring and he kept saying, I swear I'm not doing this. I'm trying to get us back on route to the sushi place. I then said, listen, I don't care about sushi anymore. Just get us to a gas station, anywhere with people at this point. He said, I don't have a shovel or a weapon in my trunk or anything, if that's what you're thinking, which did little to calm my nerves. We finally reached the restaurant after what felt like an eternity. I had never been so scared in my life, in fact. I didn't have much of an appetite, and I was physically trembling when we arrived. But I figured that he didn't kill me when he had the chance, so I guess it was safe now to continue with our date. I already planned on taking an Uber home because I didn't want to go through that experience again. And I was shocked out of my mind when he then asked, so when do you think that we'll have sex? I nearly choked on a piece of my food. What? I didn't know where this was coming from. I didn't know how he could ask me something like this now on our first date when he literally saw me pale as a ghost just moments ago. You know, like, how long will it take? A day? A week? A month? I stared at him, dumbfounded. I couldn't respond because I was just utterly speechless in that moment. Well, I can't wait a whole month. I'm telling you that now, he said. I didn't say anything, and the rest of the date was insanely awkward. I said goodbye as I took my Uber home, and only seconds after my driver pulled out of the restaurant parking lot, he texted me to say that he doesn't think that it'll work out with me because he needs a girl with a higher libido. I didn't argue. I just texted back a simple, okay, ready to be done with this guy. When the Uber driver drove me home, he did not take me through the wilderness pathway of a potential murder site too. He took me home through streets Other cars, lights, the sweetest scene to my immense relief. I couldn't help but wonder too why my date had to take me through an hour drive through the wilderness to get to the restaurant, but it only took the driver 15 minutes to get me home from the same location. The whole thing was weird and chilling, and I don't know if my date planned on anything sinister and maybe he backed out, or if it was an honest mistake, but I'm glad that I made it out of there unscathed. I learned a tough lesson that night, one that I should have already known, but that I foolishly ignored for some reason. The moral of the story is that you shouldn't let strangers from dating apps pick you up in their cars. This is a story as told by my dad. My dad was a younger teenager at the time and was riding on the bus in Chicago. A man got on and sat in the seat across the aisles from him. He turned toward him and started to strike up some conversation. My dad says that the hairs on the back of his neck raised and he got a seriously creepy vibe from this guy. Gacy was all smiles and charm and asking my dad increasingly personal questions. Luckily, before things got too personal or creepy, my dad's stop came up and he enthusiastically noped off the bus and pretty much forgot about it at that point. It wasn't until years later, 1978, the year that I was born, that he saw on the news that same creepy guy, affectionately known by children as Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown. Apparently, he had a thing for teenage boys. But here's another creepy detail. My dad is best friends with a guy who happened to live across the street from Gacy as a child teenager. He confirms that Gacy was a really creepy dude. He also confirmed that his parents observed the police and forensics go to work on Gacy's basement and painstakingly remove 26 teenage boys from the crawl space. Sweet home Chicago, am I right? So I was hunting for black bear one day back in the early 2000s. The area that I was hunting in was northern Clinton County. My ex-brother-in-law and I enjoyed the area and spent many a season scouting and hunting these lands. This part of the county is filled with long hollows, steep inclines, and hard-to-access trails. We both like to do our own thing and hunt separate terrains, and I would often dive down into the hollows while he scoured the ridgelines, hoping to get a shot at whatever I pushed over the tops. We both carried pretty bumped-up two-way radios to give a general idea of where we were, although often the terrain made it too difficult for good reception. This day was a typical PA bear season day. It was on the Wednesday of the season, third and last day of the brief season that it was back then. The woods were quiet, with no distant whooping and yodeling of various opening day camps pushing drives through the woods. The weather was cold, grey and windy when we separated to begin our hunt, and continued on throughout the day as well. I spent the day still, hunting down this long hollow south of a little town in north-central Clinton County, with the idea of meeting my brother-in-law at the top of the ridge at the agreed time of 4 p.m, giving us plenty of time to hike together the few miles back to his truck. After hunting all day, I found an old game trail that appeared to sort of meander its way back up to the ridgeline towards where I knew he would have been waiting for me. After close to an hour, maybe around 3:30 I would guess, I made my way 2/3 of the way up to the top, stopping often, scouring the slope for that jet-black fur of a roaming bear. Along the trail, I came upon a long-ago used fire ring. It was very rudimentary in its build and appeared to be used only once, I would guess. The ring's rocks were covered in something and only had the faintest of traces of black from a long-ago fire. I found it odd that a fire ring would be here, considering the steepness of the slope, but it was a very small, somewhat level ledge. There I figured that I would sit and eat the rest of my packed food and sit still, hoping to catch a final chance to see a bear. All the while, though, I don't know, it just felt odd, somewhat unwelcoming, like I shouldn't be there or something. I almost felt like I was a forbidden interloper on someone's valued spot or something. I sat for maybe 20 minutes and thought that it was time to continue the trek upward to my bud. As I stood, I slung my backpack on and reached down to sling my rifle over my left shoulder. But as I stood up, I heard my name called loudly. It didn't really sound like it was behind me, rather sort of all around in my head, if that makes sense. Just as I was going to turn around, my rifle was all of a sudden slapped off of my shoulder. I felt the force, I heard the sound of something slap against the wood of the stock, and crouched quickly to save my gun from dashing into the rocks at my feet. I grabbed it in the nick of time and quickly turned around with a mouthful of "mother" for who I thought was going to be my brother-in-law joking with me. But when I did, there was nobody at all there. Absolutely no way anyone could have rushed off without me either seeing or hearing them too. I felt a sick feeling in my churning stomach all of a sudden, chills throughout my body, muttered a few Hail Marys and sped up to the top of the ridge. I met my bud, and quietly we hiked our way out of the woods to his truck in the spreading dark of the evening. This has bothered me for years, and I haven't been back to those particular woods since that day. Someday I hope to, but I think I'm going to have to muster up the courage to get out there again. So I've been through some pretty scary experiences, but this was the worst thing that I feel that I've ever gone through in my life. You see, I used to be a very naive, innocent kind of person. I was the type of optimist who believed that there was a touch of goodness in every heart. A dangerous mindset to be in, I know. I realize now that seeing the world through my rose-colored glasses put a big flashing red target on my back. Often, when you think of scary stories too involving creepy behavior and psychological abuse, you think of an occurrence from a stranger, I guess. In my case, it came from my mother-in-law. My husband's mother initially adored me, not for any reason other than thinking that I could be easily controlled, I guess. I was meek with a passive personality, so it made sense that I would come across like someone who could be easily influenced. Looking back on it, I cringe at how creepy the situation really was. For the sake of this story, though, I'll call my mother-in-law by the name of Mrs. Psycho. So at the beginning of my relationship with my husband, Mrs. Psycho and I were getting along pretty well, or so I thought at least. She'd take me shopping, give me compliments about my hair and girly stuff like that. As the relationship with my partner grew more serious, she would rant and rave to everyone in our neighborhood about how much she adored me and how I was like the daughter she never had. So naturally, I really thought that things were progressing positively. But certain things were just really off about Mrs. Psycho. I noticed little tidbits of her behavior at parties and neighborhood social gatherings. She'd sulk in a corner, for instance, and I'd chuck it up to her just being socially awkward or anxious. But looking back at it now, I noticed that she was always whimpering about something negative going on in her life. How she fell off her bike and hurt her elbow while riding through a construction zone. How one neighbor complained about her parking in front of his house or something. Losing her job because she didn't get along with a coworker. The list really just went on and on. In every story, she portrayed herself as a victim of some unusual circumstances. One huge red flag, though, that my mind didn't understand at the time was the story she would always tell me about her other son, my partner's brother. She'd say some really disturbing things about how he'd held her, my partner and his dad, hostage in their own home, and how he'd physically punched their father in the face. The way that she described the story made it sound like my partner's brother was a bully to the whole family, and my partner didn't seem to think that it was quite as severe as she made it sound. Regardless, in all of her wild stories and accusations about him, she always scolded her son in ways that I just can't imagine ever scolding my own child. What my husband and I didn't fully interpret at the time was the underlying problem, which wasn't necessarily his brother, but the woman who had been a driving force for the insanity behind the behavior. Psychological abuse can trigger emotional responses in very unpredictable and even disturbing ways at times. Mrs. Psycho's behavior became evidently creepy after our engagement, though. She showed signs of unhealthy enmeshment. First, she was angry that we didn't tell her immediately when we'd gotten engaged. Then she was angry when we'd changed the wedding date without first asking for her permission. She expressed a desire for my future husband and I to live in the upstairs of her house and pay for rent. We told her that we can afford our own home and we want to start a family, so that wouldn't work out. The infuriation in her eyes was frightening to say the least. She would look normal one moment, then if you told her something she didn't want to hear, her eyes would turn like black. The memory of her eyes really still sends a frightening chill down my spine too. From there, she became increasingly controlling as well. Mrs. Psycho and her husband, Mr. Psycho, would start showing up to our house every other day or so. I started counting how long they could go without having to see us, in fact, and that number came to a mere 3 days. There was no privacy, and I felt like I had to close the curtains over our windows every night. I just had that uneasy feeling, you know. I locked the bedroom door as routine before bed, just to be on the extra safe side as well. So despite our relationship being pleasant in the beginning, I noticed now that I was feeling like I was treading on eggshells around Mrs. Psycho, or perhaps rather landmines even. It seemed like anything that I said was offensive to her, no matter how innocent. I realized that I couldn't talk to her like I used to be able to when me and her son were just dating. I remembered when we'd been able to have nice in-depth conversations, and I had allowed myself to be vulnerable with her. I confided in her about how I had a lot of social anxiety and that her son came into my life during a time that I was suffering from crippling depression. I talked about how he'd brought a ray of sunshine into my life, thinking that speaking kindly about her son would please her, but she just had this unfeeling sort of glazed look across her face. Hoping to mend my relationship with her, I decided to help her out one day with organizing her antiques. She had this hobby of going to auctions and buying and selling knickknacks, buttons, and stuff like that. She would get very proud of her collections of things that I sort of thought were junk, but to be polite, I told her that I saw beauty in these things, hoping to get back on her good side. There were some creepy dolls in the mix, including this horrifying-looking vampire doll with piercing red eyes. She said that she had that doll for years and used to scare her sons with it or something when they were little kids. She laughed at the memory, and the sound had an eerie, satanical vibe to it. As if this wasn't enough, too, to freak me out, she then told me that this story about a female co-worker complaining about her to the HR department at her company, and to seek revenge on this woman, Mrs. Psycho wrote a letter that was meant for the co-worker's husband, telling him that she was cheating on him. To remain as anonymous as possible, she told me how she clipped on a pair of black gloves and drove the letter to a faraway location that her address couldn't be traced. I remember feeling very uneasy about that story, wondering how she could get angry enough to drive hours away just to cause emotional harm to another human being. There came a point after hearing this story too when I just didn't want to be left alone with my partner's mum anymore. My partner tried to talk to his parents about how I was feeling like I was on eggshells around them, but they flipped the narrative to say that they were the ones feeling on eggshells around me. During this time, I painstakingly realized that psychological torture exists in the form of extreme invalidation. Not having your feelings acknowledged can really drive a person crazy. It was then when I felt a little more clued in as to what may have happened to Mrs. Psycho's other son. I can't be sure because I never met the guy, but I think that he was driven mad by his mother's severe emotional neglect. Now, she was pulling the same tricks on me and my partner, gaslighting us into believing that we were just too sensitive. When my husband and I started figuring out that something was off, things got even creepier though. You see, his parents started showing up to our house to corner us into submission. What I mean is that they'd tell us stories to make them feel like victims so that we would give in to the demands of what they wanted at the time. If we denied their requests, they'd use psychological manipulation by telling us that we were uncaring or ungrateful. One demonstration of this manipulation was when I became pregnant. I explained that the smell of pizza made me extremely sick at the time, but this was ignored. And when Mrs. Psycho insisted that we go to a pizza restaurant for her birthday, I was confused with why I felt like I couldn't say no. My husband was in the same predicament. Somehow, I think we sensed that something bad would happen to us if we declined. This is also because Mrs. Psycho's husband and her sister had contacted us, telling us explicitly that we weren't allowed to say no to her dinner invitations anymore. They explained it like saying no hurts her feelings, but there was something else there that I just couldn't quite explain, I guess. Something hidden beneath the surface that sounded really threatening. I had no idea why, but I just didn't feel safe. And then, only 2 weeks after giving birth to our daughter, I had the creepiest interaction of my life. Mrs. Psycho caught me alone while I was on the front porch one day. The weather was really nice, so I was rocking with my baby in one of the outdoor chairs. She came to the doorstep and assumed a seat in a chair next to me. Then, in a really ominous voice, she said to me, "You have to share her, you know." Her black eyes flicked to the infant in my arms. And I know what you might be thinking, but this wasn't said in a cute, sort of excited new grandma kind of way. Her voice sounded cold and possessive, with certain passive-aggressive intent behind the statement. I naturally clutched my arms around my daughter tighter, feeling a protective instinct take over me. Mrs. Psycho had expressed to me before that she'd always wanted to have a daughter, but was only ever able to have sons. Maybe I was being influenced by the postpartum hormones or just overall feeling paranoid, but a disturbing thought occurred to me that she might want to get rid of me somehow to have my daughter to herself. I later told my husband about the bizarre interaction with his mum and how I just couldn't keep up with the heavy psychological demands of his parents anymore. It was all taking a strange emotional toll on me as well as a strain on our marriage, and I still couldn't pinpoint exactly why. Nevertheless, they were causing us a lot of stress, which was impacted on me all the more while I was trying to adapt to my role as a mother as well. They even restricted me in really bizarre ways, telling me that I was no longer allowed to refer to our daughter as my baby. I had previously posted on Facebook about how excited and happy I was to be a new mom, and I posted a side-by-side picture of me with my daughter with the caption, "She has my eyes," which was meant to be a light-hearted and innocent expression, I guess, but my mother-in-law commented on the post with, "My son had something to do with it too, you know," which not only put a damper on the mood, but also felt creepy again. Like, why did she have to mention something we already know? It was almost as if my happiness made her more enraged or something. I really felt like I was starting to go crazy. The stress was enough to make me physically sick as well. At first, my husband hesitated when I told him about my concerns, stating the usual spiel that was natural for him to say, that they were his parents and that he couldn't just drop contact with them. But something in his voice contained fear, and it wouldn't take long before he would realize just how messed up the situation actually was. And the incident that drove him to the point of cutting off his parents happened when they cornered us in our own living room, demanding that we watch their unruly dog while they went on vacation for 5 days. My husband almost caved, but stayed firm when he told them, "No, we can't. We have a 2-month-old baby to look after." The murderous glare in his own mum then flashed at me, and it was intense, and enough to make my skin crawl. You know that look someone gives you before they're about to attack? It looks something like that from the movies. Very primal and extremely hateful. I thought for sure that she was about to lunge at me and wring out her hands around my neck, causing me death by strangulation. I was terrified. But Mr. and Mrs. Psycho eventually left our house, and they were clearly angry that they weren't able to convince us to conform to their will. My husband and I had a dark, suspicious feeling that something bad was about to happen too. First, we received lengthy emails from Mrs. Psycho, mostly insulting me. She said she thought that I was brainwashing her son, and she went on to portray herself as a victim. She used the knowledge of my anxiety disorder to make an argument that I was mentally unstable and dangerous. She threatened to post about me on Facebook and make our life a living hell if we didn't apologize for deviating from what she wanted. At the same time, she told me that I was dead to her and listed all the mistakes I have ever made in the past as well as criticizing my faults. I'd be lying if I said that this didn't sting as well. My husband and I needed space to recover from the emotional wounds that she had inflicted on us. We remained silent in all of this, not wanting to engage with her any further. My husband and I were pretty scared as well as being hurt, spending most of our days cooped up in our bedroom, not knowing what to expect. But we stayed strong through the process of separating from toxic relationship. Mrs. Psycho, though, proceeded to make good on her threat, posting about me publicly on Facebook. She said that I was crazy, and she even went a step further, saying that I had borderline personality disorder, in all capital letters, mind you. This came out of completely nowhere as well. She knew that I had anxiety, but I had never mentioned anything to her about being borderline or anything, because I wasn't diagnosed with that at all. But it didn't end there, though. She also posted a dramatic story of how we had banned her from seeing her grandchild. An active smear campaign against me ensued as Mr. and Mrs. Psycho actually went door to door to everyone's house in my community, posing as good citizens to warn everyone about their extremely dangerous, manipulative, 5-foot-tall daughter-in-law. Thankfully, my neighbors didn't react the way that they expected, though. They were more wary of her than of me, in fact, and instead of ruining my reputation, which was the desired effect, most people in my neighborhood were majorly creeped out by Mrs. Psycho's efforts. They were equally creeped out by Mr. Psycho's willingness to go along with the whole thing. I can only guess, though, that after years of being beaten down with his wife's abuse, that he was just an empty shell of a man, a flying monkey to the proverbial wicked witch. There were a few doctors and therapists in my neighborhood who couldn't officially diagnose her because she wasn't their patient, but they said that off the record that they believed Mrs. Psycho may have been projecting, meaning that she was, in essence, confessing that she is potentially dangerous and volatile while pinning it on me. This, along with some stories of Mrs. Psycho's interactions with other people in the neighborhood, confirmed that something was disturbingly off with this lady. And this information made the situation all the more unsettling when Mr. and Mrs. Psycho showed up to our house for what we suspected would be a confrontation. My husband and I were watching Survivor in the living room with our baby when suddenly the doorbell rang. He crept to the front window to peer behind the curtain to see who it was, and I could see the fear on his face. "It's my parents," he said, and my blood ran cold. I immediately ran with my baby upstairs, pausing only to tell him that it was his choice whether to answer the door or not since they're his parents, but that me and the baby would be hidden away. As I made my way up the stairs, my husband hovered by the front door, conflicted. He didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, I could hear jostling at the front door like his parents were trying to now force their way inside of our house with a spare key. I thank God to this day that we had just changed the locks a few days before so they couldn't get in. I proceeded to run upstairs and close the bedroom door behind me, locking me and the baby inside. I held my daughter close, my heart thudding wildly against my chest. When there was a knock on the bedroom door, I reacted with a jolt. It scared me, but my husband's voice on the other side calmed me down, and he told me that he didn't answer the door. He was trembling when I unlocked the door to let him in. His face was pale. He showed me a text message from his dad saying, "Anyone home?" followed by another text from his mother saying, "You're a coward hiding behind your keyboard." Now, to this day, I don't know what would have happened if my husband had have chosen to answer the door that day, but really, I shudder to think about it. My husband and I both blocked them after that. Phone numbers, social media accounts, everything in fact. And they moved away to another state, thank God. We have since had no contact with his parents for almost 2 years now, and our daughter is growing in a loving environment, free of any of that sort of toxicity. Sadly, we've had to block some of my husband's other family because they were telling us that we should talk to my in-laws, which, by the way, feels a lot like being told, please contact your abuser. For this reason, I sometimes feel like it would have almost been better to be physically abused than mentally abused, because then there would be some form of visible evidence of the harm that they had inflicted. In the meantime, they've so far made no attempts to contact us with an apology or anything really. Instead, they once reached out with a nasty, "have a terrible anniversary, you two are a match made in hell," which only further secured our decision to cut contact with them. I have since armed myself with knowledge so that I will be less naive about creepy behavior in the future. I've studied up on narcissism and the negative psychological impact that some people can have on others through gaslighting and invalidation and things like that. I do hope, though, that everyone out there listening may be aware that not all abuse is physical. So, to preface, I would just like to state that this story is probably going to sound a lot like a plot of a campy 1980s horror movie, and is going to be pretty long as well. However, the entire story is true, and if not for being 5 miles from cell reception, and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I'll be changing names, locations, and some details in order to protect the privacy of the innocent as well. So, a buddy of mine and I try to camp twice a month now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for the past weekend, and we chose a fairly remote location that we had been to the previous weekend as well. The previous weekend, we were the only people that we'd seen within a 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and we set up. This story takes place on Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m, so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than what our fire lights up. When suddenly we hear a man just screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping that it was just someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious that this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds like full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment here to remind you too that this is at 9 p.m, pitch black night, in the middle of nowhere, woods, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal, and we hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues though for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes, I would guess. We had no idea what to make of it, and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up everything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations of the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 15 tense minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given the two of us, one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree to let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I ask him what the heck is going on. He proceeds to tell me and my buddy that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming that we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. "We were just hanging out, man, and we came up earlier today, and, well, my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill, and, well, he kept coming after me and started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me, so I grabbed my car keys, the lights, and I ran. I don't know what to do, man. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, but we do have a hatchet." My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished. Then something horrible dawned on me. Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here right now? The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. Whoever it was said, "I just want your balance, Gary. I want your balance, Gary. Gary, where are you, Gary?" And I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I've never heard anything like it in my life, in fact. It was a brutal, guttural scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch. The sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way that he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and sing-songy to short, guttural punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. But by some miracle, the madman didn't notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with who we'll call Gary for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. Come to find out that they had taken 4, maybe 5 grams of magic mushrooms each, and his buddy, who we'll call Ty, was a co-worker of his and was fine for 3.5 hours, and then just suddenly snapped. It seemed as though Ty thought that he could kill Gary and steal his good trip or something. We hear the screams get further and further for over 2 hours. By this time it's 11 p.m, the moon is starting to come out and it's below 30 degrees. Ty had no jacket or flashlight according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out of camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving from getting off the trail, and Gary was lightly feeling the effects of weed and mushrooms, so he couldn't drive either. But we had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hope that he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did. Oh, he did. Right into our camp, in fact. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. "Hey, help, please help me, I'm lost," and we can tell the man's walking from the woods into our camp. We tell Gary to hide just in case and greet the man with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun and my 40 cal pistol holstered, my buddy carrying his AK-47 style rifle with his 2 9mm Glocks holstered, and with our flashlights on our brightest settings in his face. He was 6'2", 6'3", and maybe about 300 pounds. We talked to him and decided that he was calm enough to walk with and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, I guess, said that he blacked out and didn't remember anything, and had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned and told Gary that Ty seemed cool now, I guess, and if anything else happened to scream and come running, that we would come out and help him if he needed it. In the end, it ended up a pretty happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid, and we're actually planning a camping trip with him soon. But Ty, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac into the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder your friend to steal his good trip, or whatever it was that his psychosis-filled mind was thinking, we will never be seeing him ever again. This happened 4 years ago when my boyfriend and I were still sort of fresh into the relationship. My sister had recommended me a snorkeling trip for a fun thing to do with him. It was this quarry surrounded by a campground that is filled with water, and it's known for its crystal clear water and its diving as well. There's apparently a helicopter and a school bus that people dive down to see or something. Anyway, my boyfriend and I decided to go camping for the night. While we were checking in, we separately both got a bad feeling about the place, but had kept it to ourselves until after we left. So at first, it was a really good time, really. We snorkeled in the shallowish area of the quarry, and although the depth of the water was a bit uncanny, I still was enjoying myself. The water is 65 feet deep, so once you had swam out of the shallow area, it immediately dropped off and it was pitch black. This is actually where I realized too that I'm pretty terrified of water this deep. But besides the dark deep water while we were swimming though, There's something very scary about a lake that is perfectly still like this. I assume because it's a quarry, the water doesn't have a current, but my boyfriend and I are winding down our night, and we're back at our campsite. We're camping in a sort of grassy patch down a hill from the road. Our tent is pitched in a wooded area that our campsite is extended to, and just across the green is a campsite that looks well lived in, but our neighbours were out. We're making hot dogs over the fire when our neighbours get back. It's night time now, and they immediately go to sleep. I'd say 20 to 30 minutes after they got back is when things started to become really weird. You see, my boyfriend and I were chatting when we noticed a dark figure watching us from the hill. Because of the shadow of the fire, we could not actually make out the characteristics of the figure, but we knew that he was staring directly at us, almost sort of hiding behind our neighbour's truck. He had watched us for what felt like forever until he started walking down the road again. We both watched him in dead silence, watching him walk behind the trees, the same ones that connected to our campsite, but that also went in between us and him. I anticipated each time that I'd see him walk forward, out from behind a tree. It was a good 4 or 5 that he came out from, but it wasn't until after this that I noticed that he had stopped walking, or he was behind the tree, still. I was totally freaked out. I mean, where did he go, right? I watched my boyfriend looking at what happened and thinking the same thing, but he had shrugged it off, and I naively did too. We actually ended up forgetting about it and went to the quarry last night. It was beautiful seeing the stars reflected against the water, but the deep, now all-black water was terrifying to say the least. We walked back to our campsite, lighted in our tent, and smoked a joint. And it was around this time that I soon began to feel an uneasy feeling, which I was trying to ignore, telling myself it's because I was high. But after some silence between us, my boyfriend says to me, "Do you feel like we're being watched?" And I said, "Why would you say that?" Half joking, but full serious that I was scared. My boyfriend wanted to get out from the tent, so we're standing by my car, and I got this stupid idea that being in the middle of the field that's in the middle of the campground is the safest place for us. My logic being that if someone was going to come up at us, at least we'd be able to see them. So we're in the middle of this field when we see a similar-looking shadow figure from earlier staring at us. He must have been about 20 yards away, I would guess. We both notice him while walking, and he's walking in the same direction as us. We change directions, and so does he. We tell one another that if we change again and he does too, that we're booking it to my car. And when we change, he follows. And we immediately book it to the car. I watched him from my seat as he slowly walked back into the darkness while still staring in our direction. My boyfriend at this time says to me, "Let's get out of here," and I agree, but all of our camping gear is outside. So we quietly get our things together, not trying to freak the other one out. But the weirdest part of this story, in my opinion, is the next part. You see, my headlights weren't working, and there was a weird fog over my windshield that didn't go away no matter what we did. We had to drive out of the woods with only low beams and a really strange sort of fog material over the window. In fact, we barely could see, but eventually we got out of there, and weirdly enough, the fog went away right as soon as we got to the gas station. We got home around 1 at night. I told my father the story the next day, and he said that he was glad that we got out of there, or else maybe we could have gotten murdered. Apparently, 2 people have died in that campground while snorkeling, which I only found out after I got back. My boyfriend and I think that it was probably a person trying to kill us, or maybe it was a Wendigo or something. We're not completely sure what happened, but whatever it was completely unexplainable to us. I mean, the lights not working all of a sudden, the weird fog thing over our front screen. The whole thing was something that I'll never forget. I live in New Hampshire in the southern suburban area. When I was younger, and also currently, I lived in a couple of places because of divorce. I'll start with my mum's house. So, there were these woods that were behind my mum's house that we owned. We owned a pine-dominated acre, but the whole woods was maybe about 20 acres. You could always see civilization from it, either the suburban house rows or a street on the other side that had no houses on the sides. These woods always felt warm to me, I guess, and I really loved being in them. It was basically a third parent to me. I mean, I spent that much time in them. However, on the other side of the street was another forest, full of 10 to 20-year-old oaks and birches. One day when I was maybe, 9 or 10, I was playing in the nice woods and I'd explored the whole 20 acres of them at this point. Then I decided to check out the other woods on the other side of the street. The road was flanked on both sides by forests, and there was a nursing home down the street. I crossed the street, and the moment that I entered this forest, my mind was telling me instantly to just get out. I had a sensation of being watched. However, I've always been a curious one, so I pushed deeper until I came to a circular, thinner part of the forest. Not a clearing, but where there were like piles of trash ahead of me, and not drug paraphernalia or anything, but old food and trashed clothing, things like that. And now my inner voice was screaming at me to get out, get the heck out of here. So I ran back through the woods as fast as I could until I reached the road. I went back into the nice woods and I felt fine. Now, about 4 or 5 years later, I was kind of bored with the woods behind my house and wanted to check out the other forest again. I go back, now with a knife in a holster, to explore. I had my hand on my knife the whole time. I had the being watched and get out feeling again. I never found the thinned part, but I did find shoes. Dozens of old rotting shoes. There was also a camping stove, an old propane can, food trash, and a camping pot. I picked it up and took it home since I needed a cooking pot for camping. I still have it, in fact. But the part that actually scared me, though, were the shoes. All kinds of them. Nice shoes, little shoes, women's running shoes, baby shoes, all at varying ages and states of decay. I was freaked out by that, but I decided to keep pushing this time. Eventually I got to this 35-degree embankment, which I climbed, and I found a residential area above it. There was a thick fence with no gate, and the other houses had no gate either. The trash and the shoes were too deep in the forest to be thrown in by uncaring homeowners. So I finally decided to leave. I was super scared by the time that I got out of the forest, and I was and still am a very emotionally stoic person, so that was pretty unusual for me. However, the worst experience I've had yet was at my dad's house. Well, this was more like his neighborhood, I guess you could say. It was a very tightly packed neighborhood too, and it was surrounded by thin forests. Small forests of huge pines separated houses. It was in a city, but every now and then I would see a moose or a deer. Moose are very, very rare down here though, so we didn't really see them often. One day though, I was walking my dog during dusk. It was almost nighttime by this point and the street lamps were on. I got close to a turn on my walking path with this pine and oak forest, and I could have swore that I spotted something in the forest. I froze out of terror too. My gut wrenched in the most horrible, despicable feeling ever. I felt like I was just told the worst news of my life. I narrowed my eyes and tried to get a better look, and it looked like a deer standing up on its hind legs. It was staring right at me, and I originally saw its belly, but then when I looked up at its face, I couldn't make out its face quite right. I have pretty good eyesight, and really, I think I should have been able to see it, but it was like my central vision had suddenly been switched to peripheral or something. It just sort of blended in with the forest. I could see the body and not the head, and then it fell to the ground, got on all fours, turned, and ran in the direction of a fence. On the other side of the fence is a dump, and The forest it was in is only about 50 feet by 50 feet, and it must have jumped over the 6-foot chain link fence to get in and out. My dog, a hound who is normally smelling the pizza car 30 seconds before it arrives, noticed nothing too, which was really odd. I could hear it run away, and the dog perked up and looked at it as it ran off. But at that, I immediately turned around and I went home. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not the best storyteller, so I apologize for not being completely clear, I guess, but those are the creepiest things that have ever happened in my life, and it's good to share them, I guess. It makes me feel lighter and like I've got something off my chest. So this may be a bit long, as it'll take me a little bit of time to paint the full picture for you guys. I live in an area of the northwestern United States that is heavily forested and mountainous, with a large river valley that was carved out of the earth by the movement of glaciers probably a millennia ago, and thus there are many leftover deposits of glacial sediment forming high plateaus, separated by deep ravines, most of which hold small, heavily forested swamps in between them. Most of these ravines and canyons are too steep and the soil much too loose to make travelling over them feasible, even for the local wildlife, and so many of them act as their own sort of little ecosystem, each one cut off from the next by walls of glacial silt. I think it's noteworthy enough to mention that this whole valley is sacred to the surrounding indigenous people, known as the Eye of the Dove, and was used as a massive burial ground at one point. Now, roughly 1 year ago, I decided to go and take myself out for a day of harvesting some of the spring wild edibles that grow in these swampy oases, wild onions, wild garlic, and the like. I decided to go to an area I'd yet to explore. Although I was quite familiar with the surrounding area, the specific ravine was new to me. I packed my bag, inspected my rifle, and set out walking, eager to see what Mother Nature would provide me with that day. Upon arriving at the entrance to the ravine, I paused to take in my surroundings, listened to the migratory birds singing in their songs, and noted that the wildlife was busy as ever, going about their day-to-day lives amongst the timber. I set out through the undergrowth, eyes to the ground, searching for anything of interest. After walking about a quarter of a mile into the ravine, I took a short break to sip some water and pick some pine buds for tea, and it was at this point that I became aware of the most overpowering silence I've ever heard. Any adept woodsman would tell you that silence is the loudest sound in the timber, and for good reason, as most creatures try to avoid being lunch for something higher on the food chain. I readied my rifle, scanned the short distance I could see through the undergrowth, and noticed just ahead of me the skull of a small goat, perched about maybe eye level in the branches of a small fir tree. This immediately struck me as rather odd, since there were no farms, houses, or homesteads even for like several miles in any direction. Curious, but somewhat unnerved at this point, I decided to press on and chalked it up to someone trying to keep people away from a good foraging area, although that really didn't explain the silence. But I took maybe 20 or 30 steps further and noticed the skeleton of a deer piled up under a cedar tree. I made my way over to it, inspected it as I collected bones as well, noticed that it was still quite ripe, and decided to move on. As I was looking up from the first bone pile, I noticed another one, this time a cow elk, not 15 feet away. I repeated the same process again, and as I looked up from the second pile, I noticed a third, a coyote strewn across a 10-meter area, only identifiable by the skull. Rather nervous at this point, with the hair on my neck standing up and the electric feeling of adrenaline in my gut, I scanned ahead, and to my dismay, I could see multiple skeletons of various animals, all in various states of decay, perhaps 6 in my immediate field of view. Most were deer, with the occasional elk, coyote, and what I figured to be either a young mountain lion or a lynx perhaps. By this point, I had my rifle shouldered, all my body systems on high alert. I moved forward as stealthily as I could, and began to count the corpses in my immediate field of view as I passed them, and noted the smell of decay mixed with the pungent scent of the swamp that was heavy in the air now. It seemed like there were new piles of bones, skin, or fur every 20 feet for the approximate 300 meters further I moved through the swamp. Mind you, everything was still dead silent, and due to the dense old-growth cedar, very dark at this point too. Coming close to the end of the marshy area of the ravine now, I entered a small opening in the timber, with just enough of an opening in the canopy to provide a much-needed bastion of light. No less than a second after I stopped, I heard what I can only describe as a Louisville slugger swinging harder than any man could swing make impact with a tree somewhere out of sight ahead of me. This happened 3 times in quick succession each time, and it was an ear-splitting crack. It caught me off guard too. I've spent most of my life roaming the woods, and I've never heard anything like it. I felt the adrenaline rush over my body, the extreme sense of heightened awareness that comes with fight or flight. Every hackle on my body was up now, and the only noise discernible in the immense silence that followed was my own heartbeat. I said out loud the only thing that came to my mind at the time, which was "message received," and promptly about-faced and made my way out as quickly as I could, without losing any situational awareness I had left in the near panic that I felt. I've since been back to this place, with a party this time, as I refused to go out there alone, and after leaving it was agreed that the whole area had a feeling like it didn't want us to leave. Maybe it was just nerves, perhaps the placebo effect, but recollecting this whole event has given me goosebumps, and I don't think I'm going to be sleeping well tonight. I'd be very interested to hear what you all have to say about it, because, to be honest, I'm a bit lost. So, I've lurked here and commented before, and I've been asked to share some stories as well. For some background, I worked as a cop for several years before becoming a ranger. I've been a ranger in a large US national park for a while now, and I have some things that I'll never forget. Creepy things and things that show the brutality and hatred humans are capable of. So, I was on night shift. I patrolled the park looking for any type of illegal activity, like drug use, prostitution, poaching. I got a call for a man looking into a cabin where a summer camp was going on. So, great. Probably some creep just hassling some kids. I blacked out, no headlights or sirens, parked a little ways down and walked in hopes of catching this guy. And, sure as heck, homie was looking in windows. I start my approach and flick on my flashlight and told him not to move and showed me his hands. He turns around and looks at me and starts saying that he's sorry. I put him in handcuffs and detained him while I searched him and waited for backup. I found his ID, a knife and some miscellaneous things. I put him into another officer's vehicle while I made contact with the counselors. They stated that they had seen him earlier in the day but thought nothing of it. After taking statements, I run his name, and yep, he's a registered sex offender. I opened the door to talk to him, and not my proudest moment, but I was tired. He was looking at little kids, and I said, "What do you think you were going to do, you sick weirdo?" And he looked me in my eyes, no reaction, and said to me in a cold, monotone voice, "I was able to smell them. They're ready to breed, officer." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just closed the door. I stayed on the scene for the rest of the night to ease everyone's mind and act as a deterrent. Obviously, he ended up being charged, but thinking about what he said and the way that he said it still makes me feel sick. He's now banned and I believe still in prison, where I believe creeps like him should stay forever, but he ruined a great outdoor experience and may have scarred these poor kids from camping, hiking, fishing, or hunting, and just enjoying the outdoors for life. I could go on about some of the awful people and stuff that I've heard, seen, and even responded to, but cases involving children in any way, they are just the worst. I used to frequent a relatively popular 11.5-mile hiking trail. The lot that this trail is on is only about 50 or so acres, so the trail winds back and forth in order to fit. So one day I was hiking. This particular day was very nice, the weather was good, and I hadn't seen a lot of people. At one point, about maybe 10 feet off the trail, I could see where I was going parallel to the same trail as it turned on and sort of snaked back about a mile ahead. I hope that makes sense, but I noticed that by that section of the trail, there was a fallen tree with 3 people sitting on it. A man, a woman, and a boy. This by itself wouldn't have been unusual, as it is one of the most popular trails in this area. The problem was, though, is that they were sitting like completely still and completely silent. Their backs were to me, and they seemed to be staring straight ahead, almost as if they were sort of, entranced or something. I was very unsettled, as this is obviously unusual behavior, so I kept walking, but being as unsettled as I was, I sort of looked back and was startled to find that they were gone. I stopped in my tracks, listening, but hearing nothing. I'll tell you why this startled me too, because any outdoorsman will tell you that sound travels in the woods. Sound becomes entrapped by the canopy and funneled through the trees. If somebody steps 100 feet away, you're likely to hear it, and I, having been raised in the woods, have ears attuned to such sounds. Yet those 3 people were able to move without me hearing, a thing. In the end, I just sort of dismissed it. Maybe my mind was preoccupied and I just hadn't heard them. So I turned back around to keep walking, and ahead of me now, on my section of the trail, there they were, with their backs to me again. I saw them silently walk away over a hill, and after that, I never saw them again. So now, not only had I failed to hear them, but I'd failed to see them walk past me, and I really don't know how. I immediately called my friend up, told him that the children of the corn were out at Swayback, and kept him on the phone so that he could send help if he heard me get hit by a pitchfork or something. There's a possibility, I admit, that I'm remembering details inaccurately, and what happened in reality might have been, much less uncanny, but this experience, it still bugs me to this day, and I'm almost certain that it happened the way I tell it. My mum's dog, Punky, rest in peace, was a very sweet and loving dog. She was an ESA dog, but trained to be a service dog for PTSD before she lost her leg. I had never really seen her get aggressive with anyone in the entire 12 years that she lived. She never growled or even nipped at anyone, and she had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people. A real gentle giant among our little terrier at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at here is that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I really only ever saw it once. So I, an 11-year-old female, was at home with my siblings, 2 male and 6 female. My then stepdad is at work, and my mum ran up to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. It was only a mile or 2 away from us. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods, on a dead-end road at the time, and you had to really make an effort to get down our road, find our house, navigate down a rickety driveway, and find the door. I'm sitting at the computer having a grand time watching YouTube videos, I think, when all of a sudden all of our dogs, about 2 Boston Terriers and 1 Chihuahua, perk up, bark a few times, and start investigating down the hall. My siblings were napping in the bedroom at the end of the hall at the time, so I figure that they just stirred and scared the dogs. But then Punky sits up suddenly, stands up on the couch, and puffs her chest out. Her ears are perked up, her fur standing on end, her tail straight up, and then she barks. loudly too. I mean, the bark booms through the living room and echoes around, and all of a sudden she lunges off the couch and goes tearing down the hallway. I'm already on edge because I don't think that I've heard her bark like this, like ever. Her bark is more of a baying sound, I guess, because of her breed and everything, but this was a big, loud, and alert bark. I stand up and go to look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I'm assuming is a shadow monster in the hallway based on how the dogs are acting. But then I hear it. 3 knocks. We never really got visitors because of how weird our house was, location-wise, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who showed up were family, and they never knocked. So I slowly walked towards the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky. And I felt better with our 3 yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were all the size of the New York City sewer rats. I opened the door just a little bit, and standing on our porch is the sketchiest man that I think I've ever seen. I can still picture him perfectly too. He was really thin, taller man, with dark hair and a sunken face, bags under his eyes and his half-manged hair, sort of like he just gave it a quick brush and then figured it was good enough. Everything about him seemed just a little too thin as well, a little too shallow, and his clothes were all off too. They were nice, I guess, but fake nice, you know? Like a clean, newer-looking t-shirt and new jeans, but he had what looked like a suit jacket on or something. All his clothes were dark too, despite the fact that it was summer in Texas and the weather was definitely into the hundreds that day. He also had this plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like the label had been covered up or taped over maybe. In any case, I stare up at him in confusion because I definitely don't know this man, and I ask what he wants. He smiles at me in this way that was just way too fake, like this exaggerated and really forced grin, and he spoke in the same voice retail workers do, like, "Hey there, kiddo, I'm trying to sell this here carpet cleaner." And he shakes the bottle at me. "Mind if I come to show you how good it works?" Alarms are going off in my head, obviously, because he just seems so off. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact that he didn't ask if my parents were home is really unnerving, because he probably knew that they weren't, and that's why he was here in the first place. I should have told him to get off our property, I know that I'd have to go and get my mum, something like that, except for what I did say. Instead, I just shook my head and said, "No, we don't have carpet." "Well, it works on other things." And he took a big step towards the door and shook the bottle at me. I start to freak out at this point, and I think to close the door, but the thing is that our front door didn't really, lock. It was a small town, hard to access home. We never really needed a lock, to be honest. So that was basically useless. And I'm sure that there's something very wrong about to happen, and I'm terrified as I think about what to do in the few seconds I think that I have before it does happen. When all of a sudden, I hear it. Punky had crept up from the hallway, lowered towards the ground, and her teeth bared and snarling like she was absolutely feral. She had slobber just dripping from her mouth, her eyes were down, and she was ready to pounce. The guy, he hears it too, and as I look towards Punky, she tries to lunge past me, and I just barely catch her with my leg as she tries her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. He freaks out and runs off the porch without another word. He booked it down the driveway as I let Pinky out along with the rest of our dogs, and they start chasing this guy. Our small dogs, they chase him down the driveway and stop about halfway, barking and jumping about. But Punky stops just on the porch and watches him with her ears perked, just sort of staring in the distance until he finally disappears. To this day, I swear that I saw someone join up with him running when he got onto the road. The second that he disappeared, Punky's entire body language changed, and she went back to being the sweet dog that I knew. No barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realize that my siblings are still down and call to run to check on them, and when I get to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still. But it was then that I noticed that the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side, and the items on the dresser in the front of the window all shoved around. Someone had definitely been trying to climb through the window, no doubt in my mind about it. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch, where Punky was sleeping, so I think someone was trying to climb through the window before Punky went after them and scared them off, and the man at the door was meant to distract me. They definitely didn't expect Punky, a bigger dog, because most of the time she was with my mum inside, while our dogs were the ones that saw public eye more often. I don't know what they intended to do, obviously, but after my mum got home, she took us all to my aunt's house, and on our way, we saw the men walking up somebody else's driveway. Men, plural as well. We watched a second one split off to wait by the road. This happened to me when I was about 10 years old, but even now as an adult in my 30s, I remember it like it was yesterday. My parents had taken my sister and I out to a movie, and then to get some ice cream in celebration of my older sister getting straight A's on her report card. I remember my dad had gotten off work later than usual, so by the time the movie was over and we had our ice cream, it was well past our bedtime. It didn't matter though. My parents were happy and proud of my sister. We had a great time and we took our time getting home as well. If it wasn't for what happened when we got there, I would have always looked back fondly on this night. We got home at around 10:30. Bedtime was usually 10, so I went straight to my mum to put my pajamas on while my sister went to brush her teeth. I remember too thinking that it seemed a little bit more chilly in the house that night, but that's really the only thing out of the ordinary that I can recall from when we first walked in. I barely had a chance to change too when I heard my dad yell our names from what I thought was the kitchen. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew that it was bad because I heard the fear in his voice for the first time ever. It scared me really badly, so I bolted out the door and into the kitchen as fast as I could. My sister was already there, and her and my parents were standing very close. My mum looked like she was on the verge of panic, and she motioned for me to come close. She wrapped her arms around my sister and I, and my dad was already dialing on the house phone. Then I noticed some glass on the floor. I asked what was wrong, Mum, but she didn't want to tell me. She said that we needed to go outside right away. As we headed out the front door, I heard my dad talking to 911, an operator, and telling them that when we got home we found our backsliding glass door shattered and objects strewn throughout the kitchen. We went to the neighbor's house and waited for the police to come. After a few minutes, my dad joined us. He seemed to be well shaken up, which was a new sight to me, to be honest. But the police arrived and searched the house extensively. It was a big scene with all of our neighbors outside, flashing lights illuminating our entire street for like hours. They never found anybody in the house. Whoever had been there had come and gone. But the thing that really gets me is that nothing was ever stolen. Whoever it was didn't want any of our possessions. What they did was take our canned food out of the pantry and stack them into like small pyramids in our kitchen counter. They also turned on the TV in the basement and moved a few random objects to different parts of the house, which was really creepy looking back on it. It was like an insane person had been in our home and did things for reasons that really only made sense to him. Anyway, as the police were finishing up and ready to leave, I heard one of them ask my mum a question. They talked quietly, and I'm sure that they thought that I didn't hear it. I pretended not to be listening, but I heard everything. Well, you see, we keep magnetized letters on our fridge. I think I had gotten them for a birthday present a few years before or something, and we used them to leave each other messages for fun sometimes. The cop was asking my mum if the message on there that night was done by any of us, and it wasn't. And I watched my mum turn pale when he told her what it said. It still makes my skin crawl to this very day because it said, always watching. The police, they never did find any fingerprints. They said the intruder must have been wearing gloves. And for the next few days, the entire family was extremely uneasy. I was absolutely positive that the intruder was still in the house somehow, that there was a hidden place nobody knew about where he could hide and listen to us. I never really shook the feeling that somebody was there, and within a few months we ended up deciding to move. It was all just too scary for us to stay in that area, so we moved to a house several miles away. Thankfully, we were never bothered again, but I still do think about it. Was it kids just playing a prank? Was it some insane person that wanted to torment a random family? Or was it someone that truly had it out for us and who really was always watching? Could it have been a neighbor or someone that we knew? These questions still keep me up at night sometimes. This obviously happened many years ago, but the hairs on my neck stand up sometimes when I'm alone at home and I have to check the house to make sure that no one is hiding in it. This happened about 6 years ago when I was 14. It was Sunday night, around 7 p.m. or so, and I was at my church's West Campus for youth group. At youth group, we would often play hide and seek at the end of the night while we waited for our parents to come and pick us up. We always really enjoyed it because the West Campus has a lot of dark rooms in the basement to hide in. One room in particular was the costume room. The costume room was one of the last in the hallway and had 2 doors that you could enter it from. One door was always locked though, for whatever reason. But the doors were about 6 to 8 feet away from each other, so if you picked the locked door, you could get to the unlocked one pretty quickly. Something else about the costume room is that it is very cluttered. There are racks upon racks of clothing and different props everywhere. As you can imagine, the room had a lot of places where you could hide easily. Now, on this Sunday, we finished early, so we had about 30 minutes to sort of play hide and seek, which we were all stoked about. The game began, and we all quickly dispersed into the many rooms of the West Campus. As I ran down the hallway, many of the kids picked the closet rooms to hide in, which is also what I normally did, but everyone had beat me to those rooms, and I didn't want to hide with a bunch of other people, so I ran to the end of the hallway to the costume room. The first door was locked, so I went to the second one and entered the dark room. Once I was inside, I hurried through all the clothing racks and made my way to the back and hid behind some props. As I was hiding, I could hear doors opening and closing and walking around outside in the hall. I was so focused on those sounds that I almost didn't notice the sound of shuffling on the other side of the room. My first thought was that maybe somebody else had gotten here to hide before I did, so I whispered very quietly, "Hey, who else is in here?" I got no reply though. My second thought was that there was probably a mouse or some kind of an animal in there that was moving about. That was until some of the costumes on the rack had fallen down. At this point, my heart is racing. I started to think that somebody was trying to scare me, and quite frankly it was working too. So I whispered again, "Please, who's in here? This isn't funny." And again, I got no reply. I worked up some courage and decided to slowly make my way over to the other side of the room to find out who was trying to prank me like this. When I got into the rack where the clothes had fallen from, there was definitely nobody there. I sort of picked up the clothes off the floor and hung them back up because I was just going to hide there now because I didn't want to move again and get caught by the seeker. By this time, I'd been hiding for maybe, I would say 5 to 7 minutes at most, when suddenly someone started knocking on the door. When I tell you that I nearly jumped out of my skin, that's an understatement. But at the same time the knocking happened, the props that I had originally hid behind tumbled to the floor. I almost had a heart attack at this. The knocking stopped. The sound that took its place was the sound of both door handles being sort of jiggled, followed by, "Is somebody in there?" I popped up out of my spot at this point and ran to the door, but it was locked. I ran to the other door and It was locked too. And the thing about this is that there was only one key to unlock the doors, and the person who had it was not there that night, so how the heck did the unlocked door that I had entered through magically just become locked like that? By now, I'm screaming and banging on the door with tears rolling down my cheeks. "Stop holding the door shut," my youth pastor yelled. I screamed at the top of my lungs, I'm not holding it." Then, to put the cherry on top, the entire rack of clothes fell over, which just shouldn't have happened. Like, not just the clothes on it, the whole rack was pushed over. If I wasn't freaking out before, I definitely was now. I ran over to check the other door again, and now it was all of a sudden unlocked again. You can bet your sweet buns that I ran as fast as I could, right past my youth pastor and friends, right up the stairs and into the bathroom. About 2 minutes later, my friends followed me into the bathroom and they asked me what had been so funny. They said to me, "We heard you laughing down there. Why did you break those props?" They heard laughing coming from the room that I was in, but I didn't hear any laughing, and I definitely wasn't laughing in there. I told them what happened, but they just didn't believe me. They thought that I had planned this whole story to try and scare them. I don't know what else was in that room with me that night, but by the sound of it, it had a good laugh, scaring my very soul right out from my skin. I used to work the docks of a salmon cannery in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, no days off from May until August. It was a really cool job, if I'm being honest, but lots of seedy characters. Seasonal work in remote places seems to attract people who don't really fit in with normal society, I guess. Or people who, well, want to get away from something, maybe. Gary, he was one of those people. He had worked at another place in town that was owned by the same parent company, and in the lead up to the fishing season, he was lent to us for some carpentry tasks. Gary was probably in his 40s or 50s, grey hair, weird delivery in his speech. Not like a speech disorder, just like weird, I guess, is the best way to explain it. Like he was smiling inside about something grotesque while he spoke. When he first got to our camp, he was telling me the HR staff kept asking him all these personal questions. I asked what kind of questions, and he responded that they wanted his full name and phone number. He told them that he didn't feel comfortable with that and would be willing to work for a reduced rate if he could just keep the information to himself. Obviously, that was a huge red flag. One day, though, I'm working with a co-worker on a little welding project when Gary pops out of a doorway. He goes, "Hey, you guys want some meat?" We've been eating cafeteria food for weeks at this point and working hard enough that we always maintain a caloric deficit. You don't say no to good food, right? He cut us each off a slice, and it was a smoked something. Now, here's some personal info on me. My family is Eastern European. I was born in New York City and then spent half of my childhood in NC. I've been eating smoked meats of every variety all my life, pretty much. It's a piece of my culture, basically. But I don't know what the heck this was. It was almost pork, I guess, but it wasn't pork. Gary goes, "You guys like that?" To which we respond, sheepishly, "Yeah, thanks, Gary." Gary literally laughs at this, like slowly and creepily, and then just leaves. Now, me and this guy that I'm working with look at each other and sort of laugh it off and say, "Well, we must have just eaten Gary's wife or something." Dark vibes. I love my job. Anyway, later that night, I'm in the cafeteria alone eating a bagel. Gary walks in. "Hey man, you liked the meat earlier?" "Yeah, Gary, it was good," I respond. Gary goes, "That's funny, man," and then just sort of laughs softly. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I ate a slice of Gary's wife that day. The story takes place 5 years ago. At the time I was 14 and I was a Boy Scout since I was about 11. It was on a summer holiday and we were usually 2 weeks in the wild just doing scout stuff. We get to know other scout groups from the other parts of the country too. It's generally a really good time to meet new people. This time, we met with 3 other groups and we would spend 3 weeks together. For the record, I was with the 2 other guys of my group and we shared a tent together. So, the days go on and one of my friends has a crush on this girl. One day he invites her to our tent on the evening to have some fun playing cards and tell jokes, and she agreed. And on that evening, she snuck up to our tent and came with a few friends of hers. Her name was Mia. We had a good time during the night, and a couple of hours later they both left. During the time at the camp, a good friend of mine, Lisa, had a crush on Mia who was also into her. And it was a really happy moment for everyone, really. The days go on, and Mia gets a little bit weird, I guess, and talks alone to people who aren't in the camp. As time goes on, rumors start spreading that Mia apparently tried to end her life in a forest or something. Apparently a kid saw her trying to do something, and after that they alerted the adults, and she was going to get picked up by her parents a couple of days later. She was gone for a couple of days and everything pretty much went back to normal. Little did we know, though, that Mia was back in the camp, as other younglings saw her in the forest saying things in the likes of, "I want to see Elisa," while holding a knife. At that moment, everybody was scared. The adults decided to dress up a big tent and put us all inside, whilst we waited for Mia to show up. Eventually, she did show up too, saw us, and ran straight towards us with knife in hand. It happened so quickly, but I remember it. One of the adults managed to tackle her down and made sure that she wouldn't get up by holding her tight. Another adult made sure to pick her knife up and called for the police and her parents. When the police showed up, they took Mia, followed by her parents, and it was the last time that I saw her. Since then, I only ever really heard from her once more. I heard that she was diagnosed with schizophrenia or something like that, and she's in a clinic with people there to help her. Lisa is obviously still traumatized by all of these events, but one thing that really bums her out is that her name is one letter apart from Mia's. People sometimes mispronounce it, and it always makes her recall these events. Anyway, obviously Mia and Lisa aren't the real names of the girls, but you get the drift. It was a stressful time for everyone, and it's something that I'll never forget. I was in juvie as a kid pretty often. I ended up doing 4 months out of the 6-month sentence for possession with intent to distribute, and probation violation, which was the longest that I'd gone to the juvie. Ghost stories have been shared amongst the kids in there fairly often. The DOs, detention officers, would chime in time to time to tell theirs as well. Some were pretty hard to buy because it's juvenile and there isn't much to do besides tell stories, especially when talking through vents and toilets. But one night, it was time for lockdown, bedtime, so we all turned in our stuff and headed in our cells. This time of night, someone is usually talking to you through a vent, so we'd stay up a little bit after lockdown, unless you were tired. Sometimes we'd just mess around and even holler out the cell door saying insults to one another or egging on the DOs to come into the pod just to annoy them. And this night, we honestly thought that someone was just messing around again. Because we hear what sounds like wailing, like someone pretending to be in pain echoing through a cell door, and so a lot of the kids were yelling for them to shut up and banging on the cell doors to get them to stop. A lot of threats were thrown out towards whoever was making the noise. But then, the wailing sounded like someone was actually in pain, guttural moaning and groaning, sounds you would hear from someone dying perhaps. Absolutely terrifying to hear. I started to get chills down my back because it sounded unreal. Finally, though, the DOs came in and turned on the lights and started calling out for whoever it was, seeing as someone sounded like they needed medical assistance. They opened all of the doors and told us all to step out so they could figure out who needs help. But the sound kept going, even after we all stepped out and lined up downstairs. The sound seemed to be coming from the second level, from a cell that no one was inside of. 2 DOs went up and opened the door, and the wailing kept going. The DOs radioed it in, saying that there's nobody in the cell and that they were openly talking about how creeped out they were. And then a DO rushed down the stairs and told another DO we all needed to leave the pod. We grabbed our blankets and moved to the pod across the way. All the while, this wailing was continuing. It was genuinely like something out of a horror movie. Now, while we were waiting in the other pod for new cells to be assigned, the lights in the pod that we were in had started to flicker. The look of horror on the kids' faces and the faces of the DOs sent goosebumps over my entire body as we were all witnessing this. One DO even told us that we needed to pray, so we all grabbed hands and began praying. Kids that hated each other were grabbing hands and praying. That's how wild this was. Eventually, we were all sent into our new cells and down for the night. The next morning, we were telling all the kids in the new pod about what happened, and they were really shook. One DO had told us him and the other DOs had seen a black-figured cloak floating around in the pod around midnight, stopping at different cells. We never got moved back into that pod the rest of the time that we were there. I saw that they ended up making it a rec room for the blue shirts, the kids with more privileges because of good behavior, the last time that I was around there, anyway. A few years back, I went camping with 2 buddies in the mountains near Lake Tahoe. We hiked about 2 hours with our packs to a small lake and set up camp. All was normal during the day, and we made some hot dogs and beans. Then we stayed up until it was dark to watch the stars at night. Once it was dark, we hiked up to the top of a large boulder to sort of get a bit of a vantage point to see the stars over the trees. I recall that there was no moon out that night because we could see the stars so clearly due to the limited ambient light. And we were pretty far out, so there's no background noise or light from humans. And once your eyes adjusted, after maybe half an hour or so, we could see all the stars and even some satellites slowly moving in the sky. It's very dark out without the moon, and that will be important later, so keep it in mind. So, after we're done stargazing, we head down to our tents set up right by the lake. We have 2 two-person tents for the 3 of us. My 2 friends shared one tent, and I was alone in the other one. We set up the tents right next to each other in the same flat spot. I fall asleep pretty easily because I was tired from hiking and exploring all day and because it was so dark. I like sleeping in the dark though. However, at about maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, I wake up to a rustling noise outside of my tent. In my half sort of asleep daze, I'm really not sure if it's just wind or something else. I keep listening and I realize that it's something brushing against my tent, and it sounds like maybe an animal is pushing its nose against the tent fabric and sniffing. The sound is coming from the side of the tent right next to my head, so I can hear it super clearly. At this point, my heart is racing and I'm lying frozen in my sleeping bag, hoping that whatever is outside will leave my tent and it'll be over quickly. I think about calling out to my friends in their tent, but I don't want to startle or anger whatever is outside, so I decide to just keep lying still and hope that it will leave. My mind is going through every possibility, and then I finally realize what it is. When we had set up our tents earlier in the day, there wasn't much flat space, so we placed our tents very close to each other. Evidently, they were so close that when my friend was moving his feet in his sleeping bag, they brushed up against his tent, all which was right near my head. So all along it was my friend's feet moving around and there was no animal or person outside. That was a huge relief. However, the weird stuff doesn't stop there, and I only realized that this next part was weird once we had left the next day and I got home. You see, as I laid in my tent and tried to slow my heart after realizing the rustling was just my friend, I was looking at the shadows of the trees on the walls of my tent. That reminded me sort of as a kid when a car would slowly drive down your street and the headlights through the blinds could cast shadow that slowly drew across your ceiling. At the time, it made sense to me, and I thought it was just like when I was a kid. Considering that I just thought a creature was outside my tent, this seemed like nothing. However, as I mentioned earlier, it was completely dark and moonless. So, what could that light have been? It was a very slow-drawing light that had the shadows of the trees moving slowly across my tent walls for about 5 minutes. We were really far from civilization, so there is no way that it was a car or flashlight from a midnight hiker because the light was so steady and slow-moving. Could it have been a flare in the sky or a comet streaking across the dark, starry sky? I suppose so, but really, I don't think it was that. I mean, something that far away really doesn't seem to account for the strength in the shadows, if you catch my drift. In any case, I still don't know what it could have been, and I only ever realized it after that I'd gotten home and left the campsite that night was a really weird one. So this was really weird. I went rock hounding solo today to a place that my husband and I have gone before. Everything seemed normal when I arrived too. It's a very secluded area of the creek with a rock bar in the middle of the creek and with a small patch of woods to the left and a dense forest on the right. I crossed the creek and set up on my gear, and on the rock bar, I grabbed a bag and started walking up the creek. About 45 minutes in, I kept looking up at the forest. I don't know why, but I just kept getting a really eerie feeling. Every now and again, I would hear a couple of thumps out there, but, it's just nature, so I didn't think too much of it. About an hour in, I heard my first meow, though. I was so focused on pulling clay that I literally stood up and was like, I did not just hear a cat meow, did I? 10 minutes go by and I'm walking further up the creek, and damn if I didn't hear it again. I stopped and was like, yeah, I definitely just heard a cat meow. That's really weird. But something seemed really off, and I started to feel uneasy, so I turned around and I started heading back to my site. Something about the meow just wasn't right. It wasn't a painful one, but just like a matter-of-fact sort of meow, if that makes sense. About 5 minutes into the trek back, I definitely hear a meow this time, and I'm sweating like crazy because of the heat, but instantly feel cold and clammy, and the hair is standing up on the back of my neck. I know what I was supposed to be hearing, a single meow, but it wasn't coming from a cat. It sounded a lot like someone or something imitating a meow. I keep focused on getting back to my site, and about 5 minutes later, another one. Here's where I realize that things are getting really weird. The meow always sounded the same distance from me, no matter how far I kept walking. I finally reach my site and pull out my drinks and plop down to rehydrate. That's when another meow sounded, and this time I knew with everything in me that it was definitely not a cat following me. I calmly gathered up my gear and started to trek across the creek to the path to my car. And then another really long drawn-out meow. I made my way across the creek and hunched down into a pit. I parked my car right next to the edge of the forest and was really starting to lose my head. I got my keys and mace out and put my gear on me so that I can dive into my car and rearrange later if I need to. And I nearly lost it, finding the courage to make it to my car, but I did, and I hightailed it out of there as quickly as I could. Now, the rational answer to this is that someone was just messing with me, but how did they get back there in the first place? It's like 200 acres of forest. I mean, really? I'm in North Alabama, and there really just shouldn't be anyone out there. I don't know. What are your thoughts? I really wasn't sure where to share this, but I need the validation that I'm not insane. You see, I've never really had paranormal experiences, but I just cannot explain this. I'm in college, and me and some other 7 people from my school went on a backpacking trip, and we had 2 experienced leaders with us. We drove to Zaleski State Forest, which is in the Appalachian region of Ohio. It was early April this year, and it was cold, and everything was still dead from winter. After hiking miles into the forest, we set up camp at the backpacking campsite, and there were a couple of other groups of people as well. A few of them were friendly older couples, and then 2 college-age girls. Everyone was pretty spread out from each other, and we set up camp farther away from everyone else. Now, I've always been able to, sense energies of places, I guess you could say. And the energy in this area wasn't great. In fact, it was almost sort of spooky. Each of us had individual 1-person tents, and we formed a kind of cluster in this site, with my tent being in the back, so no one was behind me. Our cluster was also right next to the forest because this backpacking site was like a big cleared off square in the middle of the trees. So, fast forward, I'm dead asleep around 2 a.m. and I wake up to leaves crunching right behind my tent. I hear footsteps walking in circles around my tent. They had a sort of heaviness to them that couldn't be a deer or a dog. Also, it didn't sound like just 2 legs. Whatever this was though, this creature was circling my tent for long periods of time, slowly creeping up to the sides of my tent, and then just stopping for some time, and then would move on to walking around the rest of the tent cluster. I could also hear a human-like breathing from the mouth when it was close to my tent, like a light sort of heaving or something. I was shaking, too scared to unzip my tent and investigate. I kid you not too that this occurred for hours, and it seemed like I was the only one awake. When out of nowhere, I see an illuminated light shape from my tent, although I couldn't tell what it was from inside of my tent, because it was all zipped up. But it was like a warm glow, I guess. I might have assumed that it was someone's flashlight, except nobody was moving. I was paralyzed in fear. I simply couldn't believe that this was an animal, and at some point, I must have fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion, but I could hear the footsteps circling until I did. I really don't remember much after that, but in the morning I questioned my fellow campers about it, and my leader admitted that she heard the footsteps and noises as well, admitting that it was bizarre and she would have investigated had she not been so groggy. One of the boys in the group said that he also noticed the light that came on, but thought that it was someone else. Not a single person in this group, though, went up to go to the bathroom or turned on a light that night, so I know for sure that it was nobody else from our group at least. I've heard things about the Appalachian regions being creepy and bizarre, and to be honest, now I believe it. Have any of you guys had any similar experiences? And if you have, what happened? So this happened in 2019 in Chicago when I was 27 and my ex-girlfriend was 23. And I don't remember why we ended up at McDonald's that day because she didn't like eating fast food. But what happened there still haunts me, even though there was no physical altercation or anything. It was just off is the best way to put it, and I think it's possible someone attempted to traffic her or us, and I wanted to share this to get opinions or maybe see if anyone has had a similar encounter in Chicago, because I've always had the impression that the man who approached us was in a familiar environment. So, for context, my ex is very pretty. I'm also a fairly big dude with cauliflower ears and tattoos, so men rarely approached her when we were out together. But this guy was different, and just thinking about his eyes still makes me feel a flight or fight response. We were sitting off by ourselves, doing the annoying couple thing where you both sit on the same side of the table. We were also back against a wall facing into the rest of the seating area. The McDonald's wasn't very busy that day, and this dude just kind of appeared a few feet away from our table. And even that is strange to me too, because I tend to be hyper-vigilant in public spaces because of some stuff that I've been through, but this dude was just there all of a sudden. He wasn't a particularly big man or anything, maybe a bit under 6 feet tall, I would guess. I'd say mid to late 40s and wearing business formal clothes. I remember the clothes because he was wearing a sort of burgundy dark red tie against a blue shirt, though I don't remember if he had a suit jacket on or not. But again, it was his eyes that really caught me, or us, off guard. I don't know if it was just the way that he caught us off guard, but remembering his eyes afterward was the first time that I ever questioned if the paranormal was real. They were so intense, I can still sort of see them, very blue, and he didn't blink as he sort of shifted them from her to me, then back to her. And he smirked at me before fixating on my ex. Then he stepped forward, took one of my fries, dipped it in my own ketchup, and said, "The ice cream here is good, but it's not my favorite," before putting the fry in his mouth and chewing it with a smirk not changing on his face. He didn't blink at all, mind you, just stared at my ex, chewed my fry, swallowed, kind of flicked his tongue out of his mouth, paused for a moment, then started to talk. I don't remember his words exactly, but my ex and I ran it back and forth enough times that I have a fairly good recollection of a lot of it. The first thing that he said post-fry was, "I have the ability to change your life." Then he said something about flying to Florida or driving to get milkshakes. Yeah, milkshakes. Then he said, 40,000 would change your lives, wouldn't it? I have much more than that. Then he looked at me and said something like, "I bet you'd trade something precious for $100,000. And please note that neither my ex or I had said anything at this point. I also don't think he'd blinked even once. And just the weirdness of what he talked about, as if he was trying to entice us to go with him or something. He said something about a secret room in a church on the mile. The ex said that she thought that he might have meant the Magnificent Mile, and a high place in New York that he'd take us to. And then I declined for us. I don't even remember what I said to decline. He said something about showing us a computer that no one knows about. The ex and I both thought that we remembered him saying quantum computer, but I'm not sure. But that we wouldn't understand the future when we saw it anyway. And he just looked at her with no blinking. Then, when we didn't respond, his eyes sort of shifted to me. He looked me directly in the eye and said something that's burned into my mind. He said, "I can pay someone millions to bring her to me, or you, so you better put a ring on it." I mean, what the heck, right? Then he took another fry, dipped it, ate it, and then left the McDonald's. I'm pretty sure that he didn't blink once the entire time that we spoke to him. So, I really don't know. My ex and I had multiple discussions about whether or not the encounter really happened or if we must have just hallucinated it, but we weren't on any drugs and both of us remembered the same stuff. And something that bugs me too is that we both felt kind of, I don't know, like hypnotized or paralyzed. And that's definitely not like me. Very disconcerting. I also don't know if this dude was on drugs either, but part of what's haunting beyond the eyes, or maybe because of them too, is that his face kind of looked like a mask. Which, I don't think it was a mask, but something hit our uncanny valley, and I still wonder what would have happened if we would have left that McDonald's with him. Though, the feeling that I have is that it wouldn't have been good. Anyway, it was a really weird experience, and later on I found out that I think the person that we interacted with was actually a Chicago billionaire. His name is Kenneth Griffin, and some Redditors actually provided me with some press receipts that match details from the McDonald's conversation that I wrote about. Which is totally mind-blowing, I know. And I'm nearly certain that This was the dude that I spoke to that day. About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a home way out in the woods in Tennessee. Now, I wanted to be brief here, but I need to get this off my chest, and after looking into this matter a little more, I have a lot more details that I think will paint a clear picture in the end, so bear with me. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and the cicadas, it can almost be deafening. One night not too long after we moved in, though, I had forgotten something in my car and headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. The dog always goes everywhere with me, as I'm her whole world pretty much, but for some reason, not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out and then looked up at me like, no. So I walked out and I shut the door behind me. The second night that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep. It was like dead silent. I still shrugged it off and walked down my front steps and headed down to my car. When I had gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up for some reason. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around, but I saw nothing. After I reached in my car for what I had forgotten to grab earlier, I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me. All of a sudden, I heard one of the hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door sort of rattle a bit. At first, I thought it was just a rabbit that I had spooked, as I had seen one just earlier in the day, right where this was. A few seconds later, though, I heard the sound of a large rock, about the size of maybe a cantaloupe, landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into a shrub. I instantly drew my gun and called out and said whoever that this was, they were about to be shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with the new people. I holstered my sidearm and turned and started walking back to my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep panting sound. It sounded like a huge dog, but what made me note back to my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leaped up onto my porch, turned, and drew my gun, again expecting something right there, but again, there was nothing. So, a couple of weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She'd got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me almost. The sound was coming from everywhere, and it was really loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I just noped back inside my house. At this point, I'll admit that I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I just sort of let it go, I suppose. A month or so later, it was a really rainy and stormy night. This was around 9 p.m, and my wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing the rain is. Me, growing up in Oregon, loved the rain, and for the past 10 years we lived in Vegas, where it would dump the entire year of rain in like a day and then be bone dry for like the rest of the year. For my wife, who grew up in Nevada, rain was such a rare thing that she loved going outside and watching it. So for us, this is a pretty enjoyable experience, I guess you could say. Except this night in particular, things took a really weird turn. So as we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife stops me and said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No. What did you hear?" She says, "I swear it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house." I said, "No, I definitely didn't hear that." After a few moments of us just listening intently, she said, "There it is again." I said, I didn't hear a thing, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" She looked at me sort of offended that I didn't hear anything and said, "No, I'm positive. How could you not hear that? It was our son. I think he's out there and got lost." I said, "No, he's in the house sleeping on the couch." We then both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there, and she said that was so weird. I swear it sounded like our son. I said, well, it's definitely not him. I mean, he's right there. Besides, I really don't hear anything. She then stands up and says, wow, he's really crying out for help. I think I need to go and look for him. Now, at this point, if you knew my wife, you would know she is absolutely creeped out by the woods and wouldn't be caught dead walking into them during daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, I've been listening intently and there's absolutely nobody calling out for help. You need to stay here, okay? At this point, I'm getting worried about her. She was acting completely out of character, not to mention that at this time she's 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says, what if there's some child out there lost in the woods though? I said, well, first off, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there are no other kids around here for miles, and the odds of them being lost 100 feet from our house that's lit up like a Christmas tree is like nil. She then says, I know, but what if it's a kid? Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking toward the stairs. I instantly jumped up and grabbed her hand again and said, no, you're not. Get into the house. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside. She then complies and we both go inside. I didn't know what this was, but it freaked me out a lot. Anyway, a few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins and we have the door set up so that they can't actually open it without us there. So to hear the sound, it could have only been my wife. What was weird though about this was the fact that she usually doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out the front and saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I ask her what she's doing and she says that she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying out in the woods. I said, seriously? And you just decided to walk off into the woods to investigate? She then looks out into the woods and says, see, there it is again. Again, I can't hear anything, but what I did notice is that it was completely silent out there again. I told her, just like before, the chances of a baby being out in the woods outside of our house is slim and that she needed to get back into the house. She said, what if somebody left a baby out there though? I said, well, if that were true, then I'd hear it too. Now, at this point, I was really starting to worry about my wife's mental health, obviously. I actually asked her to see a psychiatrist, and she did. Now, looking back, I feel really bad about this, knowing what I know. A key to this moment, though, was that my wife had just given birth to her baby girl maybe a month before. A few days after this, though, we were out on the front porch. It's early evening, and I had just mowed the lawn this day, and our 3-year-old son was riding around in his little car in front of the house. He knows that he's not allowed outside of a certain area that we mapped off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet of our front porch, we have to be careful as a lot of boaters will fly through after drinking all day on their boats. As we're talking, we're both sort of keeping an eye on him. A neighbor drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction must have taken like 8 seconds, as all they said was, how are things? We said good, and he told us that he would stop by later as his wife got something for the kids, who happens to be one of their teachers in a school. And we said, oh, okay, and he drove off. I looked over to where our son was, and he was gone. I called out his name and ran over to the side of the house and could hear his car on the other side of the drive. I scolded him for leaving the area, and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and pointed to the woods behind our house. I said, though, that he had 5 seconds to get back to the front of the house or else. And he adamantly pointed back in the direction of the woods and kept trying to tell me something. I looked off in the direction of the woods and just assumed that he'd seen a deer or a squirrel or something. and maybe that he wanted to see it up close or something. I walked back up to the front of the house, and he cried the whole way there. He got really upset, in fact, that I wouldn't let him go into the woods, but I just wrote this off as him being curious, and most 3-year-old boys are, right? Now, this instance isn't isolated, as our twins have done similar things, but nothing quite as extreme as this, I guess. There have also been nights, though, where we had just laid down for the night and had heard a loud bang on the side of our house on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window. Our floodlight came on too, but I couldn't see anything. Now, the weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-size basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers and grabbed one of my 12-gauge shotguns and walked outside to investigate. And it was completely dead silent again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house had clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house and shined the light around intently. As I approached the back side of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up again. It felt like someone was watching me again. I shined the light up into the trees, but again, nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing that I noticed was that my 3 dogs were in that area, and they weren't making a peep. Our dogs have no filter and will bark at anyone and everything. This includes me. So to see them all hiding with their tails between their legs, not making a peep, really had me worried. As I kept walking, all of a sudden the crickets and the frogs started making sounds again. It was as if someone had clicked a switch almost. Like it was completely silent, and then all of a sudden it was just alive again. I walked back into the house and I told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and said, okay, as long as our dogs are okay. Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs in and sleep with us. This very same thing has happened in all 4 exterior walls of our house too. It's random and annoying, but just like this instance, every time, there is nothing going on outside. There have also been times where we were sitting in the house, and as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I said no, and she said that she swears that she heard me call her name in her ear. She said that it was definitely my voice, and she didn't understand because it sounded so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part to this too was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now, our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground and is like a sort of balcony, as it has no stair access outside. I think the previous owner must have built it for barbecuing or something. There have been several instances though where she would say that she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking that she was just going crazy, but as you'll see, I think all of this is tied into this final moment where things are revealed. So the last thing that I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on the opposite side of our property next to the main road. It's kind of on a downslope, but it works perfectly for what I need for it. The range itself is cut straight into the woods, going down about 100 yards or so. When you're at the downrange, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up to my shop. I have to say that it's always felt creepy when I'm dealing with my targets or mowing there. When you're down there, it feels like you're miles from anyone pretty much. And one day, around 5 in the evening, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but was going to start to fade soon, so I knew this was going to be my final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened while I was making my multiple trips down the range, other than this feeling of uneasiness, I guess. But as I got down the range, I kept getting this feeling like someone or something was watching me again. I looked around, but didn't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had snapped off a tree or something. If you've been in Tennessee woods, then you'll know that a lot of branches fall off trees randomly out of pretty much nowhere, so this was nothing new. Except this time, it was really loud and sounded like fresh strong wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear that I heard something right behind me. I turned around, but again I saw nothing. As I started to walk again, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had freaked me out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but again, nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag and quickly walked back up to the house. I never did tell my wife about this, as I didn't want to freak her out. So, fast forward to about a year later from when we moved in, and my niece is staying with us in a living-in nanny to earn money over summer break from college. We were on our way back from the store and about a mile from our house, and I saw 2 eyes reflecting in the headlights coming from a wide tree on the side of the road just ahead. It had caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but a different color and size. And just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they vanished. I had made a comment that it was almost as if it had known that I could see its eyes and sort of moved. The color was kind of a golden green, but they resembled the mannerism of a large cat, as they felt sort of ominous, I guess. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we were passing the tree and saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. As we were getting bags out of the car, my 3-year-old son came bolting out of the house excited to see me. As I was waiting to help carry in some of the bags, I all of a sudden heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction that she was looking, at my neighbor's property across the street. And what I saw has kept me up all night. Up until this point, I'd always been skeptical, as I'd never seen anything with my own 2 eyes. Even with what had happened to me the year prior, I still had my doubts that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Now, my street is kind of a spread out neighborhood. Each house sort of sits on several acres, and at the end of our road is a Kentucky lake. My neighbor's house sits adjacent to my house on about an acre lot. Directly in front of my house is a wall of woods, and directly behind my house is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbor's property, I saw a large dark figure between the trees at first. The movement caught me off guard, as it sort of looked like something big moving quickly on all fours. Then, when it came out into clear view, it stood up and it walked, just like a man. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. It was very tall, but what was strange about it was the distance it was covering, and the fact that when it was in front of the shed, I swear that I could see through it. It was clearly walking quickly, but moving faster than any person could at a sprint. And more importantly, there was absolutely no sound. It was like it was sort of phasing in and out of reality as it moved. I said, "What the heck is that?" and realized that it was looking directly at us. It moved at an angle away from us so as to minimize its time out in the open, and moving quickly as it could while still being silent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that whatever it was stalking us. I told my niece to get into the house now. I grabbed my son and we booked it inside. I grabbed my AR-15 with a short scope and came back outside to see my niece still grabbing stuff out of her car. Knowing that I told her firmly and clearly to get into the house, her disregard to my command really annoyed me at the time. But still, I watched over her without saying a word. As she was slowly walking, she turned towards the woods across the street from my house and suddenly bolted for the house. She ran up the steps in a sort of panic state. I asked her what she saw, and her face was pale as a ghost. She said, "I heard something big in the woods walking loudly on the leaves, and when I turned toward it, I heard a deep sort of guttural growl." I asked her why she didn't come in when I told her, and she said that she thought that I was talking to my son. I told her what I had seen, and she wanted to get a closer look to see if she could see something too. I told her that that was not a good idea, and she went anyway. As she was walking down the walkway, I heard the sound of dry leaves crunching in the woods across the street. I told her to stop and come take the flashlight. Now, at this point, she's about 6 feet away from my wife's SUV. As she turned and started walking back to me, I caught a glimpse of something grey and hairy bolt from behind the SUV back across the street into the woods. My porch is a raised porch, like I said, and our SUV is about 6.5 feet tall. Whatever it was, it cleared about 45 feet in what looked like a single leap. It moved like lightning, like nothing I'd ever seen. Whatever it was, it wanted my niece. It jumped behind the car out of my line of sight and was waiting for her. She still doubted my warnings and grabbed the flashlight and walked back toward the car. And as she entered my driveway, she stopped dead in her tracks and leaned forward as if she could see something. I asked her what she saw, and she turned and ran back up on the porch with a terrified look on her face, saying no just over and over again. She said that it was a figure hiding inside of a tree and that what she saw was its eyes. I asked her what they looked like, and all she could say was that they looked dull red at first, but as she got closer, they looked sort of dead. I said, "What do you mean dead?" And she said that they were pupils that looked grey, like the way eyes look when they go blind sort of thing. She said that it was really dark grey, and she says that she could see through it, almost like a dark cloud. She said that she wanted to go out again, and she took a step down the stairs, and as she did it, it revealed itself from the tree. I said get inside, and I went in and locked the door, and this time I got a pretty good look at it. And it looked like what I said, but tall and sort of human-shaped too. It was really tall, in fact, and man, it was ominous. It took off after this, and after that, we didn't see anything again. Obviously, we didn't sleep that night. We just sat around talking about it for hours, but the next morning we did a height comparison to the tree limb that she saw it stand over, and it put its height to around 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was, but after doing some research, I think that maybe this thing is called a Glimmerman or a crawler, as some put it. I looked to see if there had been any other sightings in the Benton County, but there's nothing. More importantly, though, I swear that it would phase in and out, almost like a shadow person, but bigger and more obvious. One of the things, though, that really stuck out to me is that this thing seems to be able to communicate telepathically, and this explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. It also seems to have sort of like a playback-like communication. So when I heard a dog panting, it was probably one of my dogs that it had heard. Well, I would guess at least. And the baby crying would have been our newborn baby who she had given birth to just recently. And maybe it had heard me call my wife's name and kept telepathically calling my wife's name with my voice or something. Another thing that my niece had said too that night was that she felt really compelled to go back outside to it. She said that she felt like this thing was communicating with her somehow and it wanted her to go back outside. But the more I read about this, the more everything that's been happening over this past year makes a lot of sense too. One thing that I find extra convincing too is that down the road towards the lake, there's a property that is barbed wired off and is a sort of wall of forest with no driveway. A lot of the property down our road is undeveloped owned land, and one of the trees there, it has a large old sign that says, "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back into the woods. Now, I have to admit that when I first saw this sign, I laughed at it, thinking maybe the owner screamed at trespassers who entered his property or something, and teenagers put up the sign to mess with him. But when I did a satellite search of our neighborhood, that entire section of road has no houses or trails or anything, and is just pure forest for as far as the eye can see. One of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. And apparently, one of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. Now that you understand my story, I doubt that this is the ending too. But the next question is, what can we do? I don't want my wife or kids to disappear one day, and if there is more than one of these things out there, this really makes the missing 411 make a whole lot of sense. I feel really perplexed and scared as to what I can do. If you guys have any advice, then I would love to hear it. I'll try and share any more information if anything else happens, but that's pretty much everything for now. This happened over a span of many months, and like I said, we've been living here for some time, and things have gotten worse, but I just really don't know what to do. I've been sitting with this story for many years now. It's not as exciting, I guess, as most of the stories that I find here, but it is eerie, and I wanted to see if anyone could give me an idea of what might have happened. So my aunt has owned a large piece of land, over 100 acres, in northwest Connecticut for many years now. Her property is located in a state park that is mostly uninhabited and only frequented by backpackers, really. Her land is well off of any main roads, and we have to drive through a lot of forest to reach her house. She bought the land and remodeled the old house that was already built on it so that it was more livable, and going up to visit her has always been my favorite thing to do. I've been going yearly since I was a baby, really, and have spent countless hours exploring the woods, the creeks, and the land around the house too. We call it the farm, although it's not really a true agricultural or livestock farm. My aunt does have rescue miniature horses, alpacas, donkeys, and back in the day there were ducks too. The animals are sort of on one part of the property though, where the area has been sort of cleared out for them to graze and get fat and just be happy. But the rest of the farm is just untouched woodlands. So, in the early 2000s, she decided to install 12-foot fencing around the property, although it only really encloses about 80 acres of the land that she owns. She explained to me that she just couldn't stand the sounds of the coyotes howling right outside of her window at night, and that she had some really creepy encounters while living there. She didn't really go into details of these at the time, since I was a young kid. She lives alone, so I understand why she wanted to feel a semblance of security in those deep woods. We are originally from the bayous of Louisiana, so being in this type of environment was new to all of us. Anyway, despite being initially unfamiliar with the land, I eventually learned to navigate the area very well as a kid. I had a few favorite spots, and one was up a small foothill in the deepest part of the woods. I would go up so often that eventually I even made a small path that was established in the brush, and I would bring my cousins with me to show them my little oasis. In 2008, when I was about 10 years old, I took a summer trip to my aunt's and brought my best friend Alex with me. She and I often took trips here together during our childhood, and this was not her first time accompanying me to the farm. I remember that we were in the woods at my favorite spot, sitting together and listening to Katy Perry while playing Doodle Jump on our new iPod Touches. This makes me laugh to remember, but we were just trying to enjoy some nature while getting our fill of new tech, I guess. We were there for a while, just enjoying ourselves and talking about random kid stuff when, I don't know, there was just this shift in the air. Almost like a suffocating stillness and silence just settled over the entire woods. I paused the music and looked to Alex, who was already staring at me with a concerned and worried expression on her face. We stayed still and silent for a minute, tilted our heads to listen to the woods and search out any of the familiar sounds that normally crescendo day and night across the farm. There were no birds, no summer bugs, and the trees almost seemed to stand frozen in place as if the light winds that normally rustled their leaves just left us completely. It was a vulnerable, terrible feeling, and I knew that Alex felt it too. And then began the sound of footsteps coming from even deeper in the woods. It took a moment for me to determine what the sound was, but the distinct rhythm of weight being picked up and put down on leaves and brush was impossible not to notice. Whatever it was bipedal and heavy, and was coming up towards us from a steep slope down the side of the mountain or the foothill. I remember thinking that it was impossible for a human to move so easily through that part of the woods, since it was really thick with growth and fallen branches and trees and rocks, even making it hard for an agile small child to navigate, let alone a large adult. It also felt as if the woods just laid still in wait while these footsteps made their way swiftly up the steep incline towards us. "Do you hear that?" I asked Alex in a whisper, and she nodded. "It sounds like footsteps," I continued. She nodded again, looking like she was about to burst into tears, and it was at this point that I took her hand and began running down the makeshift path with her, trying not to fall or let her lag behind me at all. We didn't stop until we reached the house too. We were out of breath when we got back, but nobody was around, and I don't think that we told anyone that day because we were just too shaken to even comprehend what might have been out there. The next day, though, I asked Alex if she would go back out to the spot with me. She was really hesitant at first, but eventually agreed and said that we could go back and look for signs of another human. We made our way back, nervous but determined to discover what had invaded our little sanctuary. When we reached the spot, I looked down towards the direction that we heard the footsteps coming from. I think I even slid down a bit to investigate possible indentations in the brush and the leaves and whatnot. I didn't go too far, obviously, because I was about to lose my nerve, and I hadn't noticed much anyway, so I quickly climbed back up to where Alex waited nervously for me. We decided that it must have been some sort of an animal or a deer, despite every logical explanation indicating otherwise. I know what deer sound like, and that was way too heavy to be a deer, but I wanted to forget and just have some fun again, so I brushed it aside. We took our iPods out and began the same ritual of relaxing and playing games while chatting about nonsense again. It seems that things were back to their sort of natural order again, so we quickly forgot about the terrifying experience and let our naive childlike wonder take over. But after a little while, that same stillness returned, and it happened so quickly it felt as if the forest took a gasp of air and just never exhaled. This time, the footsteps started almost immediately too. They were louder and coming from a different direction this time. The best way that I can explain their location is that it was in a similar spot to the day before, but somewhat more to the right where the forest was really dark and the incline to reach us was less steep. I didn't wait too long though this time to run, but it was long enough to realize that the sound was faster, closer, and definitely not a deer or a bear. I didn't look into the woods too closely because I wanted to get the heck out of there, obviously, and was too scared to see whatever it was. I knew that it was close enough, though, that it would be upon us at any moment if we didn't flee. So, without a word, Alex and I took off and ran as fast as humanly possible out of those woods again. This time, whatever it was, it kept chase with us for a little bit before, finally, the forest seemed to go back to normal as we were heading out of it. Now, I wish that I had more to give you guys, but that is the first creepy experience in the woods that I ever had. I have since had a few more, as I'm an avid backpacker and love the outdoors, but the experiences on her land have always been the most bizarre and inexplicable. If anyone has any ideas about what the heck this was, then please do leave a comment, because I would love to hear your theories. I think about it every time that I'm in the woods too, and it still sends chills up my spine when I remember it. So this happened to me and the man that I was dating back in the late spring of 2000. I'm an avid and experienced urban explorer. I visit many different abandoned sites, and this place that I'm talking about has been explored several times by others since, but when I visited, it wasn't a common knowledge location and all the buildings were still intact, except for the main house which had, from what I had heard, burned down, leaving nothing but the outer stone wall. Nothing but the outer wall remains now, and all the other buildings were torn down since I was there. So, to more recent urban explorers, it's known as the Stone Castle and, more recently, the Osler Castle. This is the name given by the Heritage Society that has decided to fix it up. When my boyfriend at the time discovered it, he saw it in the distance from a roof that he was working on that day, and there's a large barn, a carriage house, and towards the back of the property there was also a stable. The first weekend that we both had off together, we made the hour drive to explore it. The property was absolutely stunning too. On the top of the hill, back from the road, you could almost imagine living surrounded by such beauty, and we did exactly that. But we lapped up the experience, and it was a really nice place. The house itself was gone, except for the wall, like I said, and if you looked in the basement window, you could see an old stove sort of laying amongst the wreckage. You could tell that it had been a beautiful home at one time, to whoever owned it. Being the explorer that I was, I insisted that we investigate every single corner of every single building that was on the property anyway, and although my ex was less than enthusiastic about it, I insisted. I honestly just did not see the point of driving for an hour just to look at the outside of the buildings. No, I had to go inside of them. So, the first building we explored was the barn, both upstairs and down. Down in the basement of the barn, though, is where things went from wow to, oh my goodness, this is not good, really quickly. In the basement, it had been used as a place for what looked like sacrifices of some sort. There was satanic artwork all over, a knife with what appeared to be blood on it, and an altar with black candles, a bottle of what smelled like blood too. But the most disturbing piece was that whatever satanic group was using it, they had built a makeshift cage out of the silo with chains inside and everything. My boyfriend at the time wanted to get the heck out of there as quickly as possible, but I convinced him to stay so that we could explore the rest of the buildings on the property. I told him that it was probably just a bunch of kids just messing around, so no big deal, right? Wrong. Our next step was the stables at the back of the property, and honestly, I was so caught up in my love for exploring that he would have not have been able to persuade me to leave without going in every single building no matter what. That I opened the door into the stable, and I think it was the smell that hit me first. Rotting flesh, and the entire room was littered with animal corpses. Dogs, cats, rabbits, coyotes, and foxes. They had been horribly mutilated. It was absolutely, hands down, the worst thing that I've ever laid my eyes on. As soon as my boyfriend saw that, he grabbed me and said that we were leaving right at that moment, and that killing animals is not stupid kids doing stupid things. This was something serious. So we started to leave, but there was one more building, and I really wanted to check on the way out the carriage house. He said no way we were going there and stomped off up the hill back to the main house, assuming that I would follow. I didn't follow. I went around the hill by myself and took a quick peek in the carriage house. The carriage house was very anticlimactic. It had absolutely nothing in it. It's actually a good thing too that I snuck off like I did, because if I hadn't, we wouldn't have seen them coming. They would have been able to sneak up on us as we were coming up the hill and do who knows what to us. The first one that I noticed was an adult male with a baseball bat. He actually had opened our car door and was rifling through things in our car, trying to find a key, I'm guessing. There were about 8 people in total in the group, ranging from adults, I would say in their 30s, to teenagers, and children even no more than 12 or 13. All of them had weapons too: golf clubs, sticks, a cane, and baseball bats. I yelled at the guy what the heck he thought he was doing through our car, and my boyfriend came charging over the hill, bless his heart, right through the posse of creeps and weirdos who seemed to be lying in wait for us. It appeared that he had ruined whatever plans they had in mind because they immediately backed off. Some even tried to hide their weapons behind their back, which was just stupid if you ask me. Who wouldn't notice a baseball bat behind somebody's back, right? Baseball bat guy demanded to know what we were doing there, and I demanded to know what the heck they thought that they were doing in our car, but he didn't answer, just looked at me all nervous. My ex-boyfriend said we were just admiring the architecture of the house and that we were just leaving, and with that they let us get into our car and drive off, which in itself was sort of a miracle, I guess, especially in light of what we had just discovered on the property. They did follow us in a black pickup, with no plates, mind you, for a good 20 minutes. Instead of heading home, we went to the closest city, which was Barrie, ON, filed a report with a policeman who seemed more shaken than us, and we headed home. My ex never went back to that roofing job again, too. He had someone else finish it, and he went to another one. I wanted to go back, but after telling people what happened, I couldn't find anyone to go with me. My ex and I continued various explorations, but we both started carrying knives after this. I still carry one to this day too, even when I hike. I've not read of anyone else having similar experiences at Satan's Castle. Recently, my cousin, who is also an explorer, contacted me with a place that she wanted to explore. And guess where it was? And guess what? We've also made arrangements to go there in the next couple of weeks. So, on that note, and many years later, Satan's Castle cult, I really hope that that's the last that I see of you. And to any other urban explorers out there, please be careful. You just never know what you might come across in these abandoned places. I, a 28-year-old female, was in my first year as a physical therapist at a large hospital chain. And although I was inside of the hospital, I worked in a small outpatient clinic where patients came to me for appointments and left. As the newest therapist, I was given the late shift from 9 to 7:30 that catered to those who needed therapy and also had to work during the day. We were usually pretty slow in the evening since most of our patients were retired seniors, so I was alone after 5. Like any normal day, I had a new evaluation come in for shoulder pain. Pretty run-of-the-mill sort of stuff. He was a middle-aged man, good-looking, well-educated, and very polite. I did the evaluation and decided to see him twice a week for 6 weeks. I tried to assign him to my assistant, but he refused to be treated by him, stating that he would only work with me. That was fine. He wanted later treatment times anyways, and my assistant went home before I did. Our first few weeks of treatments go by. He was really kind and charismatic. I started to look forward to treating him as we shared a lot of the same interests. He even started waiting for me to lock up and walking out by my car in the parking garage with me. I hated the parking garage, especially when it was dark, so I welcomed him walking me to my car. At some point in our treatments, though, I noticed a sort of shift in him. Our light small talk started to turn a little bit more flirty. From him, anyways. I was happily married and not flirting back, but as any woman knows, some men can confuse our niceness with flirtation. He started making advances and asking me out to drinks after therapy. I politely declined and tried to circle back to talking about his therapy. He seemed agitated by that, though, and started to become less and less compliant with the exercises. He stopped talking as much as well, and I could just tell that the mood had shifted. This day, I decided that it would be best not to walk with him to my car. I didn't tell him this at first, so he went out of the clinic and waited by the elevator for me to lock up. I really wasn't sure what to do and couldn't call my partner as they were out of town on business. So I opened the door from the clinic to the hall where he was and told him that I had paperwork to catch up on and would see him at his next appointment. He looked at me, though, with such anger in his eyes and started walking faster and faster back to the door that I was at. Luckily, I was able to close the door and flip the lock before he made it to the door. He pushed the handle to try and get back in and, realizing that it was locked, stepped back. Of course, This door is essentially a giant window, and he would see me on the other side freaking out, but trying my best to conceal it. He told me to let him inside and that he could wait with me while I finished my notes. I said thank you, but I had a lot to do. He insisted, and I declined again. He pushed once again on the door, and when it didn't open quickly, turned around angrily and went back to the elevator. I was shaking and terrified that he would come back, so I went to the private offices and locked that door as well. I grabbed a large dowel rod that wouldn't do much to him, but made me feel a little bit better to have, I guess. At this point, I knew that I couldn't leave, as he knows where I park and what car I drive and could be waiting for me. I called security for the hospital, and luckily one of the guards was doing his rounds close by and said that he would walk me to my car. We head out to my car, and I see my patient parked a few spots down from me inside of his car. When he sees me and the guard walking towards my car, he backs up and pulls away. I thank the guard and get in my car. I drive a few loops before going home to make sure that I wasn't being followed, and luckily I wasn't. Now, the next day I go to my boss and I tell her what happened. She accuses me of being paranoid and says that I need to continue to treat him. I ask her about having another therapist stay late with me, and she says that she'll ask a few people, but not to get my hopes up, as nobody likes working the late shift. I work my normal day, dreading the next day, knowing that it is when I'm scheduled to see him again. That evening, I call my brother and ask him to come to the clinic when this patient was supposed to be there and wait in the waiting room. Thankfully, he agrees. The next day, it's time for this patient to come in, and no one is there. The patient was always early to his appointment, so I was really surprised by that. 15 minutes turns to 30, and he's still not there. I decided that I would do the right thing and wait long enough, but eventually I just locked up, and myself and my brother left. The weekend comes and goes, and by Monday I'm back at work. I had no messages from this patient about the no-show and had no plans to reach out to him despite that being protocol. Lunchtime rolls around and I decide to go to the hospital cafeteria to eat. There are TVs scattered all around and I sit in front of one playing the local news. I occasionally look up at it from my phone, and one of the times I do, I see a familiar face. It was my patient. He was in handcuffs being walked out of his house. The sound wasn't on, but I could read. His name had been arrested under suspicion of multiple murders. My jaw dropped to the floor. Now, the TV had my full attention as 3 pictures of young white blonde women popped up on the screen as his apparent victims. Young blonde white women that looked very similar to myself. It took a while for me to fully grasp what I had just seen, but I went to my manager and told her what I had saw, and apparently not believing me, she searched his name on Google, and sure enough, there were multiple articles and news clips talking about his arrest. She apologized to me for not listening when I expressed my concerns, and told me that I could leave early if I needed. I stayed for the rest of my shift, but told her that I wouldn't work late anymore by myself. By the next shift, I had one of the therapy aides assigned to stay with me until we closed. I ended up transferring to a different part of the hospital that had better hours after a few months, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I had gone to get drinks with him or something, or if I had continued walking to my car with him even. I mean, I was only going to see him for a couple more weeks, so what was his plan? Was I his next target? He's still awaiting trial last I checked, and hopefully will be convicted, so he will be locked far away from anyone else. My younger sister and I have always dreamed of visiting New Zealand. Both of us being from the southeastern United States, New Zealand seemed like a perfect getaway where our favourite trilogy was filmed. So, with months of saving and planning, it was the spring of 2017 that we flew to Auckland, New Zealand for a grand adventure. It was the second day of our trip and we were about to head out from our Airbnb. Our gracious Airbnb host made us breakfast of bacon, eggs and toast. We were munching on the breakfast he prepared in silence until he broke the lull by asking us, "Hey, have you heard of the pig man?" My sister and I sort of looked at each other, and then I responded with, "No, who is the pig man?" Stu is his name, and he's kind, but he's a really peculiar guy with droves of pigs. If you take the 309 road, you'll pass his place and the pig's on your route to your next destination. It's quite the novelty if you're looking for something to do. "We'll make sure to add that to our trip," I said while sort of looking at my sister. "Would you ladies like some more toast?" My sister and I both said yes, knowing that we'd need the extra calories for the long day ahead. "You girls eat like farm girls," and he oinked at us twice. He said it in a playful tone, but again, my sister and I sort of looked at each other, but this time sort of exchanging curious glances. We thanked our host for our wonderful stay at his Airbnb, and we were on our way to Matamata. After what seemed to be only a few hours of driving, we come across a dirt road. The environment changed from only greenery and trees to old vehicles, other old structures embedded in the landscape, as well as an eye-catching feature, a plethora of pigs. The pigs appeared friendly enough to pet, but we were in a hurry, so we drove past the pig farm and onto Matamata. It wasn't long after that we had to take a sharp left onto a narrow road. Keep in mind, too, that this is my third day driving on the left side of the road ever, and in a Yaris, so my driving abilities weren't quite up to snuff. And as I'm taking the left turn, a small semi-truck was incoming at a rather unsafe speed. I quickly realized that we are either going into a full-on head collision or drive even further to the left to allow the semi-truck to pass us safely. I acted on the latter of the options, and within seconds, the Yaris's front and back left tires were trapped in a large set of potholes. My sister and I both sort of looked at each other in silence until she said, "Now what?" We did not have any cell phone reception, and the only full operable device that we had was a GPS, which didn't have any outgoing communication functionality. So, rather than panic, we get outside of the Yaris to assess how we can get the car out of the pothole. It wasn't long, too, before we saw a white utility van driving towards our seemingly helpless situation. We had mixed emotions about gesturing the driver of this van to stop. We were in a foreign land, about to rest our fate in a stranger's hands, and that just didn't really seem safe. But without even motioning the van to stop, the vehicle pulled over, and nothing really happened for several minutes. We patiently waited to see who would open the driver's door of the van, and when the driver finally presented themselves, it was an older man with white hair in his mid-60s, who appeared to be a local farmer. He looked at us with a smile, revealing a few missing teeth, as he walked towards us. My sister and I telepathically made the decision to allow this stranger to approach us, given that we had no other solution to our situation. The silence broke when he said, with what seemed to be an Australian accent, "G'day ladies, seems like you found yourselves in a situation." I put on a brave smile and responded with, "Yes, we have. We're figuring out how we can get the car safely out of the pothole without damaging it." I was conscientious in making sure to omit details about us being tourists, but I'm sure my accent and apparel gave it away, to some extent. "Well, I'm not sure I can be much help with that, but I can get you a lift into town for someone to tow the car. How about that?" "Well, I'd like to at least attempt in getting the car out before involving anyone else. Thanks." He looked displeased for a moment and then turned on a smile once more. "Now, think. The three of us won't be able to get that car out of the hole. It would be best if you and your friend hop in my ride and we drive you to town. It won't take long." Without even needing to consult with my sister, we both knew that this was a bad idea. The man said with a bit more urgency and slight vexation in his voice, "The way I look at it, you're better off coming with me than staying here to see what others will do to you." We both were anxious and fearful of what he may physically do to us. Terrifying thoughts popped into my head, like if our family and friends would even hear from us again, or if newspaper headlines will read, 2 female travelers kidnapped and killed just around the pig pen. To our surprise, another van approached the scene and parked behind the old man's vehicle. It was a woman with grey hair and athletic build, about in her 40s or early 50s. "There you ladies are. I've been looking for you for the past hour or so." My sister and I had absolutely no idea who this woman was, but we followed her lead. She seemed far more trustworthy than this irritable Aussie. It wasn't long after the lady walked towards us that the Aussie shied away and made quickly to his vehicle. He hopped in his van and he drove off. I saw from a distance that he was talking to you and it made you feel uncomfortable. Are you ladies okay? The woman asked. We said yes and went on to explain how we ended up in the pothole. We told her that we were extremely fortunate that she showed up when she did. It was almost fate that we met this woman, in fact. She worked in construction and just so happened to have a board that we used as a ramp for the tires and a rope to pull the Yaris out as well. We successfully unstuck the car and thoroughly thanked our rescuer. We did offer her money, but she refused. She only wished that we heed her advice, and she told us to be wary of devilish pigs on your travels. Not all of them are as friendly as stews. So I, a 27-year-old female, went backpacking alone over the recent long weekend, which was 10 out of 10 beautiful. The second night, I camped at a beautiful high-elevation lake, which could also be accessed by a short sort of 1-mile trail, so there were a few other campers and several people who were just day hiking or fishing. It was late afternoon, and I was sitting around my camp reading when a guy, maybe mid-20s, walked by carrying a fishing pole and a small cooler. I didn't think much of it, but maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, he doubled back and came and said hi. I said hi and went back to reading, but then without warning, he then sat down on a stump next to me. I was completely taken aback at this invasion of my space. He started asking me questions that were really just statements, but in a sort of creepy amused tone, like, so you're just reading sort of thing. And then looked behind me and noticed my tent and said, "Oh, you're staying the night here alone, huh?" I didn't say anything in response to this in particular, but it was pretty obvious that I am. It's hard to explain, but his vibe was just really off. I was so uncomfortable that I couldn't even really form words or tell him that I was trying to be alone to get him to leave. I was honestly paralyzed. His eyes were so dead and dark and just drilling into me. I just responded with like ahas or yep or something to that effect and just tried to pretend that I was still reading. Without warning too, he pulls out and cracks a beer and lights a cigarette and just starts blowing it at me. At this point, I'm so uncomfortable that I just stop responding. Soon another hiker wandered by and strikes up a conversation with this guy, and I took the opportunity to grab my water filter and bladder and pretend to need to get some water. I went to the shore and filtered some water, super slowly, and saw him walk away to go sit with this new guy, which made me super relieved. Except that he kept looking in my direction. I came back eventually and got inside my tent, and for 20 minutes everything was fine. I had the rain fly pulled back and was watching the sunset and loosely organizing my things when he sort of popped out from behind my tent and stood maybe 1 foot from my door, just looking down at me. He didn't say anything, but just started laughing really creepily, sort of fakely again. I asked, "What?" And his response was, "This is just really funny." I felt literally sick to my stomach and finally responded with something like, "I'm taking a nap now, so have a good night." He laughed again, but luckily left. Later I saw him still wandering around the camp with no real purpose, still looking in my direction often. I had no service, but I wrote down his last name, at least what was written on his cooler, and where he said that he was from while talking to other hikers in my notes app, just in case, and I slept with my pocket knife close as well. I debated leaving camp that night, but ended up staying and just leaving super early in the morning in case he came back. Now, normally while backpacking, I think the worst thing that could happen is I might run into a bear or sprain an ankle or something, and maybe this seems not that terrible as you're listening to it, but this truly was the most unsettling experience I've ever had in the backcountry. I don't know what this guy's deal was, but there was something really off about him. I'm sure that I'll be back out soon, but hopefully somewhere far away from that guy. This happened to me last year when I was home alone. My two older brothers are always out in our local church, which is pretty near to us. It's like one street away. At this day, we had no electricity. It was daytime. We couldn't pay our bill on time or something like that, so I was home alone, and I'll admit that I'm really not into church, like my brothers are anyway, because I'm just too lazy when it comes to religions and things that need me to go out and talk to people. I would always choose to be home alone, back then anyway. So yeah, I was home alone, no electricity, just using my phone, drawing stuff on my sketchbook, music, etc. My brother went home and he went straight to the bedroom, no word or anything at all. But it wasn't very fast. He walked like he would normally, with a normal face. So after a couple of hours, it was almost getting to night time. We do have some candles, but I couldn't find them, so I asked my brother, who was still not out of his bedroom. He came out quickly and went outside the house after he told me to follow him and fix the electricity. I was like, "What? What's your plan?" And he asked me to get the screwdriver and pliers. He taught me how to put the electricity back on when it's cut off. He told me to cut this hanging thing. It was a lock for this electricity meter or something. It's a circle-shaped thing that's attached to a wall in every house that has electricity. He told me to remove the seal after the lock and pulled out the whole cover. This revealed a plastic chip that was in between this metal that is supposed to be in contact with the cover. I just removed it, so I removed that chip too and put back the cover, and the lights came on. I was like, "Oh, wow, that's it? That was easy." My brother went straight back to his bedroom again. Then I received a call on my phone. "Hey, we're going to spend the night here. You should come here. We got the electricity going and food here as well." My brother said. He was the one who was speaking. It was definitely his voice. I know my brother's voice. This voice is the one who just helped me fix our electricity, though. I told him, "Where are you?" And he told me that he was still at the church. I said, "Stop, you're obviously joking. You're so lame." And I wanted to go into his bedroom just to throw a pillow at him, but I realized I'm not even hearing any voice from his bedroom while I was talking to him, which was really weird. He was talking normal, he was not being quiet, and I mean, really, I should be able to hear him inside, but there was no voice at all. I stood there sort of dumbfounded. I couldn't run, and suddenly my legs turned really weak. I didn't even want to make any sound at all, so I slowly, as a snail, grabbed my pants and really slowly walked outside while looking in every single corner that I could see. I began tearing up. My lips were shaking while I was thinking, if this is a prank, then man, this is a really good one. But as I found out later, it wasn't. It wasn't a prank at all. I arrived at the church trembling, even cried worse when I saw both my brothers. They'd never seen me cry like that before. I'm not even the crying type, really. But when I spoke to them, they confirmed that they had been at the church all afternoon. This is definitely one of the most weird, traumatic, and spooky experiences that I've ever had. And when I think about it, I've been with someone that I'm sure was not human. Whoever that was, it was not my brother. And I talked to him. I followed his orders to fix our electricity. I followed a non-human's command. So, for some background on my family and whatnot, I'm a 27-year-old female and married to my husband, who is 31, and we have 2 children. Their names are Isaac, he's 8 and male, and he's from my first marriage, and Tiana, with my now husband, who's 5 and female. So, this whole situation started somewhere around May of 2022, when me and Isaac were at the local park, just doing our own thing. My son was just playing with some other child at the monkey bars when I saw this woman approach me. She had red hair, I'm pretty sure it was natural, and her face seemed tear-stained. I became concerned as I thought that she was crying. I proceeded to ask her what was wrong, if she was all right, but she just kept staring at my son. The more she looked at him too, the more she sobbed. Then, all of a sudden, she sprints to him running and screaming, "Michael!" She kept calling him that, and it obviously freaked me out. I mean, she was running to my kid and calling him a different name. My son and the other child, they got scared, and I approached them before she did, as I was faster than her. I then screamed at her to get lost, but she just stood there as I held my son, and she seemed pretty enraged. She then muttered some things, but I couldn't hear her as she stomped away. The other child's father and I talked for a bit, and he seemed alarmed by what happened too. He predicted that she was probably a grieving mother and that my son looked like the child that she lost. I was still disturbed, and so I took my son home. Since then, I've been a bit afraid to take any of my children to any public areas despite my husband's reassurance. But skip to June 2nd of 2022. I get a call from my school stating that a woman, who was a new volunteer for lunch duty, kept mentioning that my son was her Mikey Bear and that she's been looking for him for years. They told me that another volunteer who had been working with her reported this. Obviously, this scared me, and I acted immediately by signing my kids out for the day. When I called the school the next day, I was informed that she was no longer there, so I was pretty freaked out. But skip to July 13th of 2022. It was Tiana's 5th birthday, and we decided to host it at a park in my in-laws' hometown. Everything went well, although I was pretty paranoid. It was somewhere around 9 p.m. when we began sort of tidying up, and as I looked at many oak trees behind us, I could have sworn that I saw her again. I screamed at the top of my lungs and started chasing after her, but she somehow got away. Ever since then, I haven't seen her, but I feel that this is just not the end of it. At this point, I'm seriously considering homeschooling my children because of everything that's happened, but I don't know. What do you guys think that I should do? I'm a single mum of a 3-year-old little girl. I'm so blessed that I have the most amazing parents who live about 20 minutes away from me, who keep her when I need them to. I live in the city next to their rural area, and you have to go down a curvy wooded rural road to get to their house out in the country. Now, my little girl had spent the night with them the night before, and I headed out to their house the next day around lunchtime to eat with them and bring her back to our house. It was a pretty day, sunny, a lot of bikers out though, so I was on high alert driving there, as anyone speeding and not paying attention could easily hit a biker, which is a bit of a fear of mine. But I got there fine, ate lunch with them, and was headed back to my house driving on the rural road, which I know like the back of my hand at this point, and typically speed on, knowing when to slow down and take certain curves, etc. My little girl requested that I put on her favorite songs in the car, so I was kind of watching her sing as she sat in her car seat in the back of the car through my rearview mirror. As we drove back home, I caught a glimpse of something blue up ahead just in the edge of the woods near the road. I was going fast enough that the image didn't quite set in as I approached and then passed it. But right after passing it, my brain finally processed that it was a blue old car. It was flipped upside down and had also rammed into a tree. The road was empty with only one house near, and there weren't any ambulances or cars near, so at first I was like, what the heck? Truly, the wreck didn't look like it had just happened, but I knew something was wrong in my gut. I pulled my phone out and called 911 as I kept driving, not fully processing what had just happened. "This is 911, what's your emergency?" "Oh, hey, so I'm driving down the road near," and I gave him the road, "and I just passed a blue car flipped upside down. It looks like they may have ran into a tree. There wasn't anyone visible near the car and no other cars around. I'm not sure if I was the first person on the scene or what. So what is your exact location? Is there a house close to the wreck? Try to find the nearest address. I'm sending an ambulance out now. Was anyone visibly hurt or present at the scene?" No, I didn't see anyone when I passed, but I'm really not sure. I didn't get a super good look if I'm being honest. I'm about 2 minutes down the road past the car now. Let me turn around and go back. I have my 3-year-old little girl in the car with me, just letting you know. I don't necessarily want her to see anything traumatizing, but I'll do what I need to do if I find anyone. The car looked super bad, though. It's okay, but don't get out of your car, alright? Keep your doors locked, just see if you can find the nearest address, and I'll stay on the phone with you the whole time. I turned around in the nearest driveway to me and drove back, speeding with my heart beating fast, as I now realized someone clearly might be severely hurt, and I just passed them by, not thinking that I was the first to arrive on the scene. I was scared, but in action mode, ready to deal with what I was potentially about to see inside this vehicle. When I got to the house that I thought was closest to the wreck, the conversation picked up with the operator. Okay, so I think I'm almost to the car now. I see a mailbox coming up right here. Hang on. Okay, it's... And I gave her the road. This is the house, a little less than maybe a mile from the car, I would guess. I'm headed from and going towards, and again I gave her all the details. And I see a car right here coming up on my left, across from the sandpit looking area. It's a blue older 4-door car, I think. Okay, great. Well, an ambulance was just dispatched and it won't be long before they get there. Do you see anyone in or near the vehicle? What the... Wait, yeah. I see a man around 25 or 30. He's standing in the middle of the road. I pull up next to the man with the doors locked, rolled my window down with the phone still on my ear and 911 listening to me speak. I immediately say, "Oh my goodness, are you okay? Is that your car?" The guy is slurring his words a little, clearly very injured, but still standing and not in a critical condition. He says, yeah, I'm fine." That's when I notice a large wound on the side of his head with blood all over it. I say, "You're bleeding. You aren't okay. Look, I'm on the phone with 911 right now. They're sending an ambulance. Don't move." I hear the 911 operator asking me if he was okay or if he was hurt in my ear. I say, no he isn't, he's bleeding from his head, but he's standing in the road. That was when I see the guy's face, though, go from concerned about getting help to fully panicked and flat. He says, "Is that 911 on the phone? Hang up. I need you to drive me up the road right now. Hang up the phone." The operator hears him say this and she says, "Is your daughter in the vehicle with you?" I say yes. I can't drive this man anywhere. I'm not letting him in my car, especially with my little girl in here. Meanwhile, my daughter is silent in the back seat, taking everything happening in. But that's when I look down and also notice that the man isn't wearing shoes. He's standing with bare feet and there's a large wet stain on his blue jeans, which I immediately realize is pee. I can smell alcohol on him and he isn't even standing that close to me. Now, I work in the medical field and I deal with traumatic brain injury patients often, so I immediately wondered if maybe he had some kind of brain damage from the impact and began telling the operator, "He isn't okay. I think that he's really hurt." I look at the man, staying as calm and matter-of-fact as I can, and tell him, "Look, I'm really sorry, but I can't drive you anywhere. My little girl is in the back seat, and I just don't feel comfortable doing that. I didn't see anyone in the vehicle when I passed, so I'd already called 911. I think you need to let them come. I can't let you in my car, but I'll park over here and make sure that you're okay until they get here." The man is visibly panicked and now really ticked off. He starts yelling, "Tell them not to come, hang up the phone." And my heart literally stopped beating. I began slowly and gently pressing the gas, rolling past him to indicate that I'm leaving. The 911 operator says in my ear, "Pretend to tell me not to come, pretend to hang up with me, but keep me on the line." So that's exactly what I do. "Hey, so I think he's okay actually. He says he doesn't need any medical help. He lives really close to here. So actually, I don't think you need to send an ambulance out. Sorry for the miscommunication. Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much." And I fake the hang-up. I set my phone face down in the passenger seat and tell him that I was going to go now, but that I hoped he was going to be okay. That was when I noticed his pocket bulging with something silver peeking out. I knew right then that this man was armed, and I had to get the heck out of there quickly. I smiled and said that I was sorry I couldn't really help, and then quickly rolled up my window and I sped off, turning around further down the road and passing him again at 65 to 70 miles per hour on a 45 mile per hour road. I was crying hysterically, and I picked up the phone to tell the 911 operator what had just happened. She said, "It's okay, you did the right thing. You played it cool and appeased him. We have the address and the ambulance is less than 5 minutes away." As she asked me for my name and identifying information, I see and hear sirens further up ahead. All I can say is that I thank God for the 911 operator coaching me through the situation that day. I still don't know what happened to the man, but I do know that he was clearly intoxicated, dangerous, and fully panicked, which is a scary combination that will make people do things without thinking clearly in an instant. My little girl asked, "Mummy, was that man hurt? I saw a boo-boo on his head." I just said, "Yes, sweetie, he's okay. He did get a boo-boo, I think. He was playing and bumped into a tree, I guess. But a nurse is going to give him a band-aid, but I'm really glad that we could help him." She was satisfied and smiled, continued to listen to the music and sing when I turned the radio back on. It was a terrifying and creepy encounter, to say the least. My family and I went on a trip to the Hocking Hills area of southern Ohio a few weeks ago. It was a place that I always wanted to visit, the abandoned ghost town Moonville Rail Tunnel. I had never been to this area, so I didn't know what to expect, but I did know that it was pretty deep in the woods. We took a trip from our rented cabin using Google for GPS to the location. We started driving, and it's, for a lack of a better term, real impoverished where we are driving. The hills have eyes-esque. We literally only see a few cars on the way there and are on the back roads. We get to a point where we need to enter into the forest, and we're close to the tunnel now. There was a sign that said that we were entering Bubblewood. For a little additional information, I drive a Mercedes that I'm just lucky to have and have my husband in the car. He's a black man with dreadlocks, my 10-year-old son who is nonverbal, autistic, and my 6-year-old daughter. So we drive down this really creepy stone road into the forest, and there's nothing back there. No houses, no cars, nobody. We see signs that we're close and pull into the parking lot. There's a footbridge there, and we walk over the footbridge and make our way toward the tunnel, which is a lot larger than I expected. And we hear this sound coming from the other side of the tunnel that goes into the woods away from the parking lot. A truck comes driving through the tunnel towards us while we're on foot. He gets out of his truck with a chainsaw, and it's a white guy in his 60s. He walks with my entire family everywhere that we go through the tunnel. I tried to make small talk with him and pull some info about if he worked for the Department of Natural Resources, etc., or something like that. But he really wasn't budging. We turn around to walk out of the tunnel, and he starts using a chainsaw behind us, and the sound is just echoing through the tunnel. I was already worried that my car was sending the wrong idea to the people, like we have money or something, but we really don't. We rush to the car to get the kids into their booster seats, and this guy comes driving over the footbridge in his truck towards us in the parking lot. To this day, I honestly don't even know how this truck could have fit on it. But he stops again and gets out of his truck and starts walking the other direction, much to our relief, to be honest. About this time, I noticed that there are dusty handprints on my car, though. I asked my husband if they were his, and we compared his hand and my son's, and they were definitely not a match. I don't know who could have touched the car, because where we were with the chainsaw man the entire time, I mean, we were the only ones in this spot as far as we knew. In any case, we got out of there as fast as we could after this. But just a few minutes later, I look into my rearview mirror. There's a bunch of dust kicked up behind us, and there he is. He had to have driven pretty fast on the stone road to catch us like that. There's nowhere to go in these woods, mind you. The road is basically one lane, and we have no cell phone service or GPS. And every time that I think we lose him, there he is again. At this point, I'm just waiting for my tires to get popped or something, or for this guy to ram me off the road into a ravine in the woods. But finally, we get out of the woods, and I turn out, and he's still following. We were following printed directions to get back, and I ended up making a wrong turn in the excitement, I think. The guy in the truck was finally gone, and I turned around to go back past the stone road that goes into the forest. There is one lone house near this road as well, and when I went there was his truck, parked there. He had to have seen us drive onto this road into the woods and taken some back way to the tunnel or something. I don't know if he was just trying to protect the site from more graffiti or what, but he really creeped us out. It was like a very scary movie trope rolled into one single event, and I'm glad that we all got out okay. So me and my sister and my mum have been trying to make sense of this for the past couple of hours, and the facts get less comforting the more we compare our experiences of that night. So last Friday, I, a 17-year-old male, was home alone while my family, besides my sister, 21, who was at work, stayed in their cabin a few kilometers away. I'm used to staying home alone, as this exact scenario is pretty common in the summertime, especially while I'm working and I can't travel from the cabin and back. I'm not usually jumpy or afraid while home alone anymore. I think I'm just used to the odd creaks and settling noises of the old house now. I was especially comforted by the fact that my sister's dog was also in the house with me that night, and most noises could be attributed to him, and if anything were to happen, he would act as a guard dog of sorts and alert me to anything odd. At the same time, however, he is the type of dog to bark at any noise or person walking past the door or the windows, so I'm used to hearing him bark or growl at night. Even so, this past Friday, the sound of his barks at nearly 12 a.m. were disconcerting to say the least. Despite my comfort with staying home alone, I'm still pretty afraid of the premise of break-in or some other uninvited human interaction at midnight. So I let him bark for a few seconds, telling myself it was just someone walking past our glass door in the adjacent alleyway, and he would quiet down once they passed. Needless to say, that's not what happened. He kept barking and growling for a few moments too long, and I finally got out of bed, I sleep in the basement, and walked upstairs to check it out. As I'd suspected, he was standing alert at the glass door. I was comforted for a moment until I walked over, ready to close the curtains and go back to sleep, and saw the door open about 2 or 3 inches. I froze. I had let Bosco the dog out earlier that night, but I know that I closed that door. I've never left this door open, in fact. I mean, I'm a paranoid person with pretty bad anxiety, especially concerning break-ins, like I said. So I would never, ever, home alone, forget to close the door. I'm 100% certain of that. But at the time, I didn't let myself think about these facts or even acknowledge that I could not have left the door open, because I knew it would send me into a spiral, possibly even into an anxiety or panic attack if I didn't explain this away. So I closed the locked door, double-checking that it was certainly locked. Using the flashlight on my phone, the lights were all off, I looked around the entire second floor of the 3-floor house, including closets and other reasonable hiding spots, just to put my mind at ease, and upon finding nothing, I went back downstairs to my room. Now, as I was down there trying to push away the fear, I could hear Bosco walking around on the floor that doubles as my bedroom's roof. I thought that I was overthinking it when it started to sound like human footsteps, accompanied by Bosco's footsteps. He walks around for about maybe 10 minutes before I put in my earphones and talk myself down until I can fall asleep. At 2 a.m. that same night, my sister comes back home from work. I woke up a few minutes before this to Bosco in the basement, which he never does. There's even a gate to stop him from getting to the basement, in fact, whining at my bedroom door. When I got up to let him out, my sister walked in, and we let him out the front door rather than the glass patio door, letting him in the same way. We talked for a while before I went back downstairs, and my sister went to the bathroom. I forgot about the door, busy with work for the next few days, and forgot to mention it to anyone until tonight. My sister and my mum were both home with me for a movie night, while my dad and my brothers stay at the cabin. I remembered the door situation when we were packing our horror movies to watch. I was sharing it as a creepy, almost funny story before my sister spoke up, saying that
The same night, an hour or so after they got home, the door was open again. The same door that was locked from the inside, and not opened since, earlier that night. My stomach immediately dropped, and I started shaking the second this was revealed. We first started trying to explain it away. I mean, maybe she had let Bosco out and forgot to close it until we both recalled that we'd used the front door. Then we were trying to justify a reason that someone would break in to not steal anything and proceed to stay for 2 hours before leaving. Ultimately, I realized that I quite possibly locked someone in the house with me, then forced them to hide upstairs while I searched the second level of our house. Then, this hypothetical person would be trapped up there, not knowing that this house, that appears empty with the rest of my family gone and all the lights off, was not empty, and there was a dog who would bark if they showed themselves again, alerting me to their presence. Then, when I was in the basement and my sister was in the bathroom, they ran out the glass door, which is timed perfectly to when they found the door open once more, much wider than when I found it, as they were in a hurry on the way out. Perhaps they left it open too the first time for a quick escape, or to stop the loud sound of it meeting the doorframe. Either way, it ties together too perfectly for me to reasonably brush it off. I know it's unlikely, especially with nothing missing, but in this small town, there have been many reports of break-ins with nothing missing, vandalizing, or just breaking and enterings many, many times, so it's not as unlikely as it may be in the bigger city. I still can't really make sense of it though, and I am definitely shaken up thinking of the possibility of someone being in my house while I was asleep, alone in the basement. There's a part of me that just doesn't believe it, but I can't shake the too many coincidences that all tie together to make this as concerning as it is.
So this happened a couple of days ago. I live in the suburbs of Northern California with my parents in an upper middle class neighborhood. My parents are away for their anniversary, so I've had the place to myself for the week. I got home from a late shift at work at around 1 a.m. I go inside, shower, then I head to the kitchen to make some buffalo wings for dinner. I crack open a beer and I sit in front of the TV for a bit. I was sifting through movies to watch an HBO Plus when all of a sudden the doorbell rings. It actually startled me to the point that I jumped off the couch, knocking my beer over in the process. It's now 2 a.m., and there was really no good reason for anyone to be at the door at this hour. I just sort of stared in the direction of the front door for several seconds before it rang again, followed by rapid knocking on the door and the window. Now, for whatever reason, I was no longer scared, but more annoyed at the fact that some idiot would think that it's appropriate to bang on someone's front door at this time of the night. I head over to the front door, unlock the deadbolt, and pull the front door open, leaving the chain in place. In the heat of the moment, I didn't think to look out the window first. I just sort of yanked the door open. Standing on the front porch was a woman, around mid-20s, with long silky black hair and a purple hoodie with black pants. I said, "Can I help you?" To which she responded with, "Oh, yeah. Sorry to bother you so late, but my boyfriend and I are having some car trouble and our phones are dead. But we were wondering if you could possibly let us use yours." She pointed up the street to what looked like a dark-colored sedan parked underneath the street lamp and said, "See, that's us right there." Now, had this been any other person, and I would have said no, but she looked, I don't know, innocent, like she was a college student. I live in a college town, and it wasn't completely uncommon for college kids to be out late on a Friday night. I asked her where her boyfriend was, and she said that he walked to the gas station to see if anyone had a phone there. I pulled my iPhone out and told her to make it quick as I was about to go to bed. She thanked me and said that she'd only take 2 seconds. She took my phone, dialed a number, and put the phone up to her ear. After a couple of rings, whoever she called picked up, and she said, "Yeah, it's me. I'm borrowing someone's phone." She stopped talking, and I could barely make out a man's voice on the other end. It was around this point, too, that I started to feel uneasy. She was taking a lot longer to be done with the phone call, and I started to get impatient. The whole time, she just stood there staring at me with a wide-eyed expression and a creepy smile that looked forced while this person on the other end kept talking. She finally said, "Oh, okay, bye," and handed me my phone back. She then said, "Do you think that I might be able to come inside to use your bathroom?" I said no and wished her good luck before shutting the front door. And right as I was about to walk away, I began to hear her laugh and say, "You made the right choice." I looked out the peephole and she was still standing on my porch, but now she had a man standing next to her. He looked to be around her age and was wearing a hoodie and also a face mask. The pair then started to circle around my house, banging on the windows and laughing. I didn't hesitate to call 911 at this point, but they stuck around for several minutes trying to get in through my back door. I had my Glock 19 in hand, aimed at the back door with 911 on speaker, and was prepared to do whatever I had to do if they got in. They banged on my back door for around 5 minutes before they finally left. I watched them run up the street to that black sedan that I mentioned earlier, and take off up the street. The cops showed up a few minutes later, and they took a report. They told me that I was the third person to call them that night, reporting a suspicious couple attempting to enter homes. I don't know what they had planned, but I'm inclined to believe that it was nothing good. Moral of the story is never answer the front door at 2 a.m., especially without looking to see who it is first. I definitely learned my lesson that night. This happened when I was 17 years old. I'm 20 now. I'm from Bosnia, and I used to go fishing with my friends whenever I could. When the summer break began, we used to explore many rivers. Usually we would encounter animals or people, but nothing special. Keep in mind too that legal driving age in Bosnia is 18, so we would usually take a bus to a location or just walk it. One night though, me and my friends sat on a bus and went to a city not too far away. I won't tell you the name because it's a small country and I've always had a bit of a phobia of someone from the internet finding me. And anyways, we arrived, and before exiting the bus, an old creepy drunk guy said something along the lines of, "You boys going fishing?" To which I replied, "Yeah, in the lake," and I gave the name. He added, "Well, good luck then, I hope you catch some fish," with a really creepy laugh tacked on at the end. We arrived at the lake, which was very beautiful, and we started fishing. At around 1:30, after we had had some beers, we could hear arguing in the distance. One of my friends took a flashlight and shined it into the distance, and as he went over a bush, somebody clearly was crouching down in it. As there were many of us, we weren't really too scared. Me and the friend with the flashlight went to investigate it, while the others stayed near the campfire. Upon arriving to the bush, we spotted the same old drunk guy crawling in the grass. We asked him what he was doing, to which he replied that he was hunting. We didn't see any weapon on him whatsoever, so I proceeded to ask him, "What are you hunting without a weapon for?" He got up and said, "Look, this is a coincidence. I'm going to get going," while sort of stumbling away. We returned and we tried to enjoy the rest of the night. At around 4 a.m., we heard somebody angrily shouting in the distance again. We turned around to spot this buff guy in a black shirt covered in tattoos. And behind him was the old guy. "What do you think you're doing on my property?" he said to us. "Sir, we were fishing and we didn't know this property was yours." In the argument, I could see my friends packing the fishing rods and all the things that we brought. My friends made a run for it to the forest, leaving me and my other friend there. "Okay, you're going to call your friends and tell them to come back or else you're not leaving," says the buff guy. I, of course, didn't want to do that, as I did nothing wrong. We were quiet, just sort of talking, doing nothing to disturb anyone, and plus the river was like 300 meters away from any houses. My friend tells the man that we're going and starts to walk. But this is where it gets scary. The dude grabs my friend by the neck and starts arguing with him. I jumped in and hit the guy in the face and started running towards the road. He lets go of my friend and chases after me, and after running for about a minute, the dude gets tired. I end up exiting the trees and go onto the street. I wait on a bench for some time and see my friend coming. He sits next to me and tells me that when the dude started chasing me, the old guy jumped on him with a hunting knife. He thankfully missed my friend and he ended up pushing the dude and running as well. We called the cops after that, obviously. A patrol came and we gave our statement. We called our other friends and ended up meeting up with them. The cops explained to us that the part where we had apparently been was private property, but again, the fact that the guy grabbed my friend by the neck was not how he should have reacted. We ended up going home, and nowadays we just sort of laugh at this story, but to be honest, it was a really close call. In respect for my best friend, whose life was, to say the least, a complete mess as a child, I've been keeping this story inside for a very long time. I'm going to be completely honest, I've never even spoken a word to my mother before. At first it was fear of getting social services involved. Then after they got involved anyways, I guess too long had passed and I just figured that she never really would benefit any from knowing. This all happened when we were 11 years old. I'm 29 now. It all sort of feels like a surreal dream, to be honest. This feels like the appropriate place to get it out, though. Names have been changed, of course. So, when I was in elementary school in Canada, that's K to 6, I was an awkward child. I have high-functioning autism, and while my grades were great, my social functioning was lackluster. It still is, if I'm honest. This left me with a fairly small, very colourful group of friends. Two of the closest being Jesse and Katie. Now, I came from a fairly overprotective household. My mother watched me like a hawk, and thus I was a naive kid. I didn't really understand that a lot of the oddness and dysfunction that would come out of my two friends had to do with problems at home. We were never allowed at Katie's house. I think her mum was extremely overweight to the point of hardly being able to move anyway, and she was embarrassed of it. Jesse's house, however, was only a few blocks away from the school, and we ended up there a lot. Her parents were divorced, and her mum was deaf and mute. My mum and her would communicate through notes, and when I would go over, I would hand them to her, and while she at first would always seem slightly erratic, there were no real red flags. When we first started going there, Jesse's mum was living with her boyfriend, as well as her boyfriend's parents. Everyone in the household was deaf with the exception of Jesse and her younger brother, but both of them had limited hearing. I think for the first year or so that they were there, the boyfriend's parents kind of kept everything from getting too out of hand, but it was pretty clear that it was a dysfunctional household. After they moved out of the household, it was just Jesse's mum and her boyfriend. They would often lock us in the basement too when I would spend the night there. It was a full apartment, so we just saw it as fun freedom. But the one time they forgot to lock it and we walked in on them, shoving needles under the table. Again, we were too young to understand what was going on, but we did understand that we walked in on something bad. From this point on, we would be designated to spend our sleepover nights in her garage, as it was furnished with carpets and couches. The issue with this was, though, that Jesse's mum always kept the door locked so we wouldn't interfere with their activities again. So when one of us had to use the washroom, we would have to knock on the basement window until Jesse's little brother would hear and let us in through the basement window to pee. Another issue being, he was hearing impaired. Thus, sometimes it would take a literal hour of absolute banging on that window to get anybody's attention. We were young, and this felt as close to freedom as you could get, I guess. But we didn't really understand why or what was wrong or dangerous for Jesse's mother to do this, so I guess I just never really thought about telling my mum, and it kept going on. One night, though, we were doing our normal sleepover, playing Pokemon Gold, trading and battling with link cables, and waiting for Jesse's mum to bring out the oven pizza she said that she was cooking us literal hours ago. It was about midnight, no bedtime in that household, and Katie said that she really had to pee. She was trying to wait for Jesse's mum to bring in the pizza so she could go through the door, but she couldn't hold it.
She goes out by herself to try and rouse Jesse's little brother, Aaron. We were expecting it to take her a little while, but to our surprise, she comes back extremely quick, locking the garage door behind her and latching the lift door. She looks really startled too. She tells us that she was knocking to try and get Aaron's attention when she hears a rustle from the bush next to the gate going to the front yard. It takes her a minute to realize what she's looking at, but standing about 5 feet from the gate, 15 feet from the window Katie is at, is a tall man dressed completely in black. She said that it seemed like he just sort of appeared out of darkness, or like he was waiting for something. He asks her if she's managed to lock herself out, while slowly taking a step towards the gate. As she gets up and takes a step back, his pace quickens towards her and she sprints back to the garage. At first, we thought that she was just messing with us. We laughed and told her to stop messing around, but then we heard it. Hard twisting of the locked doorknob. Then, worse, the sound of scratching metal against the knob. He was trying to pick the lock. We stood in absolute fear for a moment, then grabbed the only pathetic things around that we could use to try and defend ourselves. Then, it just abruptly stopped. There were no windows in her garage and no people on the door, so we couldn't see anything, and so we really had no idea what was going on. We waited for about 10 minutes, having no idea where the man was, if he was still out there, where her mum was, or where that pizza had got to. But we were still sitting ducks in there, and he had clearly failed to pick the lock, but who knows if or what he would try next. Now, this is stupid, I know, but we were stupid scared children. We grabbed our weapons, which consisted of glorified sticks, and we left that garage. At first, there was no sign of any man. We moved towards the downstairs window and started slamming on it, screaming and pleading for Aaron to open it. Again, that's when we heard it. It was almost a sort of sing-song, mocking voice that rang out. Well, hello again. 3 men this time, all in black. The one in the middle had spoken. They made a move forward. We once again sprinted back to the garage. This time, they just straight up tried to kick the door down, all 3 of them stomping and kicking. It was close to giving in, and then everything just stopped. Jesse's mother had come out of the back door, pizza in hand, and startled them. She ran back inside, got her boyfriend and his 2 other friends, users travel in packs, and they were able to chase them off with some actual weapons. Obviously, I'm guessing about that because we were still inside the garage, but we could hear stuff. But the adults stayed in the backyard all night, weapons in hand. One person even sat on the roof with a compound bow. Yeah, a compound bow. Anyway, night turned to morning and it all settled down. But after that, we never stayed at Jessie's house for sleepovers ever again. She was put into the care of her grandparents shortly after this too. It took me a really long time to actually grasp what happened that night, but considering they never actually called the police, I'm fairly certain that we almost got literally murdered over some drug debt that Jessie's mother probably had. Literally, I can't even imagine the evils that could have gone on that night if fate wasn't on my side. Something tells me that those 3 men were way too happy to find children to take as penance, and it would hardly have just been a straightforward murder. It still makes me shudder thinking about it, and I'm just really glad that we all ended up okay that night. So, I'm wondering if anyone has seen the people with unworldly large smiles or mouths. This has been with me for a while, and I just can't shake it, and I have to get it off my chest. I know it all sounds ridiculous, but here goes nothing. So a few years ago, I was outside in the backyard with a buddy of mine that was actually staying in my garage. We were cleaning an RV that I had just purchased when my wife came outside to moan about something. I can't remember what anymore, but when she was done, she went back into the house, me still in the RV, went to follow her to see what her problem was, and I hear my truck, which was right in front of the RV, start. Me not thinking about it, as I'm walking, I turn and look to see who's in my truck, and see what at first I thought was my wife messing with me, but saw a female resembling my wife turn to look at me with this crazy, creepy large smile. When I say large, I mean absolutely huge, with white teeth to boot, just looking at me. As I sort of back up and get to the back door and walk into the kitchen, I'm kind of back and forth in my head like, what was she doing? And then I get to the bedroom where my wife is standing, folding clothes. I'm not trying to freak her out, and myself, I turn and I haul butt back to the gate to see who was in my truck. When I do, there's nobody there. The key was in my pocket, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. My truck started, and my buddy outside even heard it start too, but didn't bother looking. I know what I saw, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has ever seen anything like this. So my grandfather, Jim, died when I was 17, around 5 years ago, and his last months were rough on the whole family. He had advanced brain cancer, but he spent most of his time at home under hospice care. One afternoon, it was about 2 weeks before he died, I was alone with my grandpa waiting for the hospice nurse to come check on him. A man who I'd never seen before, Dave, knocked on the door, and he was wearing hospital scrubs, but he hadn't brought any equipment with him, which was odd. I asked him if he worked for the hospital, and he nodded. He said that this was the first shift with Jim that he'd had, but that he'd reviewed my grandfather's file, and that he wanted to speak to whichever family member had the legal authority to pull the plug. Jim wasn't even on life support, so I guess Dave was using plug as an expression of my grandfather. I should say that I live in a right-to-die state where euthanasia is legal, so it's not like that option had never occurred to us, but as far as I know, no member of my family had ever expressed an openness to euthanize Jim. I told him that I had no authority to make that decision, and that my grandfather, who was now delirious and unable to consent to much of anything, had specifically said to prolong his life indefinitely unless he was crying out in extreme pain, which he wasn't. Dave put his hand on my shoulder as though he were consoling me, and he talked about how old people become burdens, that their families need to let go of them. Then Dave pulled a bottle of pills out of his pocket and said they were barbiturates that would trigger a peaceful death. He said the coroner would determine that Jim died naturally from his cancer. At that, I started to panic, and I firmly told him that under no circumstances would he be euthanizing Jim at this time. But he started to untwist the bottle as he walked toward Jim's bed. I tried to wrestle the pills from his hand. He seemed startled. He played innocent and said that he just wanted to show the pills to Jim. Dave knew perfectly well that my grandfather had almost no idea what was going on, though. So I called 911 and rapidly explained the situation to the dispatcher. Dave suddenly became very scared and then bolted out of the house. The cops arrived within 5 minutes, and Jim's actual hospice nurse arrived a few minutes after that too. Based on my physical description, the police hospital staff were able to identify Dave as a recently fired hospital orderly. Dave was charged with making a criminal threat based on my testimony, but unfortunately, he was acquitted. So I've worked as a correctional officer for a long time now. I've worked at facilities in Texas and in Michigan. The oldest prison that I ever worked at just recently started to close in Michigan, and it got me thinking about all of the paranormal experiences that I've had there, and in the other prisons that I've worked at as well. I'd like to share with all of you some of the more notable paranormal experiences that I've had while working in these prisons. First off, I'd like to say that I never really believed in ghosts, I guess, before I started working as a correctional officer, that is. I started off working in Texas at an intake facility. I worked night shifts, 12 hours from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The first experience that I ever had was working on a lower security housing unit. When finishing a round, I was chatting with my partner and I heard a loud banging sound.
It was at like 3 in the morning at this point, so no prisoners should be out of their bunks. I asked my partner if they knew what the banging was, and they, being an older officer, told me bluntly that the unit that we were working in was haunted. They told me the sound was coming from a door of one of the small quiet cells in a hallway not directly visible from the officer station, and about how a prisoner had died in one. The prisoner allegedly died because the officers working there at the time had given them a sack of food when it was lunchtime for prisoners, and the prisoner had actually choked on the food and died. To be honest, I really didn't believe that the unit was haunted, so I decided to go look at this door. The sound volume increased as I got closer to it, and when I could see it, the door itself was visibly shaking as if someone was pounding on it. But there was nothing that could have been causing the door to shake like that. I was at a loss for words, and later that night I checked the door again, and there was a steamed up handprint visible on the glass of the door's window. It was a really weird experience, and it was definitely something that was, unexplainable. Anyway, another experience that I had was at the same facility, but at a different housing unit. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was sitting inside the officer station, watching the cameras, and talking to my partner. I look at one of the cameras and clearly see a prisoner sitting at the table in the day room. I turn my head to look at the day room, and there's no one sitting at the table that I just saw on the camera. I asked my partner to go and check it out because no one is supposed to be out of bed yet. I roll back the time on the camera to see if I could see where the prisoner might have gone. The prisoner on the camera literally just slowly fades away and vanishes completely. My partner comes back into the officer station, and we both watch this video over and over, being just dumbstruck as to what we are seeing. Later on that same night, during one of my rounds, I notice a wet floor sign that got left out. I return it to the porter closet. I get back to the officer station and look back to where the porter closet is, and I'll be damned, I see the same wet floor sign left out. I obviously asked my partner if they were playing a joke on me or something because I just put the sign away, but my partner denies doing anything with it. I go back out and make sure that I put the sign back in the closet and lock the door this time. I get back to the officer station, a wet floor sign right there in the open again. My partner and I are both watching this wet floor sign now, and it starts to tip over on one end really slowly, 2 of its legs off the ground. The sign then slams itself to the ground, and then proceeded to slide back up the hallway and then back to the front of the closet door before ceasing all movement. My partner and I, we refused to come out of the officer station for the rest of the night that night because we were just terrified. One more notable one from Texas as well. I was working in an ad-seg unit, really high security unit for prisoners that get in fights and cause a lot of problems repeatedly. We had a prisoner who was sitting in one of the closed observation cells. These cells are usually used for people who threaten harming themselves. In the summertime, prisoners will sometimes just say that they're suicidal to be put in one of these cells because they're a lot cooler and are near AC vents that the normal housing units don't have. And the prisoners told me that this is what they were doing and that they didn't want to cause any problems. Later on that night, one of my partners and I were watching cameras, and all of a sudden we see a shadow moving across the floor. Eventually it comes to the close observation cell and disappears under the door. This is where it gets a little crazy too. You see, I do a round and check on the close observation cell. The prisoner is pacing in the cell, and I ask them if they're okay, and the prisoner tells me that something just doesn't feel right and that they're hearing voices that aren't there. I try to calm them down, and eventually they do and lay on the bed. Later on, my partner calls for assistance because the prisoner had apparently tried to end it. But the weirdest thing is that apparently they were holding their wrists above their head and allegedly were speaking in tongues. Now, I wasn't there for that one, but with everything else that I'd seen in this place, and also knowing my partner the way that I did, I believe it. So, when I started working at prisons in Michigan, I worked at a prison that was now closing. It was built back in 1877 and is one of the oldest prisons still operating in all of the United States. There were so many small experiences that I'd had there that it would be too long to get into. But like doors would slam, you would hear voices, cold chills, all that stuff. But the first really notable experience that I had was around Christmas time on the third shift. I was working in the oldest unit on the facility. Usually we don't have prisoners there, but we had opened the unit to separate prisoners during the COVID pandemic and whatnot. I didn't have a partner due to how short-staffed we were, so one of the other officers set up a TV for me to keep me entertained because I'd be really far away from all the other units and get bored with no one to talk to. I do rounds for most of the night watching TV in between them, when I suddenly hear a banging noise from a door that leads to a hallway that takes you all the way to an even older unused condemned part of the prison. I open the door, take a look down the hallway, and a cold breeze hits me, and suddenly my arm hairs just are standing all on end. I close the door, thoroughly creeped out. I go and sit down and start watching TV again, but the TV starts flipping through channels rapidly, and then stops on static. I have to get moved to a different unit because, to be honest, I was pretty terrified again. But one day on the third shift, my work friend and I were working positions that allowed us to have a lot of free time and no prisoners to watch, when we decided to explore the prison. We explored the tunnels that went underneath the prison, the old barns, the old unstaffed gun towers, and we eventually decided to go look at the old condemned part of the prison from my earlier experience. There was a big metal gate that was about maybe halfway down the hallway that had to be opened by a big skeleton key. We get back to the old condemned part, and my friend tells me about how this part was supposed to be the old segregation. We had to use flashlights to see because this section is so old that it's not powered. But the energy back there, I will never forget. Just being there filled me with a feeling of just utter dread. I asked my friend to head back, and we start to head back down to where the hallway to the gate was, when my friend's flashlight suddenly dies. When we make it back to the hallway, barely able to see anything in the almost pitch blackness, when we hear something running after us. So we start running up the hallway too. My friend fumbles with the key as we hear it getting closer. We get the gate open and sprint out of there. And later on, I noticed that my friend had red claw marks all over his arms. It was a crazy and truly scary experience, and it was something that I hope to never, ever experience again. Back when I was about 16 years old, because of my living situation, at least twice a month I would have to make a 2-hour drive from a city area back to my parents' house in a rural area. I'd say that about maybe 1.5 hours of that drive was just country road with nothing but valley, corn, or some other crop on either side with the occasional farmhouse, or something that you think that people might go in and out of willingly along the way. Because of how used to this drive I'd already been beforehand, I didn't think much of driving that long stretch of no cell service, no phone booth area. I mean, nothing had happened yet, so surely nothing would ever happen, right? Well, in the middle of one of these drives back, while the night was slowly taking over, as I was driving, I saw a flash of light. That was weird, I thought. Maybe just a momentary anemic moment, who knows. But then, another flash. Well, maybe someone coming this way has their high beams wonky or something. Another flash, though. Alright, something's definitely wrong. I slow down a bit so as not to get blinded periodically and swerve off the road, then try to figure out what was up ahead. Further in the distance, I think that I see a person. Actually, multiple people. My eyesight's well and good at this point in my life, so I was putting 2 and 2 together, getting close enough to realize that there were actually 4 people on this country road lined up across as if it was to make a roadblock to prevent any cars from passing through. Another note too is that I don't see any other car around them that they could have come in or anything. I don't remember any farmhouses or sheds nearby either, but the rest of this encounter felt like it took place in the span of an hour because of my anxiety, but it was likely no more than 5 minutes in hindsight. So I'm driving maybe 10 miles per hour now as I'm getting closer and realizing that I'm definitely without a doubt approaching a line of 4 grown people with huge bright white masks on, staring in my direction. 2 of them definitely have bats or some other distinctly long blunt objects, and one person is holding something that the flashes are coming from. Maybe a laser or something? I'm not sure. What I do know, though, is that I've seen enough horror movies and heard enough stories about crime on roads like this to think that, in that moment, I have only two options. Slow down and hope that they eventually part way around my car, running the risk that they could very well get the jump on me in my dinky car, or pick up the pace and disregard whether or not they'll have the chance to move out of the way when I potentially accelerate through them. In the end, I decided the latter. I had no means to protect myself with other than a bat in the trunk of my own car, and at that time, I was a young teen who passed as a girl who could easily get knocked down with a solid slap because of my build, and my car was terrible, bad enough in fact to where if I stopped I wouldn't doubt someone could break in with easy force. Now, hearing gravel and dirt kick up from under my tires, I was more freaked out of the potential that I could drive myself off the road, along with taking out some strangers, who I am now dead certain are carrying bats as I accelerate towards them. I'm proper freaking out, but I've accepted that this was the decision that I'd made. I accelerated more, and thankfully, the two that were directly in my way lunged out of the way just in time to not get hit. When I get past them, I stop accelerating to catch my breath, and to see them in my rearview mirror, the other two, for some reason, trying to haul butt towards my car as if they could catch up. And it became so real in that moment that there were people who were intentionally trying to get the jump on me in the middle of nowhere, and probably not just kids trying to get kicks and giggles out of freaking someone out, but real adults trying to harm someone that came that way. In any case, I just focused on driving out of there as fast as I could. I focused on going forward, didn't turn the radio back on to distract me, and felt shook by the experience in general. But the most messed up part, honestly, was getting home and realizing that part of what I was driving on wasn't gravel. It was actually nails that were now embedded into my tires. Praise whatever God may be out there for me somehow having those sturdy tires that got me home, because honestly, they looked terrible. I didn't tell my parents the full story about what happened in the end, and they just assumed that I was being reckless and someone was playing a prank with just scattering some nails about randomly on the road. I did tell the story to some of my friends, and they told me that I probably wasn't in any serious situation and they were just trying to get a scare out of me, especially since being in a car was a pretty big advantage in this situation which I was in, and I can't deny that. But still, it creeped me out a lot, and these days I remember it every single time that I drive down a road that looks any type similar. So to give some explanation and background knowledge for this whole encounter, I was around 15 at the time that this occurred. I was camping out in the middle of nowhere with my family and part of my extended family, my aunt, uncle and cousins. I was the oldest kid there in the RV, so you can probably understand how it felt to have no one else to do the stupid stuff that I did back then with. With a good 2-year gap between me and the inferiors, it was almost like nirvana when I got to the campground and met the other teenagers. These were all people that we knew fairly well from previous camping trips, so it was considered normal to hit it off with them from the start and act like that we'd known each other from like forever within the hour. And with that out of the way, now to the story. So my parents trusted me a lot, and not a lie as well. And while I liked my fun, I also liked getting home in time for dinner equally as much. So when I was gone most of the day with other people from the camp, they didn't think too much about it. The only rule was that I had to be back at the RV to eat dinner, and before 8:30 in the evening. So, picture this, a group of 6 teenagers, 15 to 16, out in the middle of the woods with no adult supervision for the vast majority of the day. Just a recipe for success right there, right? But this particular day, we found a neat little deer trail that we hadn't found in the 2 years that we'd been here before. On second thought, though, it didn't really seem like a deer trail, I guess. It sort of snaked through a really thick part of the underbrush, maybe a foot or 30 centimeters of clear ground, 3.5 feet or 1 meter clear of branches going upwards. It's a really hard thing to pick out from the brush unless you're either really looking or know where it is. But it was promptly explored, marked with a broken branch outside of the entrance, and quickly forgotten. Except, I remembered this little special tunnel there. That night, while we were all eating dinner, one of the adults proposed that we played manhunt out in the woods, at night. Not everyone was totally on board with this idea, but in the grand scheme of the plan, they were squashed down like autumn leaves. Everyone got a flashlight, and everyone was assigned to a team. For those of you who aren't sure what manhunt is, here's a brief explanation. So everyone playing is given a flashlight, and they're divided into two groups. It's basically like glorified flash tag, but there's a catch, you see. As you catch people, you have to correctly identify who they are, and if you can, they join forces with the hunters. The last man standing gets a candy bar or something, or whatever is being offered as a prize. This is how we played it. So, for the first round, I get lumped with the runners, those who are getting chased by the hunters. We get a 5-minute head start to run, climb a tree, whatever we want, to evade the hunters. Usually I'm the one up the tree, but that never really worked out as being the winning spot, so to try and score a win for once, I decided to play the cat and use one surefire method of escape. And the hiding spot was that rude little path through the thicket. It took most of the head start time to find the thing, because it was so well hidden and out of the way. As I passed hiding spots, I heard hushed, smothered whispering between siblings who were questioning my actions, like a bird's wings rustling when it's fluffing itself. It should be noted that I have bat hearing. My ears are possibly my greatest asset in the game. But when I'm just reaching the destination, I hear the short blast of the air horn announcing that the 5 minutes are up. I swan dove into this minute little path in the undergrowth, shuffling on my hands and knees until I'm about halfway in, crouching down like some huge malformed quail. The hunters are doing an initial sweep through the trails, looking for obvious hiders and people caught out trying to change spots and stuff like that. When they finally reach me, they reach the dead end and go straight back. I try to readjust myself and crawl further down the tunnel, and I honestly don't know how it happened, but I found an even more hidden path within that one. And accidentally, I dragged my stupid body down the rabbit hole. Except, instead of ending in a dead end, this one ended in a sort of slight hollow. I don't ever want to describe exactly what I found there, but I'm sorry, I just can't. But what I will say is that it was a younger looking woman, naked, covered in lacerations and wounds, in the fetal position. Her glassy glazed eyes seemed to look straight through me. I won't go any further than that, but I was too scared to scream, and I froze there while dark burgundy stains formed on my jeans. I froze there in a pseudo-catatonic position like a marble carving for what felt like hours. And then I heard someone else coming along that path. Have you ever been so scared that for one insane moment, you truly consider something incredibly stupid as a viable option to escape? That was one of those times. I let out a short, trembling whimper and started moving. Whoever was on that path, they stopped, and then eagerly started moving forward again. I could hear their panting, uneven breaths of a man, a horrible marker of whoever was getting closer and closer to me by the second. And, by some wondrous, beautiful miracle, he missed the path leading to the brushy hollow. I heard him moving down past the entrance, dragging something clunky and awkward behind him. I heard clinking noises and the occasional effort to silence the small, sharp noises. I heard a low curse, somewhere towards the end of the tunnel, and I blasted out of the undergrowth tunnel like a bullet, forcing its way out of a barrel. Cracks, crashes, and obnoxious rustling all around me as I heard the man sharply intake a breath and begin to move towards me. The hoarse, deep panting was getting closer and closer to me, a testament to how I was too slow at exiting. Somehow, I exploded out of the entrance, got onto my wobbly, half-asleep legs, and started booking it down the trail. The unknown pursuer was close behind me for a bit, but it seemed like he was too exhausted to chase me at the same speed for long. I know everyone loves to rip on the fact that people always trip in horror movies, but in all honesty, tripping is something that I am amazed I didn't do that day. With adrenaline coursing through me at the speed of Usain Bolt, trying to make my jello-like unsteady walking appendages work to move me away from whoever was behind me was like trying to run on water. It felt like an eternity, but I finally reached the main trail running back to the camp and sprinted down it screaming bloody murder. Confused faces looked out from the trees, and I think someone called after me. Reaching the camp was easy, but trying to explain why I woke up half the people in the camp and bolted out of the woods at breakneck speed was much harder. When I finally choked the words out to explain, I remember a profound, insidious silence throughout the group of adults waiting at the mouth of the trail, and I really don't remember a whole lot from that point on. I know the cops were called, and my mother and aunt ran shrieking and wailing along the trail, calling for the other kids to come back to safety. When someone's yelling like that, you don't ignore it too. They rounded everyone up in like 30 seconds flat and barreled back into the camp. The police, they found a man out in the woods, creeping along the trail clutching a knife. A black garbage bag with a plethora of sharp instruments was found, and a saw was found abandoned on the trail, some speckled and smeared with dry blood. To be honest too, I just really don't think that there's any getting over this. I still have nightmares sometimes of the man chasing me, breathing heavily down the back of my neck, trying to catch me, and sometimes in my dreams, he succeeds. I want to start by saying that this isn't the first bad experience that I've had dog sitting, but it's definitely the worst. So, I started dog sitting back when I was 13, and I made some good money doing it. I'm currently 19, and this happened when I was 18. I set up an easy way for people to contact me about dog sitting. I put out posts on Facebook and Instagram about it often, and would sort of get people in my messages asking to dog sit and whatnot. And I got a notification from Instagram one day stating someone was trying to message me. I accepted it, and the message said that me and my wife are looking to find a dog sitter while we go away for a week in Florida. You'll have to do the work from the 4th to the 11th this month. We'll pay you $300 for the week. You're welcome to stay at our house or go back to your own home. I started talking back and forth with this man, and his name was Mr. Brown. So I agreed to take the gig and told him that I would stay at his house for the week. Once I got to his house, I was introduced to his two dogs, Mina and Letty. Mina was a little Yorkie and Letty was a blue hound. I was shown around his house, which was surrounded by 76 acres. I live in a farm town and I live on 32 acres myself, so staying here didn't really freak me out or anything. The closest neighbors were pretty far away, and you would actually have to drive there if you wanted to talk to them, to be honest. They told me the rules and when to feed them and blah blah blah, and then Mrs. Brown told me about the nearest neighbor, and in her words she was a nice person, just a little drugged up and confused apparently. She mentioned how sometimes she would pull into their driveway instead of hers and would end up mistaking Mrs. Brown for her dead daughter. Hearing this made me feel pretty bad for her, to be honest, and I know all too well how hard it is for parents to lose their child because of how my parents were after losing my brother in a car accident. Mrs. Brown said that she shouldn't do anything bad, though, and if she came up to the house, just point her back home and she would leave with no problems. After they left, I was down to watch movies and just chill with the dogs, and the first 2 days were fine with no hiccups. The third day, however, Miss Rose did pull into the driveway. I came outside as she was getting out of the car, and she looked up to see me, and immediately she got back into her car and left. I thought that was weird, but I chalked it up to her realizing that it was the wrong house when she saw me and went back inside. Later that night, though, I got a call from Mrs. Brown asking if I was okay, and I said yeah, and I asked why, and she then went on to tell me about how she got a call from Miss Rose and that she said that there was a robber at her house. I explained what happened, and she just laughed and said that she must have been confused and forgot that they were out of town. I ended the phone call, making a note to go over there tomorrow to clear the air about me being a robber and all that. Once I went to bed that night, though, things got crazy. I woke up at around 2, hearing a sort of light scratching sound that almost sounded like, I don't know, ticking coming from outside the window. At first, I thought that it might have been a bird or some sort of, a creature, and I left it alone. But the noise kept me from falling asleep, and I wanted to scare it away, so I got up and went to open the blinds, but screamed when I lifted the blinds at the sight of Miss Rose trying to pry the window open with a pair of pliers. Once she saw me, though, she started banging on the window with the pliers. The dog started barking now, and I quickly got up, told the dogs to follow me, grabbed my phone and ran to a room with no windows, which was the bathroom, locking the door in case she got in. I called 911 and explained the situation quickly, giving them the address from what I could remember. She said that the police would be there in 10 minutes, which for the area was actually pretty good considering their house is pretty rural. I'd gotten the dogs to be quiet and put them in the closet, connected to the bathroom to make sure that she didn't hear them. I was trying to stay calm, and I could still hear the pounding on the window, though. As I continued to talk to the operator, I then heard the glass shatter. I cursed under my breath, trying not to cry. I was really scared and pretty much ready to cry from the fear of being beaten to death by someone who was clearly not in the right state of mind. I was whispering what was happening to the operator, hiding in the back of the bathroom in the tub, and after about 4 minutes of pretty much silence, I then heard footsteps, and I could see feet under the other side of the door, and I cursed to myself again. I then see Miss Rose get onto her hands looking under the crack, and I mistakenly let out a gasp. She gets up quickly, pounding at the door. I can tell that she's still using the pliers. I am at this point crying, asking the operator where the police are, to which she responds 3 minutes. And those 3 minutes, man, they felt like forever. I screamed at Miss Rose to please go away, and she screamed back that I shouldn't be here. Once I heard the sound of police cars and about a minute later them trying to kick the door down, I felt a little bit better. I was told to stay on the line till the intruder was caught and that police were not trying to get into the house. Eventually, they did get into the house though, and I yelled to get their attention, not that they needed it. She was still banging on the door at this point. Once they got into the room, she was told to drop her weapon and she obeyed, saying that she didn't do anything wrong. They got her in cuffs and a police officer told me that it was okay to unlock the door, to which I slowly got up and unlocked it. After being taken to the police station and giving them my story for their report, I went to my parents' house because I was just too scared to be alone at this point. The next day, I called Mrs. Brown and explained the situation. I got full payment even after telling them that I wasn't going back to the house. They called me a few days later saying that Miss Rose was under the influence of drugs apparently, and in her words, she told the police that she decided to take care of the robber, me, herself, and that she did nothing wrong. She was charged with breaking and entering, which is kind of ironic. But after that, I quit dog sitting for good, and am a lot more paranoid and always make sure that my doors and windows are locked these days. This is actually my stepmom's best friend's story. I do have my own, but I'm very hesitant to drag some of them up. I'm hoping that telling somebody else's will open me up to a little more. Anyway, my stepmom didn't like us much, but she told my sister, 3 years older, and I this experience growing up to scare us out of being stupid, I guess. It was my family's stranger danger story, I guess you could say. My stepmom, her name's Macy, grew up as a kind of a privileged teen in the 70s, and her mum had moved their family over here, the States, from England when she was about 9. She went to a pretty nice high school in a really nice town. There, she made friends with a girl, Lily, who didn't exactly run with Macy's type of crowd. Popular, stereotypical, etc. But they really hit it off, and Lily would take Macy out to do her type of stuff like hiking, fishing, sailing. There's even a hilarious set of pictures of them camping. My stepmom has raccoon eyes and looks like she hates everything. Anyway, because of Lily's influence, the two of them would do stuff like that a good amount. And one Sunday, they decided to go hike in some hills about maybe an hour away. Macy put on what I'm sure were her extremely expensive hiking shoes, and the two of them drove off to the hiking trails. Lily parked in this big clearing with makeshift parking spots. You know the thing, like a piece of wood marking the head of a space. But there were no other cars there, and this was only important in hindsight, I guess. So they started hiking up the hill, off the path, because Lily fancied herself as something of a rebel. The hike was nothing extraordinary. If you asked my stepmom, she would just lament for 15 minutes how sticky and buggy it was. They reached the top of the hill and my stepmom was done. The polished and pampered side of her was coming out, and she groaned until Lily begrudgingly said okay. They would rest and then walk down again, slower. They'd been heading down the hill for maybe 10 minutes when Macy started whinging again. Lily conceded to walking down the side of the road instead of the rough hiking trail. So there they are, probably looking like a couple of tools geared up for hiking and walking down a terrible road, and after not even 5 minutes, a truck pulled up next to them. It was red and rusty and just generally looked like an old clunker. The guy driving rolled down the window and the girls looked in through the passenger side window. He had a big beard, a baseball cap pulled down, and long brown hair. He greeted them and even smiled through his beard, asking if they needed a ride. Macy described him as charming and even cute. Lily still says the moment that he greeted them, her heckles went up. Despite her better judgment, though, my stepmom convinced her to get into the truck. It must only be a 10-minute drive down to the car, tops, she said. The two girls opened the passenger's door to this rusty old thing, and the guy directed them behind the seat to get into the back. They settled in and the truck started rumbling forwards. Lily always says that this was the point that it hit her what a huge mistake they had just made. The back seat was clean enough, but there was a rope on the floor behind the driver's seat and 4 boxes of saran wrap half hanging out from under the passenger seat. It seemed creepy and weird, but Lily didn't want to freak my stepmom out, so she just kept her mouth shut. After 10 minutes, the woods didn't look any clearer and they hadn't seen another car the whole time. Lily asked how long he thought that it would be, and he said that he was taking a different route down the hill and had to stop somewhere to get something first. That was it too. The girls were 16, 17, and Lily didn't want to press the issue. She was scared. She can remember his hair because she was sitting behind him. He looked like a woodsy guy, but his hair was super tangled and dirty. She noticed crusted mud on his collar and tried to find something identifiable about him, but just got scared the more that she picked up on all the little details. He was youngish though, strong-looking, and had about a foot on both of them. They didn't ask any more questions, and he didn't offer any more information, and they drove on. Several minutes after that, they reached a tiny shack or a log cabin-looking place, right there in the clearing of the trees too. There was an old stump there, someone had been chopping wood, and a huge axe stuck into the log. Lily was definitely on red alert now. The guy turned off the truck and slipped out of it, saying, "I'll be right back, don't get out," and he disappeared into the house. Lily, she tried to talk to my stepmom about how she was incredibly uncomfortable, but she mostly just dismissed it. Lily started begging, increasingly freaked out, and finally put her foot down, demanding Macy exit the truck with her right now. So they got out and walked around the front of the vehicle. The house was about 50 yards in front of them. Why this guy would have left 2 young girls in the truck alone while going into the house is beyond me, and they wandered around, looking at it hesitantly. If this guy really was decent and just trying to give them a ride, it would be super rude to just run off, right? My stepmom had this strict upbringing when it comes to manners and public persona, and she saw it as an issue of that nature. So she actually started to head back to the truck, opening the front door to climb in behind the driver's seat, and Lily was ticked off and followed her to yell some more. On the driver's side floor, half hidden under the seat though, there was a big hatchet there, and it had dried red-brown stains covering the blade and stuck to the floor under it. Lily understandably lost it at seeing this. My stepmom started getting hysterical too, and so they decided that leaving was by far their best option at this point, and just booked it off the side of the property into the trees. They bumbled around in the trees for a little while, until Lily was fairly confident that they were on their way back down the hill. My stepmom cried all the way down. Lily did feel bad about it, but was also completely freaked out that he would hear it and kept trying to calm her down. When they finally got back down to the bottom and saw the old wooden fence that surrounded the original parking area, they were relieved. But as they got closer, they saw it. There,
was the truck. It was parked on the other side of the gravelly makeshift lot, and it was just sitting there, facing the other way, innocently. They couldn't see if anyone was in it, and of course, Macy wanted to run for the car, but Lily was super hesitant. She managed to calm my stepmom down, saying that she wanted to wait a bit before running out into the open to see what was out there. Remember, this is in the 70s too, so there's no cell phones. In fact, there was no ranger station or anyone around. The parking lot was big and empty and open, and who knows what would have happened if they decided to stroll across it. Thankfully, Lily convinced my stepmom to chill, and the two of them sort of hunkered down against a big tree for a bit, hidden by bushes and other trees, and waited it out for what seemed to be a couple of hours. Then, dark started to fall. All the animals started coming out at this point and making noises, and my stepmom, predictably, started getting antsy about this and bothering Lily, who was tired and moments away from giving in. She was just planning their dash to the car when they heard a clunk. Across the twilight-lit lot, they watched as one of the back doors of their car swung open, and the bearded guy slid his way out of the back seat. He got out, shut the door, looked around at the surrounding woods for several moments, and then walked back to his truck. The truck lumbered past their car and out of sight. Several minutes after watching him drive away, they sprinted to their car as fast as they could, jumped in, and they peeled out before they had even shut the doors. If this guy is still alive, then he's really old, but still, be careful out there, guys, and don't make the same mistake that they did. So I dated someone who owned a cadaver dog. Basically, they can find dead bodies. It was a new term to me when I met them too. But anyways, they explained that they worked with rescue teams. We live in wilderness country. The dog's job was to sniff out bodies for people who might have gotten lost and died, buried under avalanches, etc. After 5 months of dating too, my now ex asked if I could house or dog sit. I was more than happy to because it was a great dog. I would be dog sitting for 2 weeks while they visited family. I was warned that it has happened on hikes before that the dog picks up the scent of a corpse and gave me the steps to follow if it does happen. And the first couple of days were pretty uneventful. But then one day, the dog is dragging me down this trail and I'm panicking because I was like, oh no, I'm going to see a dead body, aren't I? But the dog stops at this very stern woman, just sort of sauntering along. He keeps looking back and forth between me and the woman. She gives me a quick, "Your dog isn't well trained," and keeps going. I practically had to drag this dog away to get it away from this woman. And it happens with this same woman a few more times, so I call the owner to bring it up. I describe the woman, and my ex is so shocked and confused by this, not familiar with this woman at all. But fast forward to my last night of dog sitting. I was going to bed and I had this horrific nightmare of being held down in the bed by this woman. I hear a bark and I wake up, and the dog is standing next to me on the bed. It's also in its alert position, staring at the bed. And after that, I didn't get any sleep, and I also never got any answers. I live in a city located in a valley with a lot of smaller towns up the hills and mountains around, so it's part of the local culture for teenagers and young adults to visit these smaller areas during the winter to drink, smoke, and hang out with their friends. My uncle bought a house in one of these areas, so eventually I decided to get the keys and spend a weekend there with 5 of my friends. The house has 2 big bedrooms and 3 beds each, and a lot of extra mattresses as well. At night, we decided at some point to go back inside and just chill and watch TV, but since the living room had no sofas yet, we brought some mattresses from the bedrooms and just used them. One of my friends, Victor, decided to go out for a smoke, and after some minutes, we hear someone knocking at the window just behind us. Everyone got a bit scared for a second, but just looked at the window and said things like, "Oh, it's just Victor." But since we were sitting on mattresses close to the ground, it wasn't easy to see clearly who was at the window.
And since the person just stood there looking straight at one of the girls, I got up and checked. I saw a man who somehow looked a lot like my friend, but a bit more fat and older than him, I guess. As I came to the conclusion that it was a stranger, I froze while looking at him and him looking back at me when I said, "That's not Victor." Everybody else froze too and looked at me, waiting for a reaction, but all I could think was to ask what he wanted. He just stood there for a second and asked, "There's a bar nearby and we need a drummer to play with our band. Is any of your friends a drummer by any chance?" Which, weirdly enough, I am, but I just told him no, and after some extra long seconds looking at us, he left. My friend came back and we made fun of the situation, making jokes on how it was him messing with us, etc. Later, most of the group decided to sleep in one bedroom and leave the second for me and one of the girls, since they saw us kissing earlier. We all go to bed, but some hours later I wake up to the girl shaking me in horror and whispering that she heard something coming from the kitchen. So I get up, tell her to lock the bedroom when I leave, and go check the sound like the moron who always dies first in the films. And as I pass by the second bedroom, I think about calling someone else to join me, but as soon as I see them all sleeping, I hear something at the kitchen's window. I quickly move there in silence, check around, and as soon as I find one, I grab a knife. The door opens right in front of me at this point, and it was that same guy. I knew it was no joke since I just saw my friend sleeping. It probably took like 5 to 10 seconds of just staring at each other, but it felt like an eternity. While still holding the door handle, he made a slow movement with the other hand towards something under his shirt, which was probably a gun or a knife, but I also lifted my hand, showing him the knife, so he stopped. The kitchen was quite small though, so we were standing pretty close to each other, and at this point, we both knew it would end bad for both of us if he tried something, so I just shook my head and said as calm as I could, "Don't." He just kept staring at me a bit more and then finally closed the door and eventually went away. I went back and told the girl that it was nothing and that we should just go back to bed. I didn't sleep that night, and we left early in the morning, and I made sure to ask my uncle and cousins if they ever received weird visits there. They said that the only person who ever goes there at night is the old neighbor when his wife doesn't let him arrive drunk at home, so he grabs my uncle's rocking chair to sleep until he gets sober. And obviously, that was not this guy. Now, every year my friends talk about spending another weekend there, but I always make an excuse so we never go through that again, and they never know what happened. So I've had a few unsettling experiences in the woods, but this is unquestionably the strangest one. I've been mulling it over for years, and I still can't come up with a rational explanation. A few details have changed to protect my identity, but the story is 100% true. I can assure you of that. So, in 2018, my partner and I drove up to a national forest in Oregon for a day hike in early summer. The area was somewhat remote, but nothing too isolated. Hiking is huge in the Pacific Northwest, so there are plenty of other people on these trails at any given time, especially during peak season. Because of this, we chose a less popular trail in the hopes of getting some alone time. It was approximately a 6-mile out and back moderate difficult hike with a waterfall at the end. It followed a river and didn't intersect with any other trails. Simple enough, right? We were both experienced hikers in pretty good physical condition, so we had no reason to think that we needed anything but day packs with a couple of liters of water and some sandwiches. Getting back before dark should have been a piece of cake. So we set out sometime after noon. At first, we took it slow and meandered around the riverbank for a few minutes. I found a cool animal bone and we mused over what it might be. It was clearly a verbatim from a large mammal, so we guessed it was probably a deer bone. Because I'm a little morbid and I like collecting things of that nature, I put it in my pack. That might not have anything to do with what happened next, but I feel like I should mention it since it was out of the ordinary. So, the hike to the waterfall was beautiful. We passed a few other people on their way back to the trailhead, but for the most part, we had the place to ourselves. We stopped a few times to look at wildlife or take photos of the flowers. I was tracking our progress on my Fitbit, so I always knew how many miles we travelled and how much time we had before sunset. We reached the waterfall at about 3.2 miles, which matched what the map had said. I paused my watch and we settled on a large boulder to rest and eat our lunch. Another young couple was there with their dog, and we said hello and then minded our own business. But here was where everything went wrong. As we packed up our stuff and we prepared to leave, my partner Michael slipped off the boulder and twisted his ankle badly. The other couple heard his surprised scream as he splashed into the water, so they rushed over to help. The three of us hauled him back to dry land and assessed the injury. None of us were doctors, but we thought that it was a sprain. The swelling had already begun, and Michael said the pain was pretty serious. He could barely stand. Upon realizing this, the male half of the couple started backing away and seemed anxious to leave, I guess. I asked him if he could go get help, but he didn't respond. Neither did his wife. They both just turned around and started booking it up the trail with the dog trotting behind them. I called out to them in frustration, but they didn't look back. Needless to say, we didn't really have any cell service that deep in the woods, so we couldn't contact anyone else, which meant that we had to hike back. "It'll be okay," I said to Michael. "It's only 3 miles, and you can do this." We shifted the water bottles and our modest amount of gear into my pack so we wouldn't have to carry anything, and made decent progress. I was still tracking the hike on my Fitbit, and after about 2 miles, Michael ran out of steam and we rested again. I told him to lean on me to take the weight off of his injured ankle. Even though I'm a head shorter than him, it seemed to help, I guess, but we're almost there, I said. Just 1 more mile. Despite the setback, we were in pretty high spirits, though. The sun was still up and the woods were still beautiful. We made light of our predicament. Michael joked that he can't do anything without getting hurt or breaking something, and I comforted him. We both thought the ordeal was nearly over, and eventually I realized that we'd been walking longer than expected. I assumed that it only felt that way because we were moving at a slower pace, but when I checked my watch and saw that we'd gone farther than a mile, I started to worry a bit. We were at 6.6 miles total. That meant that the walk back to the trailhead was longer than the walk to the waterfall. That couldn't be right. But I figured that I must have made a mistake at some point. Maybe I hadn't started the tracker until we already traveled a ways at the beginning or something. Regardless, the parking lot had to be around the next curve in the trail. But when we got there, it wasn't. We went another half mile or so before stopping to assess the situation. Over 7 total miles, and we still weren't back. What the heck? I checked the map of our hike on the Fitbit app and saw that there weren't any gaps. It was a straight line from beginning to end, with the line doubled back on itself, indicating that we were on the same route. But where was the trailhead? We talked it over and concluded that it had to be a glitch. Michael was adamant that we hadn't passed the trailhead yet, and we couldn't have taken a wrong turn because, well, there were no other trails. Plus, the scenery was all familiar. We saw things that we remembered passing on our way to the waterfall. It was definitely the same trail, and well maintained too. A big, wide dirt track that followed the river and didn't veer off into the undergrowth. Losing the trail was just impossible. At that point, we started to feel a bit demoralized, but what could we do except keep going? Our phones still didn't have service either. Michael was in a lot of pain and struggled to put weight onto his sprained ankle. It was twice the size of his other ankle now, and he was sweating. I was sweating. The whole thing started to feel like a nightmare. When we went another mile and still didn't reach the trailhead, that was when we began to panic. Night falls quickly in the forest, and we had little daylight left. We were almost out of water too, had no rain gear or other food, and the only flashlights were the ones on our phones. Of course, we cursed ourselves for not bringing more supplies, but we were only supposed to be out there for a few hours. It was just short of a day hike, and we had no idea how it could have gone so wrong like this. Out of desperation, I yelled for help. We'd seen no people since that strange couple had abandoned us near the waterfall, but I was sure that we had to be close to the parking lot. That didn't mean that there was anyone there, but we were both so freaked out I was willing to make a fool of myself if it meant rescue. To our dismay, nobody answered though. We were completely alone, which was really strange. In an attempt to get a grip, I guess you could say, we reasoned that maybe we really had passed the trailhead that we started at. Maybe we were so focused on keeping Michael off his bad foot that we'd simply missed it and were hiking toward the next trailhead. We were pretty sure that that wasn't the case, but it was the only explanation that made sense. We were definitely still on the same trail, and thought that we couldn't be certain, but it seemed like the landscape had changed. We no longer recognized any of the landmarks, except the river, and that seemed to support our theory that we'd gone too far. We knew that we weren't walking in circles, because that wasn't possible. But should we turn back? But we mulled that over for a few minutes. If we were wrong, backtracking would guarantee spending a night in the woods. Michael couldn't deal with that angle forever, so we decided to just press onward. I'm not crazy, right? I asked. That initial hike was only 3 miles. We went 3 miles to the waterfall. Yes, Michael agreed. The entire hike was supposed to be a little over 6 miles out and back. We've walked a lot farther than that now. We should have gotten back a long time ago. I don't understand what's happening. When night fell, we picked up the pace. Michael stopped leaning on me and limped down the trail as fast as he could. He later said that adrenaline dulled the pain of his injury and gave him the motivation to continue. Because that part of Oregon is mountain lion country, and I just read about a lion attack a few weeks prior to our hike. Being caught out there in this dark was the absolute last thing that we wanted, but there was nothing that we could do about it. We were scared. Michael shone his phone light on the path ahead to make sure we didn't lose our footing, and I shone mine at the trees, scanning for cat eyes. I was crying. Fitbit said that we'd hiked 9 total miles at this point. And after 9.5 miles, we finally saw the sign for the trailhead and scrambled toward it. Relief didn't completely wash over me though, because I expected that we'd have to either hitchhike back to where we started or trudge along the side of the road for a few miles more. There was simply no way that this could be the trailhead. It was 3 miles past where it should have been. As we climbed the short set of steps up to the parking lot, sweaty, thirsty, exhausted, and completely unnerved, I hoped to see my car, and my prayers were answered. But it was my car. We were at the same trailhead. For a moment, Michael and I just stared at each other in shock. Our fear and misery were replaced by just sheer confusion, and we just stood there. Then a twig snapped somewhere in the woods behind us and broke the spell. We hurried across the parking lot towards the car, and in those few seconds I felt something that I'd never felt before. Just an intense feeling of dread. The best way that I can describe it is the feeling you get in a nightmare when something is pursuing you and you're trying to run away but moving in slow motion. Like your legs just won't cooperate and you know the thing is chasing you is going to catch up. This is the only time in my life that I've ever felt that way outside of a dream. We did manage to pile into the vehicle and we peeled out of there. I was shaking. Michael was rambling about time distortion and dehydration and how we must have lost our bearings somehow. We got out of the national forest and onto the highway, and it was a while before we encountered any other cars. I didn't fully relax too until we made it back to civilization, and neither of us can figure out exactly what we experienced that day. Michael was on crutches for months following that incident, and his ankle has just never been the same since then. I still have the bone that I found too, but I keep it in a box because it gives me, bad vibes, I guess. When we go hiking these days, we stick to the crowded trails, because whatever happened that day, we do not ever want it to happen again. This was about 4 or 5-ish years ago, and back then I lived with my mother in a shed on a farm surrounded by woodland. Our farmland was a part of a large piece of farmland that was split up and sold off, so we did have neighbours, though they were roughly half a kilometre away each. We loved that though because of the privacy. It wasn't like there was nobody nearby that I couldn't go to if I needed help too. And that thought is what had me fearlessly walking alone at night between the hours of 7 and 8 p.m, sometimes fluctuating from earlier to later depending on the day. Sometimes I even went out on a walk at 2 a.m. in the morning because I was restless and I just couldn't sleep. Looking back, this was incredibly stupid, I know that. And after this incident, I never walked after 6 p.m. ever again, always making sure that there was at least some sunlight left when I set out. So, the route that I always took was a road circuit. The first part was out in the open in front of all the other farms, including my own. If anything had happened, at least one person would have noticed, and reception was pretty good, so I would have also been able to call someone. The second half, on the other hand, was concealed by about 200 meters of woods between the farms and the back road, stretching the full 2 kilometers at the back of the farm, and it was during that part of the walk when I had this creepy encounter. So, it was late at night. I can't remember what time exactly, but it was pitch black, with the exception of my torchlight. I was about to approach the turn in the loop that would bring me out to the open again when I heard it. Help. It was this sort of monotone voice that repeatedly asked for help. It didn't seem panicked in the least. I took my headphones out and turned my music off to make sure that I was hearing correctly, but it didn't stop. Help. Help is what it said. A very stupid part of me almost responded too, because for some reason my first instinct was, oh no, someone's in trouble, like a naive kid, even though I would have been like 16 or 17 at the time. Of course, then my brain kicked in and I realized that approaching that voice was just about the stupidest thing that I could do, so I started quietly backing away. Unfortunately, my cat had followed me on the walk and wasn't backing away with me. No, she was walking towards the voice, softly hissing. I remember desperately trying to get her back to come towards me without alerting the voice to my presence, just in case they hadn't noticed me yet. But I was getting scared and didn't want to stay there a moment more, so I ran towards her, grabbed her, then turned around and bolted back towards my house. I don't know if it was stupid of me to turn my back to the voice, as I was making so much noise while running that there was no way they didn't know that I was there, and I had no way of knowing if they were giving chase or anything too. I was just completely terrified that whole time. The image of someone cloaked in shadows chasing me entered my mind, and even though I couldn't hear anyone behind me, I never once slowed down until I was back safe and sound within my house. But it doesn't end there though. You see, despite how terrifying it was, there was still a part of me that was concerned about whoever it was, because what if they really did need help? So I asked my mother to drive us to the location, another very stupid decision considering what we found, that being nothing. We called out and called out, but nobody ever answered. We didn't get out of our car, obviously. Luckily, neither of us were that stupid, I guess you could say, but we drove home having seen nothing and no one. But it still bothered me in the morning, so I had my mother drive us over again and we searched the immediate area. Nothing, though. No indication that anyone had even been there. There was no body, which admittedly was a drastic thing to search for, I know, but I know shock can leave you eerily calm, which could have explained the monotone voice and the lack of response afterwards, which made me fear that we'd been too late and that we'd find a body in the morning or something. I don't know if I would have preferred this outcome, to be honest, because at least then I would have had a face to the voice. But no, we found absolutely nothing, not even tracks. And to this day, I have no idea who that voice belonged to and why they were monotonously calling out for help. My mind has naturally come to some, I guess you could say, chilling conclusions and theories that leave me unable to sleep, like maybe it was a rapist, a kidnapper, a serial killer or something. All the classic horror stories, but I guess I'll just never really know for sure. While deployed to Iraq with the army, one night I'd been assigned evening guard duty in one of the camp's perimeter towers. These towers were just upended concrete pipe, 10 feet in diameter, with a roof, floor, and a ladder inside. It was only 2 stories up, and in each tower was a set of night vision goggles, a pair of binoculars, a machine gun, a radio, and a spotlight. There were 2 of us per tower on each shift, and on this night, it was me and my buddy Smith. It was a quiet, cloudless, moonlit night. So our camp was small, and it was situated on a low hill. 5 towers in total protected the perimeter, with number 3 being the one facing the rear of the camp. We had mostly an unobstructed view out for at least a mile in all directions, but there were small hills and valleys, no more than 6 feet deep at the most. Otherwise, it was just empty desert. While we scanned our sector, Smith and I, we just shot the breeze. We complained about the war, talked about going back home, having a beer and meeting girls. It was the best way to pass the time, really. Then at some point during the night, we hear what I can only describe as the shriek. It was like nothing that I'd ever heard before. The sound came from somewhere off in the dark, maybe 30 or 50 yards away from us. It was short, barely a second and a half long, sharp and loud, ascending in pitch, something that could have been either woman, child, or animal in distress, or an animal in anger, I guess, but it stopped my heart, whatever it was. It was even more frightening in contrast to the calm quiet of the evening. But then it happened again, and then again. "Smith, you hear that, man?" I asked. "Yeah, what the heck is that?" he said, grabbing the binoculars and looking out. "I don't know, man, but whatever it is, it's freaky," I said. "Get the light out there," Smith said. I got the spotlight out, scanning the desert, but there was nothing out there. I kept moving back and forth. "Get the night vision," Smith said. Again, I scanned the desert for as far as I could see, but there was nothing, just empty night air. We got on the radio to the watch commander. "HQ, this is Tower 3. Did you hear that? Over." The radio cracked, then responded. -3. What am I supposed to hear?" But then the noise had stopped. We described what we were hearing and asked the other towers if they heard anything, but no one but us heard it. The watch commander checked back with us a couple of times, then came up and looked for himself. He tried the night vision, then the binoculars with the spotlight, but nothing but sand. The shrieking was gone and all was quiet again. We finished the shift with no more interruptions, just the same as before, except for one difference, I guess. I stayed perched on that machine gun, watching the night all night. In the morning after we were replaced, Smith, myself, and another buddy from the watch commander's office, we went out the gate and headed in the direction of the noise. About 30 yards from the gate was the most horrific thing that I had ever seen. Scattered in about an 8-foot diameter was a splashing of just an absolute mess, with bits of flesh and you name it. And none of us could tell if it was human or animal, but whatever it was, almost nothing was left of it. What scared us most, though, is that from the side of the blood, we had a direct line of sight straight to Tower 3. And even without the spotlight, we should have been able to see whatever had taken place here. But neither of us in the tower saw whatever did this. Even the watch commander himself came out to investigate. A report was made and a brief search of the area was conducted. But strangely, there were no footprints or even paw prints. No drag marks, no patterns, nothing. Whatever it was, it shrieked 3 times, left nothing but blood and flesh and an absolute mess, and then just disappeared. It was well within eyesight of us, but it was never spotted, and honestly, it just seemed to vanish. It's been years now, and I can still hear that desperate noise, and man, every time I think about it, it gives me chills. When I was 10, my parents and I went to visit my grandmother for spring break. My cousin also came to visit, and we decided that we wanted to go to the YMCA for the day. My grandmother dropped us off and said that she would come and pick us up in maybe about 4 hours. On that day, the YMCA was pretty much empty. There were a couple of adults in the exercise room, but that was pretty much it. So we went to the basketball court, and after 2 hours of playing tag and shooting baskets, we were pretty bored. I've never been the biggest fan of swimming, but this YMCA had a pretty cool pool, so we changed into our bathing suits and we headed in there. The pool was empty except for the lifeguard. We played a bunch of games and swam laps, but after about an hour, there wasn't really much left to do, and there was no one except us to hang out with to keep things interesting. So we decided that we would play a game of seeing how long we could hold our breath underwater. We stood in the shallow end near the clock on the wall so we could time ourselves. Instead of fully submerging too, we just sort of stuck our heads face down in the water. We did this a couple of times and I was winning. On our last round, I felt a tap on my shoulder though. I figured that it was my cousin giving up and telling me that I'd won, but instead it was the lifeguard who told me to knock it off or she was going to have to ask us to leave the pool. Since we were tired of being in the pool, we figured that we would get out anyway, get dressed, and we would go back to the basketball court until my grandmother picked us up. We only had 1 hour left anyways, and the water at this point was freezing. As we got out, the lifeguard stopped us and asked if we wanted to go into the sauna to warm up a bit and dry off. The sign said 18 years or older, so of course we were super excited that she allowed us to do that. She walked us to the sauna and unlocked the door. The door was glass and the interior was made entirely out of wood. Inside above the door there was a clock, probably to help make sure that you were not in there for an unsafe amount of time. The lifeguard stand was adjacent to the sauna, but if you looked out the door you could clearly see it. So she followed us in and went over to the thermometer, encased in plastic, and unlocked it so that she could crank up the heat. I figured that she must have to turn it on each time, so I didn't think anything of it. Both my cousin and I were very young and short girls, and so we really couldn't see the temperatures that were printed on the thermometer knob, but I know that she was turning up the heat, that much I'm sure of. Then she left and she shut the door behind her. I thought that I saw her, though, lock the door too, but I thought to myself, why would she lock the door when we might want to get out? I checked the clock and decided that we should get out in maybe 10 or 15 minutes. It was already plenty warm in the sauna, but now the room was blazing, and it felt nice because I was so cold from the pool at first. After about 15 minutes, though, it was starting to get a little bit too hot, and my cousin agreed that we should leave so we can get dressed and all that. I went to turn the doorknob on the door, but it wasn't budging. I thought that maybe it was jammed, so I shook it, but it still wasn't opening, and then I let my cousin try. She couldn't get it open either. We figured the lifeguard would be back in a couple of minutes, so we sat back down and waited. The room was getting hotter now too, and I really wanted to leave. I got up and started banging on the door and shaking and twisting the knob, trying to get the lifeguard's attention. My cousin got up and joined me. We started screaming at the top of our lungs for her to let us out, but she just seemed to stare right ahead. I don't think there's any way that she couldn't have noticed or heard two little girls banging and kicking the door and screaming like that. But now, we had been in there for about 25 minutes. It was now so hot in this sauna that it was hurting to breathe. It felt like my lungs were on fire. My eyes and skin were burning, and we sat back down and put our towels over our heads because they were still a little bit damp and it made it easier to breathe. I was so worried about my cousin as she is a couple of years younger than me, and I looked at the clock and saw that we had been in there for 35 minutes now. I got up and walked to the door again and saw the lifeguard still just staring straight ahead. Again, I tried to get her attention by screaming that we needed out and banging on the door as hard as I could, but still nothing. I was starting to get pretty dizzy at this point, so I went to go and sit back down, but the wooden seats of the sauna burned my skin. My towel was completely dry, so I put it underneath me to sit on. My hair was also dry, but I wrapped it across my face to cover my nose, and I squinted my eyes so that they didn't burn as bad, but I still just couldn't watch if anyone walked past the door or anything. It helped a little bit, I'll admit, but it wasn't great. My cousin was lying face down with the towel over her head, not moving or saying anything, so I nudged her to make sure that she was still okay. She was, but I could tell that she really needed to get out of there soon because she seemed a bit disoriented. It had been about 45 minutes and I was extremely nauseous. There was no way that the lifeguard would forget that we were in there, and I thought that she would have come back soon, but there was this little voice in my head telling me that maybe she purposely locked us in there. Finally, though, a man walked past the door towards the pool, but for some reason I just couldn't get up. My whole body was on fire and I felt so dizzy. Luckily, this man wasn't going to the pool. He, thankfully, wanted to be let into the sauna and came back with the lifeguard. I saw them walking this way and immediately jumped up to grab my cousin. I knew now that for sure that she had locked us in there because she pulled out her keys to unlock the door and let the man in. I didn't want to take any chances of us being trapped in there any longer, so as the man was trying to walk in, I was trying desperately to shove our way out. But as we were trying to get out, the lifeguard started trying to shut the door and push us back with it. The man was clearly confused about what was going on and said, I think they won out. The lifeguard let out a sigh and opened the door fully, and we ran away as fast as we could into the changing room. We only had about 10 minutes before our grandmother was supposed to pick us up now, and we were both so shaken by what had just happened that we didn't say anything to each other as we got dressed or on the car ride home. When we got back to the house, my parents were making us dinner, and I told them the story of what had just happened. They thought that I might have been just exaggerating, and they didn't believe me. I truly think, though, that that woman was going to try and let us cook alive in there. The only bit of doubt that I have is what would have happened if we actually died. She obviously would have gotten the blame, so what was her endgame? I'm 21 now, but I think about this interaction all the time, and when I'm in small spaces or I get too warm, I still have panic attacks. No one that I know really believes this story, and I get it, it's pretty absurd. I'm really not sure if I'm allowed to ask for opinions, but what do you think that this could have been? Do you think it was just some crazy misunderstanding, or do you think that she really just left us in there to die? And if so, why would she do that? Especially when she could get the blame.